Jesus, I was actually on mute again and I just realised at the last minute. What an absolute disaster it's been so far today. Right. We are live. I am having one hell of a bad day today. Listen, let me tell you something, right? I should not even be doing this episode today. I've had what could be tonsillitis. It could be something else. But I have had borderline tonsillitis all week. And then I did one of the stupidest things I ever did. Ever. And that was go to the boxing gym and have a spa with tonsils like that. That was... I tell you, I've done some pretty fucking stupid things in my time. But that was right up there as one of the stupidest. I managed to walk myself into an overhand right. And Jesus Christ, let me tell you. I don't know how I was on my feet afterwards. Dan S. I think it is about 10ish. We'll find out in a minute. I think the main event will be about 9, 10ish. Boxer tend to go a little bit earlier than Queensbury. If this was Queensbury, you'd be looking at 2:30 in the morning. But I think we could be walkouts around 10ish. So we've got a long way to go. But the undercard as a whole is pretty decent. So, yeah, I've had a bad day, man. I mean, I can hardly swallow properly. I'm in a lot of pain. I'll be getting through this night with ibuprofen. I'll be taking ibuprofen and paracetamol all night long. But I walked myself onto an overhand right. And, oh, my God, it was huge. It wasn't even that the guy threw it hard. I just walked right into it. Like, perfect timing. Oh, my God. It was so bad, I nearly had to call 111. So, we'll see how this goes, yeah? Mrs. Ultra will be bringing me ibuprofen and paracetamol throughout the night. And we will see how it goes. Right, I'll get some more graphics up as we go along. But I wanted to talk about something in regards to this Eubank and Smith fight. I don't know what... I didn't really want to talk about it. I wanted to get your opinion. Without being homophobic, obviously, because any homophobic comments will be deleted. But... what is your feelings on this press conference between Liam Beefy Smith and Chris Eubank? This press conference. Now, I'm not sure if I can play the video for this because I'm not sure if it's been copyrighted or not. But my God, yeah, these pre-fight comments from Liam Smith have caught a lot of controversy. What did you think? Now, some people are saying that, look, he obviously doesn't mean what he's saying. He's just trying to get a rise out of Eubank. It's a fight. We've heard fighters say... Hold on one sec. Okay. Oh, sorry, I just got a message from Joe. We'll sort it out. Yeah, we'll sort it out. Sorry about that. Hey, Jason Walker's here. Big up Jason Walker, yeah. So... what do you guys think about that? What do you guys think? Because it's very, very controversial. Look, you can see here, this tweet here. As a fellow Scouser, we don't claim Liam Smith or his foul behaviour here. Imagine trying to out someone or forcing them to out themselves. If Chris is, you know what, then so what? If he's not, he's not. But forcing him to come out if he isn't ready is disgusting. It's very, very, very controversial. Oh my God, I can't even burp. It hurts so much. Oh my God. What do you think? It's a hard one for me. It's one that I can't really talk about too much because obviously you know how YouTube frowns on this kind of conversation. Look, this is Duncan Craig OBE. Liam Beefy Smith thinks gay is something to be used to shame people. You don't get to act like that in our city, Liam. What has A&O Arena got to say? 2023, and this is where Sky Sports Boxing, and where is Sky Sports Boxing? So, there are people basically who want Liam Smith cancelled over these comments. Bloody hell, look. This is another comment about Liam Smith here. So how will this arsehole feel when he gets knocked out by somebody who is of the other persuasion? Nobody should do this to another person. So publicly knock him out. Chris. Wow. I mean, what do you think? What do you think? John Smith says, my thoughts on the press conference. Smith sounds desperate. Makes me think of how Khan was making it personal in the press with Brooke. Harry says, people getting offended for no reason. He did insinuate things, but people are too soft these days. People say much worse. Crazy D3 says, Eubank started it by suggesting he doesn't usually get men sliding in the DMs. So is Chris gaslighting again? Is Chris gaslighting again? Is Chris gaslighting again? Because that I didn't come across that bit. So you're saying Chris was the one who started it? Let me tell you something. If I get through this show tonight, it will be an absolute miracle because my jaw is already hurting. Oh my God. I am going to struggle to get through this show tonight. If I do, if I get through this show tonight without having to call 111, it's going to be one of the greatest performances of all time. Because right now my throat is battered. Right, let's have a look. Snoop Bob says it's a daft thing to say in this day and age. Let's have a look here. G Poker says, I just see it as people being too woke. Everything causes offence these days. Mr. Anderson's agreeing. He thinks it's a bit too. People are a bit too snowflakey these days. Look at that. M.A. Khan says, Gaslight Pro. I didn't know that either. Yeah, I didn't know Chris started it. So, look, I mean, it's a weird one, isn't it? But the PR for Eubank has been absolutely, the PR for Liam Smith has been absolutely atrocious. Absolutely atrocious. Yo King says, watching it live, you got a sense of the event hall going quiet while Liam continued chatting. Yeah. So Yo King saying Liam Smith dug himself a hole. The whole arena went silent and he kept digging. I have to say, I mean, if you listen to this, if you follow any of the Smith brothers on Twitter, they do seem to have very, very, they do seem to be very, very opinionated people, don't they? The Smith brothers. Would you not say that? Very, very opinionated. They don't seem to like anybody who's not a Labour voter. Liam Smith was one of the very, very first fighters to come out and basically say, you know, about Conor Benn, isn't it? I think a lot of boxers have been towing the line, haven't they, with this Conor Benn VADA thing. Liam Smith is one of the few boxers who's just come out and said he's a cheat, isn't he? I think Liam Smith is pretty much the only boxer I've seen who's actively boxing who's come out and said he's a cheat. He is what he is. He's a cheat and he needs to be banned. I don't think any other boxer has said that. So we'll have to wait and see. But it is what it is. Look at this. Dan S is saying Chris called Liam fruity too. Wow. So Chris Eubank Jr. has basically been gaslighting then. Hasn't he? But it's worked. It's absolutely worked because as you can see here, there's a lot of support for Chris Eubank Jr. I mean, like I said before, I mean, it is what it is. John Smith says, Callum Smith, the only good Smith. The rest are repulsive. Paul Smith looks like a yob. That's your opinion. I know Paul Smith is very much an acquired taste. He doesn't like me, obviously, because I don't vote for the Labour Party. So I know that Paul Smith isn't necessarily a fan of myself. But it is what it is. Gary Harrison is saying, Eubank looking good at the moment with the Conor Benn and Smith things. I mean, listen, I'm not one for pay-per-view numbers and pay-per-view sales and all this. You know, I couldn't give a fucking toss about any of that. Can I ask you guys a question, right? Do you think, and I want your comments on this, do you think that some of what Chris Eubank's done is a kind of a cynical ploy to try and get a certain demographic to tune in and watch this fight? Or tune in and watch this on pay-per-view? Do you think that's what's going on here? Press 1 if you think that's the case, or press 2 if you think it's not the case. Do you think I don't know, but do you think there's a possibility that what Chris Eubank's doing is quite cynical and that he's maybe sort of making a bit much out of it in order to get people to tune into this fight? I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying. I mean, he seems to be very, very popular right now on social media, and he seems to have caught the attention, you know, of that section of people. So I'm just saying, you know, it'd be interesting, isn't it? I mean, to be fair though, let me take it back. I mean, Chris Eubank Jr. is from Brighton, and we all know Brighton is very, very multicultural and very, very sort of very, very open-minded, isn't it? Brighton's probably the most open-minded area in the UK, isn't it? So then again, Chris Eubank Jr. comes from Brighton. He comes into contact with all these different cultures and all these different people on a very, very regular basis, doesn't he? So then again, it wouldn't surprise me actually that Chris Eubank would take offence to something like that. It wouldn't surprise me at all because, like I said, he's a resident of Brighton, and obviously I've been to Brighton before, and do you know what I mean? If you know, it's not necessarily the place you want to be if you're homophobic, is it? Do you know what I mean? Of which I am obviously not. What do you guys think? Robbie Bartlett says he's doing his thing, my man. Boost up the awareness. You on about, mate, says, yeah, of course he is. He's taking the piss to turn it around on Smith. Jay Bilio says he thinks it's a stunt for Chris Eubank. He thinks it's a stunt from Chris Eubank. Just give me a sec. I'm just letting people on Twitter know we're here. Just give me a sec. Is it the end for Chris Eubank Jr.? So I'm just tweeting this out. John Smith says, Liam Smith doesn't look like the sharpest tool in the shed. Sometimes you've got to know when to call it a day, haven't you? You know? Sometimes you've got to know when to stop digging. And it sounds to me like maybe Liam Smith didn't sort of know when to stop digging. I'd love to play the video on here, but let's have a look. Let's just see what Twitter's saying about Liam Smith at the minute. We'll get a poll up in just a second. Jesus Christ. 75 people here in the first 10 minutes. So I really, really appreciate the support. So we're getting the views in straight away. 75 people here in the first 10 minutes. If you'd like to be part of the chat, please feel free to hit subscribe. If you would like to hit the like button, I would really, really appreciate it. That fund will go towards the Ultratech Sports Broken Jaw / Tonsils Fund, because as you can hear, I mean, I'm absolutely terrible. In fact, if you just bear with me, I'm just going to ask Mrs. Ultra to make me some, possibly some more paracetamol. 1 second. Mrs. Ultra, can I have some more paracetamol, please, Mrs. Ultra? My throat is in agony here. I think we are going to be calling the hospital very, very shortly. Crazy D3 says, the armband is a stunt for sure, but I don't think Liam expected him to respond the way he did. Yeah, absolutely. Look, let's have a look at some more Twitter comments. What an utter bellend you are, Liam Beefy Smith. So insecure that you need to resort to homophobia. Even if Eubank does back for the other side, what the hell does that matter when it comes to knocking you out? What a waste of a body you are. Can I ask you guys another question? No, I didn't break my jaw, Dench. No, I didn't break my jaw. I wouldn't be on here. I had tonsillitis, Dench, and it was fine this morning. I went to the gym and I did a bit of sparring and I walked onto a massive shot and nearly got cleaned out. I stayed on my feet, but my neck now and my tonsils are just in agony. They're in agony right now. So I'm in agony. So I think the sparring has absolutely made it worse. So it is what it is. Right, let's carry on. Let me ask you guys a question now. My next question. This is the second biggest fight of Liam Smith's career, right? Although you could argue it's Liam Smith's biggest domestic fight. Would you press 1 if you think this is the biggest domestic fight of Liam Smith's career? Or press 2 if you disagree. Obviously, you thought Canelo Alvarez, but that was on Box Nation at 3, 4, 5 in the morning with nobody watching. So what do you think? Would you say this is his biggest domestic fight of all time? What would you say? A lot of you guys in the chat are pressing 1. You guys think this is Liam Smith's biggest domestic fight of all time? Right? The biggest domestic platform he will have. Do you think if he was to win and beat Chris Eubank Jr. tonight, do you think that with what he said, there would be a bit of a backlash against him, particularly in the media? We saw when Tyson Fury made homophobic comments. Let me clarify this. Tyson Fury's comments about those people was disgusting. Let me just make that 100% clear. Like the comments that Tyson Fury made about that group of people were absolutely disgusting and 100 million times worse than what Liam Smith said at that press conference. But what do you guys think? Do you guys think if he wins, if Liam Smith was to win this fight, right, that it would there would be some kind of backlash? I think we could see some kind of backlash, you know, if he wins. I think people maybe in the media would really start to push him for an apology, and I think he might be forced into making a public apology. But we will have to, we'll have to see here. Hold on, Eubank versus Smith. Who wins? I'm just doing this on Twitter, so I've got to do this now. I should have done this. Have your say. Let me tell you something. What a guy Joe Gallagher is. Do you know that? The man is training Liam Smith for one of the biggest fights of his career. And he was fucking just DMing me about 2 minutes ago. I have to say, Joe Gallagher's a very solid guy, you know. Because honestly, I'm not going to message him because he should be backstage now with Liam. And they should be now preparing for this fight. It's the biggest fight, yeah? So they need to get ready and be on their business. So I'm not gonna ping him or harass him anymore because it's go time now, isn't it? It's go time. Oh, Harry Chan says Gallagher isn't training Smith. McNally is. Oh, my bad. Yes, I'm sitting there. I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, this guy's fucking pinging me, and he's supposed to be down at the fucking arena. He's supposed to be at the fucking arena working with Smith. So I'm thinking, shit, what a fucking guy he is. Like, I'm not gonna get involved. I'm not gonna ping him because it's go time in a couple of hours, isn't it? It is what it is. Right, but you're saying it's Joe McNally. Dench says, yeah, he's a cool guy like Mark Tibbs. He is, yeah. Mark Tibbs is another friend of the channel. Like I said, you'd be surprised who listens to this channel. Right, let's quickly check the likes. Sorry, I'm a bit slow to get up to speed here tonight, so hopefully the show will keep getting better as it goes along, okay? Yes, I am now back in contact with Billy Nelson. So, let me start. Right, hold on a minute. 77 people in the chat, only 20 likes. Don't take the piss. If you can, please hit the like button. Jesus Christ, 77 people in here, which is great. 15 minutes, we've got 77 people in here, but only 22 likes. Hit the fucking like button. All right, hit the fucking like button. Look at this I'm here with tonsillitis. And it is what it is. Someone said Joe's actually a good bloke. Let me quickly say this, honestly. For my very, very small experience of having a very small back and forth with Joe Gallagher, he's a top bloke. Him and Mark Tibbs are both actual solid people, and I've got time for them, which is why, like I said before, I was very, very happy to make the apology. They don't take themselves extremely seriously. I've had very, very limited contact with the two of them, so it's not like I know them, but I've had very, very limited conversations with both of them. But those two. They don't take themselves too seriously, so it is what it is. Right, let's carry on. So, what do we think? Hold on, Rishi out. You got to go because obviously he's making stupid comments in the chat. So there you go. Ban one of the night. Right. LD Phoenix is trying to cap for Liam Smith. How do we know Liam wasn't implying he's a virgin? He said we've never seen you with a girl. That could be me. He's never had. Oh, that's a fair comment there. LD Phoenix. It's a fair comment, LD Phoenix. We could be seeing what a guan from there. Let's have a look here. John Smith says, I don't think either of them has said anything so bad at the press conference. So, let's get to it then. Let's get to it. Refactor Match says, Ultra still hasn't got a clue. He still thinks it's 2018. Obviously, you know me. What are we thinking about this fight? Tell me, how do you think this fight goes? How do you think this fight goes between Liam Smith and Eubank tonight? I think my concern is with what Liam Smith said tonight, even if he wins this fight, my concern is that there's going to be a bit of a backlash against him. Not I can't compare it to what Tyson Fury got, but I think there will be a bit of a backlash, particularly on social media. And I think people will be very, very reluctant to give him credit because of the things he said. Let me know if you think that's a fair comment or not. But I think we could see some. Rather dodgy back pages if Smith gets this done. Refactor Magic says Dewey's daughter. So John Smith says Dewey Cooper in an interview years ago said Eubanks dated his daughter. Just FYI. Well, look. I mean, who am I to judge? I mean, David Haye did an interview with IFL TV. Let me just say, Shevin. I've been trying to avoid this topic, right, an awful lot, right. But have you seen the IFL TV interview involving David Haye and Chris Eubank? And allegedly, the IFL TV interviewer has asked David Haye what Eubank's sexuality is. And Shevin sent me this video and showed me a comment and sent this to me and said he thought that the interviewer was way out of line for asking that question, and that it wasn't his business, basically. Let me know what you think about that. Let me know how you feel about that, if you've seen this interview. But Dench says, I've seen the title. Chevin watched it and sent it to me, and apparently in this, the interviewer turns around and asks David Haye point blank, well, you know, is Chris Eubank blah, blah, blah? I mean, you know, absolutely unacceptable. Daniel Campbell says they even asked about Dave's threesome situation. Yeah, where's that picture? Let me try and get the picture up. So David Haye's in a relationship with 2 women, isn't he? He's in that relationship with 2 women. What is he? Is David Haye poly or something? Am I right? Let me know. I mean, I'm about as boring as anything. You guys know me. I don't really get out much. I don't really, you know, get on with much. You know, I don't really do any of this stuff. So I've got sort of no idea. Here we go. I've got no idea what I'm talking about. But is that what they call poly? Let me know. Is he what they call polyamorous? Oh, honestly, I don't have any idea of this. But if you have a look, David Haye here, not done a very good job here. But if you look in the middle, this picture here, which I can't get to because I'm not in what am I? I'm not on Instagram, strangely enough, so I can't get to this damn photo. Oh, I can! There we go. This is David Haye, and these apparently are David Haye's partners. So David Haye, yeah, the Haymaker, is apparently was he polyamorous or something, or he's in a relationship with 2 women at the same time, and blah blah blah. Look, good luck to him. I mean, does it surprise you? I mean, David Haye in his prime is an extremely good-looking dude. Extremely in shape, and one of the hardest punchers in the history of the United Kingdom. So does it surprise you that David Haye is able to enter a relationship where, you know, he's able to enter a polyamorous relationship and do what David Haye does the best, which is, you know, drink protein shakes and spread his seed? You know, does it Jesus, some of these comments are a bit dodgy. So that's Refactor Magic now in timeout, attacking people's children. Fucking hell. Can we do ourselves a favour? We've now moved up to 100 viewers. 22 minutes, 100 in the chat. Please feel free to hit the like button. Please, if you would like to be part of the chat, please feel free to subscribe. We don't do any super chat on here. We don't do any super chat on here. I may have absolutely destroyed tonsils and may be on the verge of going to accident and emergency. Having said that, I do have enough money to be able to run a YouTube show without begging people for money. So you can come on if you want to subscribe, and you will have your say. We don't do any pay to play. I want to get on to some Conor Benn stuff in a second, before we go back to Eubank, but I want to get on to some Conor Benn stuff in a second. But yeah, this is David Haye. And You On About Mate says, Haye living the life that a Cole raps about. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. Chevin, we're just discussing David Haye's polyamorous relationship here. And we can see David Haye's got these 2 lovely looking young ladies here, on the left and the right here. And if that's how David Haye wants to roll, that's how David Haye wants to roll. It is what it is. John Smith says, I can't post a link in here, but check video Chris Eubank Jr. versus Arthur Abraham prediction from the Mayweather boxing. Oh, you're still talking about Chris Eubank Jr. dating. So, yeah, so, Chevin, what we were talking about is this interview by IFL TV where they've asked David Haye what Chris Eubank Jr.'s sexuality is. And a few people were a bit up in arms about this, thinking, why are IFL TV asking these kind of questions? It's none of their business. David Haye said quite categorically that he's not. The assumption that I took from David Haye is that, you know, these 2 have been on the rounds together, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean? So these 2 have been on the rounds together. So it is what it is. Right, let's move on. Right, a few people in the comments obviously can't behave themselves and are making some very, very dodgy comments. Yeah, so we're obviously, like I said before, can't be trusted to have a fucking talk like adults. So let's have a quick move on to Conor Benn very, very quickly for the latest Conor Benn news, because Conor Benn's made a statement and you guys will like this. Chevin is saying that question would get you fired immediately in America, and he's talking about the question that IFL TV put to David Haye about Chris Eubank Jr.'s sexuality. Like I said before, I think IFL TV are, you know, let me ask you, before we move on to Conor Benn, can I ask you a genuine question? Press 1 if you think that IFL TV now is on the decline, and press 2 if you disagree. It's not about hating. It's not about whether you like me or dislike me. I'm just asking you the honest and firm question. Do you think that IFL TV is on the decline? In terms of viewership, in terms of influence, in terms of... Just give me your opinion. For me, hand on heart, to be honest, it does seem to me genuinely now that IFL TV really does appear to be on the decline. I think if you look at their social media output now, they've kind of started going down the Michael Benson route of retweeting what fighters are saying. They've almost sort of on Twitter turned into a news aggregator, if that makes sense. They've turned into a news aggregator instead of sort of coming up with their own scoops and own stories. So for me, I have to be honest with you, it does seem to me like IFL TV is, unfortunately now, I think we're sort of coming to the end of IFL TV. Now, let's just quickly get off Eubank and Smith. We'll be back on that. I want to focus on this. Hearns even started doing the sit down with Boxing Social now. Well, it is what it is. I don't think Eddie Hearn's done a sit down with ID Boxing and Rob Tebbert, who is really who we want to sit down. But listen to this. This is Conor Benn. What do you guys think of this? This is unreal. This is Conor Benn a couple of hours ago. Let me just... here we go. Lewis Norman tweeted Conor Benn directly on Twitter and said, Conor Benn needs banning for life. No ifs or buts. By the way, it does seem like Lewis Norman's a professional boxer or a fighter, because you can see here, one of either him or somebody else has got hand wraps on and he's in a gym. So it does seem like this guy knows what he's talking about. Now, he's tweeted Conor Benn directly and said, Conor Benn needs banning for life. No ifs or buts. You failed it for a reason. You've done it to help yourself in the ring. No good for the sport. Would you agree with that? Just out of interest, quickly. Press 9 if you agree with Lewis Norman that Conor Benn should be banned for life from the sport. And press 10 if you disagree. 113 in the chat. 41 likes. It is what it is. Let me know how you feel about that. Let me know how you feel about that. This is Conor Benn. Conor Benn directly responded to him. He said, I've never taken a PED in my life and never would. There is a reason the WBC haven't banned me. Keep that energy, and when it's all said and done, I'm proven innocent. Think I'm spending thousands on legal and scientist fees for shits and giggles? Was an easy way out in lying? I will never raise my hands to something I've never done, good or bad. Would have saved me a fortune. The truth is what I was after. The truth I got. Let me run a quick poll right now. Do you believe Conor Benn? Let's run this poll right now. You've seen what Conor Benn has to say. This is one of the most in-depth explanations, or one of the most in-depth sort of reactions we've had from Conor Benn so far, because he spent most of his time on social media already posting a lot of cryptic bollocks that nobody can really understand or nobody can really get to the bottom of, right? This is one of the first times, right, we've seen Conor Benn say anything of substance in a long time in regards to the 2 adverse findings that he's had with VADA. Do you believe Conor Benn? I will get to the poll results in a second. Now, let me tell you the latest and how people are feeling about this Conor Benn thing. Crazy D3's nailed it. Right. This is exactly what Crazy D3 is saying. WBC investigation is a deflection from UCAD. No one is asking the right questions in the media. Now, I've sort of taken my eye off the ball a bit with the whole Conor Benn thing, okay? I've sort of taken my eye off the ball a bit with the whole Conor Benn thing. But from people that are still keeping their eye on it and following his every move, this is what they're saying, that this is the latest game plan from Conor and Matchroom. He's saying what they're trying to do is confuse people. Apparently, allegedly, there are 2 hearings going on right now. One by UCAD, right? Who are the drug testing agency that the BBBOC adhere to, right? That the British Boxing Board of Control adhere to, right? When it comes to doping violations and things like that, the BBBOC follow the rulings and follow the laws of UKAD. Apparently, there are 2 investigations going on. There's a UKAD investigation that's going on. And that UKAD investigation would either find him guilty or not guilty. Now, I don't want to get into it, but as far as I'm aware, last time I checked the World Anti-Doping Agency rulebook, which UKAD adhere to, they don't have to prove that you knowingly took performance-enhancing drugs. And let me start off by saying that. Let me say that's probably the first deflection and the first sort of misdirection, yeah, that I feel that Conor Benn and, in my opinion, people at Matchroom are trying to do here. They're trying to make you believe, right, that drug hearings work like this. They're trying to make you believe that UKAD will look into it and it's Conor Benn, and they have to prove that Conor Benn knowingly took performance-enhancing drugs. Does that make sense? When that's not what they have to prove at all. They don't have to knowingly prove. They don't have to prove that Conor Benn knowingly took performance-enhancing drugs. See, all this stuff that Conor Benn's talking about, right? All this stuff that we're talking about, contamination and well, contamination would be different. But all the things we're hearing about, like chicken eggs and fertility drugs and stuff, is irrelevant. At the end of the day, you had a substance in your system, right? UKAD do not have to prove how that substance got into your system, right? So UKAD don't care. All these excuses about chicken eggs and all this other stuff, UKAD aren't interested in that. They don't have to sit there and prove intent. Does that make sense? Now, Conor Benn and Matchroom are being very, very, very clever, because the way they're talking about this situation, they're talking about intent. And they're trying to paint out as if here is, well, there's no intent here, so nothing can happen. Look, I'm not really explaining it in a very, very good way, but I do think that what they've got is the following. I think that Conor Benn and Matchroom have done a very, very good job of getting people to try and prove that Conor Benn intentionally took performance-enhancing drugs. I've never, ever said that Conor Benn intentionally took performance-enhancing drugs. That's not an argument that I would make, and I don't think that's a necessarily fruitful argument, because how can anybody really intentionally prove that Conor Benn intentionally took performance-enhancing drugs? The argument is, right, that Conor Benn is responsible for what's in his system. You've seen the video with him talking about Jarrell Miller, yeah, where he says you are responsible for what's in your system at all times, right? And at the end of the day, at the very worst, he was irresponsible about what's in his system. And therefore, going by that, he probably should serve some form of ban, shouldn't he? Does that make sense, what I'm saying? Press 1 if you understood what I'm saying. So it's not a matter of proving whether Conor Benn intentionally took drugs. It's a matter of this. You are responsible for what's in your system, right? Something illegal got into your system and you had adverse findings in 2 different tests, right? Therefore, unless you were contaminated or unless the test was wrong, you probably do have to serve some form of ban. Does that make sense? But they're doing a very, very good job of steering away from the argument of you are responsible for what's in your system, and they're now turning it away from an argument of you are responsible for what's in your system. They're now turning it into an argument of, well, how can you prove that he intentionally did this? Why would he do this? Can you see what I'm saying? Well, why would he do it? Why would he do that? What would he have to gain? What would he have to lose? Why would he do that? I know Conor. He's not that type of guy. He's a nice guy. None of which are the actual fucking argument that actually means anything. Does that make sense? That no one cares if he's a nice guy. No one cares if he would or he wouldn't do it. No one cares if he was crying on Eddie Hearn's floor at Matchroom HQ begging for forgiveness. Nobody cares about Tony Sims or whether he wouldn't or he wouldn't. Nobody cares about Tony Sims' track record in the sport. No one cares about that. The bottom line is you are responsible for what's in your system. So that's the bottom line. So that's the first thing, if that makes sense, right? You guys think I'm making sense. That's the first kind of murking of the waters I can see there from these people that are involved. They're trying to turn the argument into a, why would he do it? Did he intend to do it? But the bottom line is UKAD and drug testing agencies don't have to prove intent. You are responsible for what's in your system. Now, the second thing, as Crazy D3 has pointed out very correctly, is he has said, why haven't the WBC banned me? Am I wrong here? Somebody said today, well, the WBC don't have any power to ban him from anything. Does that make sense? The WBC don't have any powers to ban him from boxing. The WBC can choose not to rank him, right? The WBC can choose not to rank him. But as far as I'm aware, the WBC can't choose to ban Conor Benn. So can you see the kind of language being here? Why haven't the WBC banned me? Deflecting all the attention onto the WBC, pretending that the WBC investigation is the final investigation. And that's what's going on here. Trying to pretend that the WBC investigation will clear his name or not clear his name. That if he's somehow allowed back into the WBC rankings, that means he's cleared his name and that he didn't intentionally take performance enhancing drugs. Well, the WBC allowing you back into the rankings doesn't prove that at all. As far as I'm aware, they don't have any powers to ban him. Somebody who would have the powers to ban him, as Mark Stanton has said, is the British Boxing Board of Control. But they can't. But I'm not sure if they can ban him because he's already given up his license. Press 1 if you're still with me. Press 2 if I'm making no sense. So can you see what's going on here? A lot of focus has been given to the WBC's investigation. As if the WBC are going to invest all this time and money into figuring out what happened with Conor Benn, and they're going to invest all this time and money in this and this and that. And if somehow, if the WBC allow him back into the rankings, then all of a sudden that means he's cleared his name. As far as I'm aware, it's not the WBC's job to clear your name. Am I wrong or right about that? Is it the WBC's job to clear your name? I'm not sure it's the WBC's job to clear your name. I'm not sure the WBC want to go back and forth with lawyers, and go through endless fucking legal protractions just to get Conor Benn out of the WBC rankings. There's not a lot of reference to the UCAD investigation that's gone on, is there? There's not a lot of reference into UCAD's findings. And again, as has been correctly pointed out, he's given up his license to box, hasn't he? As far as I'm aware, right? Am I right about that? Last time I checked, he gave up his license to box with a BBBOC. Am I right about that or not? Let me know. Has he still given up his license with the British Boxing Board of Control? Last time I heard, he gave it up. He relinquished his license. So, like I said before, the actions that he's taking and the things that he's saying, to me, I'll be honest with you, I agree with Super Epidouche. In my opinion, they are using loopholes. That's my opinion. There's a lot of subdiffusion and loopholes are being used here. And there's a lot of diversions that are going on. So, yeah, that's all I'll say. From my understanding, the WBC don't have the right to ban Conor Benn from boxing. So there is a reason the WBC haven't banned me. Yeah, they haven't banned you because they can't. They haven't banned you because your lawyers have sent a 207-page document with Lord knows what in it, right? And the WBC now have two choices. They can get into a protracted, endless legal battle with you, right? They can get into a long, protracted legal battle with you with a back and forth that is going to cost them money to litigate, or they can just sweep this under the carpet and let you go back in the rankings. But what I'm interested to see is, I'm interested to see this 200-page document and what's in it, because I'd like to see the reasoning in it. I'd like to see the reasoning, and that's how I'll leave it. All right, you guys are telling me Fraser Clark's just started. Boxing Barry's correcting me. Sorry, Boxing Barry, you're right. Conor's license expired and he chose not to renew it. So he's chosen not to renew his license. Very, very interesting that he would choose not to renew his license around about the time where UCAD are about to start investigating the reason why clomiphene was found in 2 separate VADA tests in 2 months. And UCAD would have the power to turn around and advise the WBC that this man should not be allowed in a boxing ring for X period of time, and would advise the BBBOC that this man would not be allowed to be in a boxing ring for a set period of time, and the BBBOC would have had the powers to enforce that if he had an active license. To me, like I said before, I don't think he's doing himself any favors with this. And again, if he's able to respond to random people on Twitter and say that he hasn't taken performance-enhancing drugs. There's a reason why the WBC haven't banned him, and he's spending on thousands on legal fees and scientist fees. Why can't he tell us what his defence is? What do you think? Why can't they tell us what his defence is? What do you think? In closing, before we get back to the main event, Fraser Clark's about to get into the ring, so I will start giving you some commentary on that. But what do you guys think about that? Do you guys think that's a point? Like, he can spend time on Twitter responding to randoms, but he can't tell us or can't give us an inkling as to, what his defence is. So he can say, look, I haven't taken PEDs. I've never taken a PED in my life. Then I'd like to see what his defence is, right? What is his defence? And it does seem to me like nobody seems to actually want to say what his defence is. And I think the reason why is because they're scared that some very, very clever people, not me, but I think they're scared that some very, very clever people online are going to be able to pick holes in his defence and work out pretty quickly that it might be a load of bollocks. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? Let me know or not, but I think that could be a problem there, and I think that's the real reason. I'm not really convinced it's legal so much legal. I think it's more to do with the fact that if they do give the public a clue as to how they're defending Conor Benn, then some very, very eagle-eyed people might be able to turn around and say, well, that doesn't sound right to me. It doesn't sound right to me. There's people online right now, I mean, seasoned PD experts like Gabriel Montoya, who you may have known, who's been on Seconds Out. Gabriel Montoya is absolutely chomping at the bit to get hold of this 270-page document or to get hold of any shred of Conor Benn's defence against these VADA tests. So we'll have to wait and see. Fraser Clark is currently in the ring against, is that Bracamonte? Oh, Kevin Espindola, my bad. So Fraser Clark's currently in the ring with yet another pudding. And we'll have to wait and see how he gets on. Just took a double left hook from said pudding as well. So I'll get that up on the screen in a minute. Please bear with me as we get into the undercard of this fight. And so, like I said, we're not going to do a live commentary of this fight, but I've now got Fraser Clark in the background against Kevin Espindola. And so if you do have your opinions or you have any bit of analysis that you'd like to give on the fight, please let me know about that. Please let me know how you're feeling about how Fraser Clark's getting on and whether you think he's going to be a world champion in the making. Me personally, I don't think so. Right. Sorry, I've lost my screen. Let me just get my screen back up again. Oh my gosh, I have completely lost my StreamYard screen. Here we are. Righty-ho. Right, let's go. Let's crack on. Excuse me. I'm going to have to set up my screen again. 1 second. Right, back to the comments. Yeah, John Smith says, Gabriel Montoya knows his stuff. I remember he did a good interview with Addy and Ryan years ago. Box Talk days. Big up Addy and Ryan and big up Box Talk. Yeah, Gabriel Montoya is one of the most well-respected authorities on PED usage in boxing. And he has already said that he is gunning to hear what is the contents of this 270-page defence from Conor Benn. And I think that's the reason why they're not telling us what it is, because I think they're worried that it's going to get picked apart. Right, let's have a quick look at the undercard for today. If you bear with me 1 second, I will get this up on the screen. 1 second. Here we go. Right, sorry about that. Right, this is the undercard. So, main event tonight, Chris Eubank Jr. versus Liam Smith. The main, good jab right hand from Fraser Clark. As you can see on the undercard here, we've got Riakporhe versus Glowacki. Esuman versus Congo. And we've got numerous other quality fights as well. Joseph Parker versus Jack Macy. So we've got a load of boxing tonight. So we've got Fraser Clark in the background. Right, let's talk about this main event a little bit more. What are we saying? I'll get the poll up. I'm going to ask you who's going to win tonight. But I want you to tell me how the fight's going to go. Because anybody can make a guess. Anybody can make a guess as to how this fight's going to go. But I'd like to know how exactly you think this fight will go in terms of prediction. In terms of our post-fight, I believe Ingram's going to be coming on tonight along with Shevin and doing the post-fight for us tonight. If you bear with me 1 second, I will just get this poll up. Who do you think is going to win and how? Okay, so here, excuse me, let me just set this up. Get this poll going up. Oh, excuse me, I've already got a poll running. 96% of you do not believe Conor Benn. There you go. Surprise, surprise. Right, let's start a new poll. 96% of you don't believe Conor Benn, and 4% of you probably think that storks deliver babies, and that's how people have babies in this day and age. You must be that naive. Eubank versus Smith. Who wins? All right. Here we go. Smith or Eubank? And let me ask you a question. If Chris Eubank was to lose this fight tonight, where do you think he goes from here? Let's go through that. Smith versus Eubank. Roy Jones. A lot's being made about Roy Jones. Let me take my headphones off. Sorry, I don't need to hear the background noise. What do you think? Boxing Madness. Rob says Smith is made for Eubank. Would you agree with that? He thinks Smith is made for Eubank. We'll have to wait and see what happens. If Chris Eubank wins this or loses this fight, where does he go from here? Well, mind you, let me ask you another question. If Eubank loses this fight, do you think he still goes straight into a fight with Conor Benn anyway, given that Conor Benn's basically a weight class below him and Liam Smith is a genuine 154-pounder? Where do you think he goes? Would you say this is a crossroads fight? Of all the opponents that Eubank has been in the ring with, where would you rate Liam Smith? Where would you rate Smith? Of all the opponents that Eubank has been in the ring with, where would you rate Liam Smith? We'll go through his resume in a little bit, but he's fought Groves, he's fought Arthur Abraham, he's fought who are these notable names he's fought? Groves, Arthur Abraham, Billy Joe Saunders. Where would you rank Liam Smith amongst the best opponents that Chris Eubank Jr. has fought? And where would you rank this opponent he's fought, Matvey Korobov? Where would you rank it in terms of dangerousness? Nick Mandelberg says this is Chris Eubank Jr.'s third best opponent. So third behind who? Groves and who? Groves and Saunders. We'll have to wait and see. John Smith says Smith is made for Eubank. He's a walking punch bag. He was getting lit up by Fowler, and even that unknown African dude was uppercutting him. Of course, yes, he also fought James DeGale, but James DeGale absolutely shot to pieces. We'll have to wait and see. Big up yourself, Ultra. What about on a poll if... Oh, dear. Will Liam Smith's missus show him the door? Oh, Jesus, if he gets beat. Oh, dear. A Eubank loss will mean the rematch, possibly trilogy. You think he'll do... Do you know what? I don't like getting into pay-per-view numbers, but... Do you really think this fight is going to do... Is captured the imagination of the public? I don't think it has, really, to be honest. What do you guys think? Do you think this main event has captured the imagination of the public? I don't really believe it has. From what I've seen and from what I've heard, I'm certainly not bothered about this fight one bit. It's not really a fight that, you know, I'm sort of oohing and ahhing about. And it is what it is. We'll have to wait and see. But Smith is made for Eubank. I will say one thing about Liam Smith's style, right? Liam Smith will sit there in the pocket for Eubank to hit. Like, Eubank won't have any problems finding Liam Smith. But then Liam Smith is very, very cute and clever, isn't he? He's very, very cute and clever at tucking up, isn't he? And catching shots on the elbows. Liam Smith's got a very, very solid guard. Not already fundamentally... He's not a flashy fighter, is he, Smith? He's not a very a flashy fighter. But he's very, very fundamentally solid, Smithy. You know, he has a nice high guard. He puts those earmuffs off. You know, he covers the head. He covers the chin well. Tucks his chin nicely and tucks his chin right into his chest. And he does a very, very good job of picking shots off and catching shots on the elbow. So we'll have to wait and see. Barry Radley says it's a sellout. Yeah, but we're talking mainly about people tuning in from home. Do you think that it's captured the imagination of the public in terms of people that are going to tune in and pay £19.95 to watch this? We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. Dench says Chris will split his guard later in the fight and beat him up. You know, Chris Eubank, you know, you look at that performance that he put on against Liam Williams. You know, you look at that performance that he put on against Liam Williams. You know, he lost a lot of rounds. You know, even after dropping Liam Williams twice, in my opinion, he let Liam Williams back into the fight. And he looked to be gassing a little bit for me in that fight, Eubank. Like, I've never been a big believer in his gas tank. I've always believed that that he's very, very economical. I'm not a big believer that Eubank's got this massive unlimited gas tank. I'm not a big believer that he's got this big unlimited gas tank. So we'll have to wait and see. Mark Zola, are you streaming this or you bought it? Mark Zola obviously working for 5-0. Yeah, Mark Zola obviously working for the police. I'm at a friend's house watching it, Mark. I'm at a friend's bought it on pay-per-view and I'm currently at a friend's house watching it live and doing this stream at the same time. Cough, cough, cough. John Smith says Smith is going to blame injury after he loses. I can see it happening. Yeah, you guys are laughing. Mark Zola, aka 5-0. Come on, man. Man trying to come in here, yeah, and 5-0 me up, yeah. Acting like his TV license. Mark Zola. Who do you think you are, Mark Zola? The TV license, man. Coming to knock on my door, checking if I've got a fucking license to watch Liam Beefy Smith versus Chris Eubank. I'll have you know there's a cost of living crisis going on, Mark Zola, at the minute. There's a cost of living crisis. Haven't you been watching the news, Mark? They're saying that toast is a luxury, as we keep saying. Toast is a luxury. Let me get this up. I love this. I love this video. Toast is a luxury. Do you know what I mean? As you can see here. So look, it is what it is, isn't it? You know, we're all trying to survive and do the best of it. Dench says, I think that will let Liam down trying to catch shots. What do you think? You think the judges will? You think the judges will give Eubank rounds, even though he's not. I mean, if you look at Eubank's performance against Liam Williams, there's a definite case here for Liam Smith to win this fight. Because Liam Smith, I think, is a harder puncher than Liam Williams. I think Liam Smith is more seasoned than Liam Williams. I mean, it's a guy who gave. If you look at all the fighters who have fought Canelo Alvarez, yeah. If you look at all the fighters who have fought Canelo Alvarez, right, recently, let me ask you guys a question. How many British fighters who have fought Canelo Alvarez have given a better account of themselves than Liam Smith? Can you think of any British fighters that have fought Canelo and given a better account of themselves than Liam Smith? And I know you guys might go with Billy Joe Saunders because he was up on many people's cards up until the stoppage, but I never really thought that Liam Smith was in that fight. Excuse me, I never really thought that Billy Joe Saunders was in that fight. I never really thought that Saunders was in that fight. I thought that fight was only going one way, Eubank stoppage. So what do you think? Who do you think did the best against Canelo? Who do you think did better against Canelo Alvarez than Liam Smith? And we've seen it's all right, Mark, it's all good. We've seen our fair share of people. We've seen our fair share of people come in, innit? We've seen our fair share of British fighters come in for Canelo Alvarez, not really give it a go and lay down. Let's see. Hopefully, this is my mate, so hopefully I'll be allowed to do this. My mate and friend of the show, Wayne Alexander, has some thoughts on this fight. Let's see. Let's see what Wayne's thoughts are on this fight. This is Wayne Alexander, British champion, European champion. Let's see what Wayne Alexander thinks about this fight. Press 1 if you can hear this. I'm just going to go and re-up on my ibuprofen. Press 1 if you can hear this.
It's a great fight for the British public, for the British fans, first of all. It's great that two of the top middleweights in the country are going to get in the ring and sort out the differences. Liam Smith is a more experienced fighter. You know, he's a former world champion. Even though he's at light middleweight, you know, he's boxed better opponents than Eubank. Eubank is a former super middleweight and middleweight, so he's fought bigger guys, heavier guys than Liam Smith. When he stepped up to the very best at his weight, he's been beaten. But I believe it's all about timing. You know, boxing's all about timing, and I think it's the right time for Eubank to beat Liam Smith. I think Liam's a little bit more past his best more than Eubank is. They're both good top level fighters, but I still believe that Liam is a little bit more past it than Eubank is. His last fight, he didn't look too great, Liam Smith, even though the opponent quit. He didn't look as sharp, and you know his defense was lacking a bit. So just going by the last performances, I would have to go for Eubank to win on points or a late stoppage. It's going to be a good fight. It wouldn't surprise me whoever wins. You know, listen, mate, it's that close a fight, even a draw wouldn't surprise me. But just judging by their last performances, I would say Eubank is a bit more fresher and he'll win the fight on points.
Shout out to a friend of the show, Wayne Alexander. If you are a big follower of this show, you've probably seen Wayne in the chat a couple of times. If we're still around to do Anthony Yarde versus Artur Beterbiev next week, probably see Wayne in the chat for that one, actually. Because Wayne's good mates with Tunde Ajayi there, so probably see Wayne in the chat. May even get... Actually, no, we won't get Tunde in the chat, of course. But, yeah. What do you think about that there? Wayne thinks that Eubank's just a fresher of the two, but he thinks late stoppage. Does anybody think that late stoppage... I don't think there's a late stoppage in play. Surely not. If Eubank's going to win, he's going to win it on points. If Eubank stops Liam Smith, what do you think? Do you think that's a big performance? If Eubank stops him. Do you know that's a big performance, given that Liam Smith has shown he's very, very durable? I thought against Canelo he was exceptional in that fight. Considering he was pretty overmatched. Who done better, Liam Smith or Conor Smith against Canelo? I thought Liam Smith was far better than Conor Smith. Do you know why? I just thought Liam Smith genuinely is one of the few British fighters I've seen against Canelo Alvarez who came and gave it a go. What do you guys think? Press 1 if you agree. Press 2 if you disagree. What do you think? I just thought Liam Smith, when he went in there to win. You know, I know he may not have been up on the cards. I know, he didn't survive or whatever. But for me, Liam Smith went in with Canelo Alvarez. He went in to win. 100%. You can see from the way he boxed, he had Canelo a couple of times on the back foot. Canelo was sitting on the ropes, counter punching. You know how Canelo does. But for me, Liam Smith went in that ring and left no stone unturned. He went in, he left it all on the line. He didn't go in to try and survive. He didn't go in to try and say, oh, I've gone the distance with Canelo Alvarez. He went in and he went in to win. What do you guys think? Daniel Campbell says, I think Eubank can stop Smith, but I don't think he will. You guys really do rate Eubank, don't you? We'll have to wait and see. I'm looking at the styles. I'm looking at the pedigree. I look at the jab from Liam Smith. Liam Smith's got a very, very solid jab. Very, very solid jab. Eubank suffered with the jab. Eubank suffered with the jab against Marcus Morrison. So, Eubank suffered on the jab. That's the jab has been Chris Eubank's undoing for some time in fights. So, we'll have to wait and see, Liam Smith's going to get on the front foot, on the jab, and he's going to try and find gaps. And Liam Smith is very, very economical, like I said before. Covers up well. Looks like he's shipping a lot of shots when he's actually not. He's got a good engine. I think could be an interesting fight. Fraser Clark is currently ringside. What do you guys think of the Fraser Clark performance tonight? Shevon's already up in the comments screaming that Fraser Clark's disgraced himself once again. What do you guys think? They're saying the stoppage was an absolute disgrace. Let me hear what Fraser Clark's got to say quickly. You won't be able to hear, but I will. One sec. He's sending his condolences. He's now 5-0. What do you guys think about Fraser Clark and his performance tonight? Apparently, they said that he barely stopped a one-arm binman. Right, Fraser Clark saying the opponent was dangerous tonight. What do you guys think about that? He's saying his opponent was dangerous and very tough. He said he was switched on, said he threw his combinations well, etc., etc. What do you guys think? Listen, I like Fraser Clark a lot, right? As a person. I like Fraser Clark a lot as a person, yeah? But how do you think about the way Fraser Clark's being moved? And how do you think about the way Fraser Clark's being moved by Ben Shalom? Do you think he's been given the right opponents? I mean, he's a weird one, isn't he? Because he's just turned pro, so he's only on his 5th fight. But at the same time, he's an older gentleman, isn't he, Fraser Clark? So, there's a bit of responsibility to push him on. Let's have a look at what YouTube thinks about, what Twitter thinks about Fraser Clark. This is very, very interesting. A Black says he's crap. Johnson Matthews, big up Johnson Matthews. All right, ultra lad. John Smith said, was watching a fight from 2018, saw Clark doing security. Jesus Christ. Johnson Matthews is calling him Josephine Frazier. You guys not having it. Nick Mandelberg says Frazier won against the one-arm binman. Let's see what Twitter's saying about Fraser Clark's performance. Let's see the reaction to Fraser Clark's performance tonight. 1 second, all right. Fraser Clark, nice big lad, but you're going to struggle when you step up, mate. Fraser Clark is okay. So I'm taking the piss. That guy who Fraser Clark just boxed looked like a fat Casemiro. For those of you, hold on, Ben Shalom's here. Let's see what Ben Shalom's got to say about Fraser Clark. 1 sec. Right, Ben Shalom's saying it's all about getting him rounds. He's levels and levels above this. But if he's levels and levels above this, when are you going to step him up then? Let me ask you guys a question. Who do you guys think has fought better opposition? David Adele or Fraser Clark? Who do you guys think has fought better opposition? David Adele or Fraser Clark? All right, that's done. So Ben Shalom saying this is what that seems to be the go-to Ben Shalom excuse for these fights, doesn't it? It's just all about getting rounds. But let's have a look. Let's see. Who do you guys think has fought better opposition, Adele or Frazier Clark? Given that Adele went and fought Kamil Solakowski very, very, very early on in his career, and Adele had nowhere near the amateur experience that Frazier Clark had. What do you guys think? Is there a poll going on at the moment? What level will Frazier Clark get to in his career? Most people are saying British and European. Nobody's saying world, but it's only got 5 votes. Frazier Clark ain't it. Frazier Clark will never get top 40. Here we go. Frazier Clark goes 5-0 with the stoppage victory against Kevin Espindola. I step him up slightly as soon as against the likes of Johnny Rice. Shevin, is he talking about one Mr. Johnny Rice or Joey Dweko? Johnny Rice, aka the GOAT, man. Johnny Rice, one of the greatest POCs to ever live, man. Johnny Rice making me proud to be black, man. Every day, man. Johnny Rice putting it down for them brothers, man. Proud to be black when Johnny Rice steps into the ring. One of the greatest POCs of all time. So yeah, he calling out Johnny Rice can box, man. What Johnny Rice doesn't have is discipline. But Johnny Rice is very, very talented. Johnny Rice is a classic guy in the gym who just spends too much time sticking his you know what where it doesn't belong, instead of actually getting in the gym and training. That's what Johnny Rice is. And you see these guys, they spend too much time, putting stuff up their nose and sticking their you know what where it shouldn't be, instead of stepping in the gym and fucking dedicating themselves to the craft. But you can still see they've got so much ability. And Johnny Rice is one of them guys. There's Frazier Clark there tonight with Angel Fernandez there of Anthony Joshua fame in the corner. There's big Frazier Clark there. His opponent's retired tonight. The reviews aren't very good. Frazier Clark going absolutely nowhere. Frazier Clark will retire soon. Way too easy for Frazier Clark, but that's part 1 of my bet done. So yeah, so far Frazier Clark getting bad reviews. Out here on the interweb. I like Frazier Clark, just a shame he's been matched poorly with the level of his opponents. It's good they are keeping him active though. Right, let's have a look here. Johnson Matthews says Fabio Wardley beats them both on the same night. Beat both Frazier Clark and Adelaide on the same night. Okay. Well, I think who we were talking about? We were talking about Fabio Wardley and Dubois, weren't we? And who wins that? So you'd imagine that Wardley's a level above Adelaide at this point in time. We'll have to see. G Poker says Clark is a decent amateur, but it's a nah in the pros. When I was getting laid out in the gym today, I was just talking again about the difference between amateur and pro. Very much a big difference. The guy who nearly knocked my jaw into Rosie has had how many amateurs? He had 1 amateur, I think. He had 2. He had 2 amateurs. He actually wants to do some white collar, actually. And I'm trying to talk him out of it and say don't bother with the white collar. But he's had 2 amateurs. He won 1, lost 1, and he wants to do a white collar. And then he wants to go back to the amateurs. So we'll have to wait and see. Right. What's next up? Am I right in thinking that it's Joseph Parker who's next up? Let me ask you one more question about this stable of fighters that's going on with Ben Shalom at Sky. How do you think Ben Shalom and Sky are moving their heavyweights right now? I don't really pay much attention. Like I said, I'm trying to spend more time in the fucking gym. But what do you guys think about the way that Ben Shalom and Sky are moving some of these heavyweight fighters? Who are their standout heavyweight fighters? Because I haven't got any inside information, but the rumours online is that Joe Joyce will be fighting Zhang. I just think that's a tremendous fight. If that fight happens next, that is an absolutely tremendous... How would you rate that fight? Joe Joyce versus Zhang. While Joe Joyce is waiting for his world title shot. I just think it's an incredible fight to take. You have to ask questions that if that fight is happening, well, Anthony Joshua's a matchroom fighter. Why isn't he taking that fight? But maybe, like I said before, Anthony Joshua's come off 2 losses. Maybe they thought Zhang was a bit too dangerous. What do you think? No shame in that, but do you think that with where Anthony Joshua is in his career at the minute, do you think maybe Zhang is a bit too dangerous for Anthony Joshua? And that's the reason why he has to get in the ring with Joe Joyce? Because it looks like, according to Boxing Scene, it's reported by Keith Idek, I believe. And Keith Idek, Keith Idek is normally on the money, yeah? Keith Idek is normally absolutely on the money. So, according to Keith Idek, this fight's on. It's April the 15th in London. Joyce versus Zhang. And, you know, you look at the kind of fights, and we all know that I'm on the Queensberry payroll, but it hasn't been officially announced yet. But, you know, you look at the kind of fights that Queensberry are announcing, and you think, well, you know, would it be best for Joe Parker if he was with Queensberry? Would it be best for Fraser Clark if they were with Queensberry? What do you think? I could be wrong on that. I mean, listen, they're on the biggest platform. Sky is the biggest platform in the UK. There's no question. That's why Lawrence Okole is out there, retweeting Django instead of fulfilling his contract with Eddie Hearn. Because at the end of the day, Sky Sports is the biggest platform in the UK. I'm not questioning that. But how do you guys feel about that? You know, if you were Joseph Parker, if you were Fraser Clark, you know, would you sign with Queensberry given the heavyweights they've got at their disposal and given the fights that they might be putting on? Because I think that Joe Joyce versus Zhang fight is a serious fight. I think all the credit in the world. I think Zhang, to be honest, I thought Zhang, when I watched it, beat Hrgovic. Does anybody in here think Zhang beat Hrgovic on points when they fought? Let me know. Does anybody think Zhang beat Hrgovic? Press 1 if you think Zhang beat Hrgovic when they fought on the Usyk versus AJ undercard. And so Snoop Bob says AJ would beat Zhang. I think AJ would. I think he's a level above. But do they think maybe at this stage for AJ he's getting his confidence back, another new trainer, another new camp, another new country? Is it best to keep him away from someone like a Zhang? But for me, listen, I've always said AJ's a level above a lot of these guys. He's a level above Dillian White for sure. And you'll see that when they fight. He is a level above Dillian White. And I know they're trying to make it out to be some kind of big grudge match, but I'm telling you now, Anthony Joshua is going to get Dillian White out of there in extremely quick fashion and extremely devastating fashion. He is a level above. Now, when you talk about the Furies and the Usyks, that's a different story. You know, is he on the same level as the Furies and the Usyks? In my opinion, no, he's not. Right? No, he's not. But certainly Dillian White, Anthony Joshua's on a different. He's on a completely different level to Dillian White. You know, he's on a different level to Dillian White. And you couldn't write him off against Fury. I think Usyk's just a terrible star matchup for him. But against Fury, you couldn't write him off. Although, again, I also think Fury has the ability to be a terrible star matchup for him as well. We'll have to wait and see. Right, you guys are all saying one here. You want about, mate? Big up George C., Shevin, Dench, Adrian Remedy, Joe Wall, G Poker, Snoop Bog, Yo King, Johnson Matthews. You're all saying, yeah, you guys all think that he beat Hrgovic. Personally, Sean at Medieval, I thought he beat Hrgovic when they fought. I thought Hrgovic was very fortunate to get that decision over Zhang. So whatever you think about Zhang, he has got the heart of a lion and a serious chin to match and an engine. So it is what it is. Sean from Medieval says, a problem for Zhang is that against AJ is that he is very, very slow. Absolutely. The problem for AJ against Zhang is that what if Zhang sticks around past round 6, round 7? Because Zhang can take a shot and he will keep coming. So we'll have to wait and see. Zhang can dish it out as well. And that's the problem. Can Zhang get past round 5, 6 against Anthony Joshua? What happens if he lands a big shot on Anthony Joshua after round 6 and buzzes him? Because that's the problem with Anthony Joshua, isn't he? He's all good, isn't he? But when he gets buzzed and when he gets hurt, there's something these days where, to be honest, I feel these days with Anthony Joshua, when he gets hit and hurt, he kind of shuts down a bit. What do you guys think about that? I thought his performance against Usyk in the last fight was the best performance I've ever seen. For me, that was the best Anthony Joshua I have ever seen, the one against Usyk, where he made the mistake of boxing Usyk and standing off him again. But for me, he was in the fight against Usyk, who's a much better boxer than him. Does that make sense? Like, the tactics were wrong. A lot of that was down to Usyk again, right? But I thought AJ, in terms of his boxing ability, the best I've ever seen him. He was legitimately making Usyk slip, slide and miss against Usyk. And Usyk's one of the trickiest fighters out there. So Anthony Joshua, I think his boxing is as good as it's ever been. But again, the little thing for me was, what happens when he gets hurt? And you saw it in the Usyk fight, didn't he? He got hurt in the Usyk fight. And when he got hurt, and he hurt Usyk, but when he got hurt, was he willing to bite down in his gum shield and go out on his shield? And for me, the answer is no. What do you guys think? He spent 6 months in the build-up saying, this is it, I'm going to put it on him, I'm going to give it everything. And for me, he gave 95% of what he had in the tank, yeah? But when Usyk had him hurt late on, what do you think? For me, you just see him there, sit off a little, which is fine. He was just fine, right? But for me, there does seem to be that thing about Anthony Joshua where he does get clipped, he does get hurt. He goes into a shell a bit, doesn't he? He goes into a shell. And I think that Zhang fight would be very, very interesting, you know. I think he gets Zhang out of there. You know, I think he's a level above Zhang. But If Zhang can hang around round 5, round 6, round 7, and he lands a big shot on Anthony Joshua, and Anthony Joshua has to come through it again, does AJ have the mental fortitude to come through it? Best AJ was against Klitschko. I disagree. I think AJ boxing ability, the best boxing I've ever seen him do is against Usyk in that rematch. I thought he was excellent. He was boxing a boxer in Usyk, and he was going round for round with him. He was making Usyk miss, slipping, sliding. It was all the wrong strategy in the end because, again, you know, Usyk is just so active that AJ was always going to get swallowed up. But then again, look at this. But he says AJ against Klitschko was the last time he was willing to go to the depths. Would you agree with that? Press 1. Would you agree with Sean at Medieval about that comment? That when Anthony Joshua fought Vladimir Klitschko, that was the last time he showed he was willing to go to the well in order to win a fight. What do you guys think about that? Yes or no? Do you think that's the last time that Anthony Joshua showed that he was willing to do whatever it took to hang his chin out to dry and do whatever it took to get it done? What do you think about that? Would Joyce knock White out in your opinion, Ultra? Absolutely. Listen, I believe, and I could be wrong, I have never been a big fan of Daniel Dubois. I have never believed that Daniel Dubois is the next biggest thing in boxing. I've never believed that Daniel Dubois is a true world champion in waiting. But I believe that Daniel Dubois knocks out Dillian Whyte to this day. I really do believe that. I think it's a really bad style matchup for Dillian Whyte. I really do believe that. I think it's a very, very bad style matchup for Dillian Whyte. I think the thing with... you can never write Whyte off because he's got much more experience than Dubois. Dubois is there to be hit. You know what Dubois is like. But then again, even though Dubois is one-dimensional, he's got very good distance between his jab and his right hand. He's got very, very good distance. He sets a very, very good distance off that jab, off that right hand. And he's got a little bit of in and out movement going for him. But I just think that 1-2 from I think as soon as Dubois lands on Dillian, it's going to be over. Because I think once Dubois lands on him, we'll hurt him and get him out of there. But then again, people say, Ultra, what are you talking about? Kevin Lorena. You guys know what I feel about that Kevin Lorena fight. I feel like Daniel Dubois done his ACL in that fight. And apparently he has done something to his ACL and he'll be out for a couple of months. But I think Daniel Dubois clearly done his knee. Not a great performance at all, but I think styles make fights. Never write Dillian off because Dillian's a crafty counterpuncher. Dillian is a very, very crafty counterpuncher. Very, very crafty counterpuncher. But I just think Dillian Whyte's got a little bit too much miles on the clock. And you look at him getting beaten to the jab by Jermaine Franklin. And you look at him taking them shots. He was hurt by Jermaine Franklin as well in that fight as well. I think it was round 5, 6 or 7. I can't remember which one it was. In the mid-rounds. Got knocked into the ropes and hurt by Jermaine Franklin. I just feel that Dubois will find him with that jab right hand. And when he does, I think Dubois will... Dubois, by all accounts, if you listen to guys like Lawrence Okole has sparred Anthony Joshua round after round, right? Lawrence Okole says that Daniel Dubois is the hardest puncher he's ever shared a ring with. That's what he said. And Lawrence Okole's done rounds galore with Anthony Joshua. He's also done rounds with Dillian Whyte. And we all know what happened when he did them rounds with Dillian Whyte. So... And he thinks Dubois is by far the hardest punch he's ever been in with. So that's how I feel about it. George C says, I agree with Shevin. AJ should have been down on the cards versus Povetkin in the early rounds, but he turned it around quickly and closed the show. Okay, all right. Let's have a look here. Snoop Bob says he looked like he wanted... That's a very, very good point from... As Jack Macy is coming to the ring against Joseph Parker. Joseph Parker is now coming to the ring against Jack Macy. For those of you, again, we're not going to be doing live commentary on Joseph Parker versus Jack Macy because we've got better things to do, but I've got it on in the background and we will be keeping you up to date with that fight. At the minute, we're just going through what's going on here. My missus has just texted me, and I'm not joking. This is what my missus just said to me by text. She has said, and I shit you not, she has said word for word, estimated time of arrival of your dinner is 20 minutes. And people ask me, Ultra, why is it that you don't go nowhere? Ultra, why are you not on Tinder? Ultra, why don't you talk to these girls? You know, I'm not the greatest looking guy in the world, but you'd be surprised. I have my moments, you know. Especially when I'm in the boxing gym. You'd be surprised, innit? You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. But, you know, like I said before, you know, when you've got a missus like that, you know, like I said before, all you need to do is keep it in your pants, get to the gym, and get out of the gym. I agree with you, Snoop Dogg, though. Dubois... And maybe this is me being biased. You know, I've sat here and I've criticised Anthony Joshua, haven't I? I've criticised Anthony Joshua for, you know, has he got what it takes to go through the world? Well, listen, Daniel Dubois in that fight with Kevin Lerena, it did look like he wanted out, didn't it? I mean, I thought his knee went, right? And we'll talk about that another time. But it's true, isn't it? Daniel Dubois, when his knee did go, he looked like he wanted out, didn't he? To me, he looked like he wanted out. He was looking to his corner. He looked like he wanted out. And Ingram says he's heard some stories, isn't he, about Dubois in sparring, looking for a way out in sparring and things like that. So then again, you know, big question marks. And one thing about Dillian Whyte will try to the finish. Dillian Whyte ain't throwing the towel in. That's one thing about Dillian Whyte. Dillian Whyte will fight to the finish. He ain't gonna look for a way out of anything. So maybe I've got it wrong. Maybe White's the favourite with him being a bit more experienced, and then when it's time to go into the trenches, you can trust Dillian Whyte a lot more than you can trust Dubois. But I just feel it's a bad matchup. I think Dubois is going to find him with the 1-2, and I think Dubois will close him out. But it'll have to be the best Dubois ever. I'll tell you that now. Anything less than the best Dubois ever, and Dillian Whyte will get him out of there. Right. Yeah, you lot are saying big up Mrs. Ultra. Mrs. Ultra is the real deal, man. That's all I can tell you about Mrs. Ultra. Like, she genuinely enjoys cooking as well. It's not. There's no dodginess going on where I run around like I'm the man of the house and she does it whatever I say. It's not like that at all. She's very, very far from docile. In fact, from the minute I wake up to the minute I go to sleep, I get told to shut up, fuck off, and get there and all sorts. But you know, she is the real deal. Like, she enjoys cooking, so why not? She's a better cook than me, and she doesn't see a problem in cooking for somebody. Just, you know, the way she was brought up and raised, innit? It is what it is. And she also is an earner. That's the thing about Mrs. Ultra. Mrs. Ultra is an earner. She brings money into the household. More money than I do. So she's an earner. So she's not just, you know, she's not sitting at home on her backside, you know, pretending, you know, playing games. She actually goes out and earns money. Brings a lot of money into this household. So let's move on. Shauna Medieval says that's what you want. Yeah, she enjoys cooking, honestly. She really enjoys it. She goes in there and she's much better. I can cook a little bit, but I'm not patient. She's patient. She can just, do you know what I mean? She could just knock something up, yeah? Like that. If I say, oh, can I have something to eat? She can just bang. Like tonight, I'm going to have one of my favourites. You guys may think it's a bit crap, but I actually enjoy a bit of sausage and lentils. I love it. A bit of lentils and a bit of sausage. I love it. Maybe I'll get a photo and I'll put it up on Twitter and we'll have a look at it. But I like it. Or sometimes if we've got beef bourguignon, she'll just knock it up. If I ask for it, she'll say, okay, can I have a beef bourguignon? She'll knock it up. She'll just knock it up in an hour. She just enjoys cooking. Right, let's carry on. The Lonely Squared Circle. Joseph Parker versus Jack Macy is underway, and my God, you can see the size difference. I will say one thing: it has to be a good performance from Joseph Parker tonight. He's an incredibly tough man. He's had a very, very good career. Been a world champion. He was absolutely brutally knocked out by Joe Joyce. So in this fight, we need to see signs of life from Joseph Parker. So guys, get your comments in. Let me know how you feel Parker's boxing. I've got one eye on it on the screen. As we speak here. LD Phoenix says, Ultra, how you get a woman to be happy with someone who earns less? I'm a 9-to-5 bum who eats out of bins. I need advice. Well, I've got to be careful because YouTube won't like the kind of advice that I'll give you on now. But let me honestly tell you the truth of it right here, right now. And then we'll move on, yeah? When it comes to finding females, yeah, people put too much emphasis on looks, yeah? And Mrs. Ultra is not ugly at all, especially not to me, yeah. But people put too much emphasis on looks. So you hear a lot of guys go, oh, I'm going out of a 10, I'm going out of a 9, I'm going out of an 8, I'm going out of a 7, you know, and they're grading women and all this stuff, you know, 1 to 10 and all this. She's a 10. Look, here's how it starts. All you got to do is this, yeah. First and foremost, you obviously need to be attracted to the person. But most importantly, the most important thing is that when you are rock bottom, that person is going to be with you. And that's all you need. And if you find that, everything else will work off itself. But if you can find someone... Oh, my word. Did you guys see that? That was a right hand from Jack Macy that landed right on the top of Parker's temple. And he looked like he did a little bit of a dance there just for a second. Did you see that? And he's a bit... Did you see that? That was about 1 minute 20 to go in round 1. That was. And it's Jack Macy. I think he's just feinted him or double jabbed him. And he's thrown that right hand over Joseph Parker's low left, and that's caught him right on the temple. And he just did a little dance. So Parker's back on the front foot again, but To me, I thought that's the best shot of the fight so far from Macy. What you guys think about that? Let me know. That was, it is what it is. That was the best shot of the round so far. Right, anyway. You just need somebody who will be with you. Like, because there's no point in being with a 10. I'm not a 10, but there's no point in being with a 10. I personally, obviously, for me, right, I've got to not get myself in trouble here. Here's how I'll explain it and I'll stop, right? Mrs. Ultra, yeah, is the complete woman, right? That's all I will say to you. Like, she is the absolute complete woman, right? She's a great cook. She doesn't walk around on the street with her baps out. She dresses conservatively, even though she has the body for it, yeah? She goes to the gym, all right? She brings a lot of money into the household. She's good at saving money. She doesn't waste her money on shoes. She doesn't waste her money on Louis Vuitton bags. And she's got more money than a lot of these girls walking around with said Louis Vuitton bags. If you look at Mrs. Ultra's bank account, it's got at least 5 figures in there. So she's got the money to do it. She doesn't do it. But she is, all I'll say, is the complete woman. The only way I'd ever describe her is, if you watch Formula 1, I would say she's like the Fernando Alonso of women. It's like, she's not like the fastest, like a Lewis Hamilton, but she's like a 9 out of 10 in every category. In every category, pretty much. She does everything well. She's got there's no weaknesses. Does that make sense? There's no weaknesses, really. Now that I've said that, she's probably going to go and sleep with a personal trainer. But you've asked me. But you need to find somebody who will be down with you. And everything will come into place. Yeah? When you're at rock bottom, when you're like me, when you're depressed, when you're on sertraline, when you feel like killing yourself, you know, do they hang in there with you? If they do, then that's it. You can work the rest out, yeah? You can work the rest out. Don't be obsessed with perfection. George C. like that. She is. Honestly, she is the Fernando Alonso of women. Honestly. She is just exceptional at most categories. Nearly all categories there. If you look at who's the most complete driver, who's the most complete, most people say it's probably Alonso. She's the most complete. Top to bottom. Top to bottom, right. Shevin says every man needs a loyal woman like Ugas ain't got no loyal woman. Ross will give by Fernando Alonso analogy. You guys ain't liking that. She really is. Right, round 2 of Parker versus Macy. I haven't got much attention. Do you think Macy's given a good account of himself? Let's just see what the internet is saying about Parker and Macy right now. Sorry, it looks to me like Macy's given a really, really good account of himself. Let's have a look. Good start from Macy, but I think Parker's power might be a bit too much as it goes on. So again, a lot of you guys thinking, first round in the books, Joseph Parker's looking to bully Jack Macy with success, but Macy tying up at any opportunity. And Macy right hand was the notable punch of the fight. Kegi says, You're basically just saying she may just be an average looker, but is a good, consistent performer. Nah, not at all. I think she's good looking. I think she's good looking. Obviously, if she wasn't, then I wouldn't be with her. But it is what it is. I think Macy's just been hurt there by Parker. He seems to be on the ropes there. It's a hard thing to explain, but I'll let you guys make of that what you will. But it is what it is. But I like her. But then again, I have got very, very distinctive taste in women. But yeah, Mrs. Ultra's all right. She's a size 10 last time we checked. Size 12, size 10, 10 or 12. So it is what it is. Size 10 and size 12. She keeps in good nick. I like her. Let's put it that way. Let's have a look here. Sean at Medieval says if Macy can't handle Parker's power, then he has no point being at heavyweight. Well, he's got no point being at heavyweight anyway. So it is what it is, isn't it? He's got no point being at heavyweight anyway. I mean, this is a Ben Shalom special, as you can see here. Just having a look here at Parker, trying to see what's going on here. So he's trying to double jab and back Macy up in straight lines there. Probably looking for an overhand right, maybe. I'm just trying to see if Parker's looking for an overhand right there. We'll have to wait and see. George C says Parker has stunk the joint out against lower opposition before. Junior Farr and Winters comes to mind. We'll have to wait and see. I think he made I don't know what they're paying him down at Sky, but I think he made a big mistake by not joining Frank. Oh, there was a good right hand there by Joseph Parker. Backed him up to the ropes there off that jab, and then when he was backed up through the right hand, right through the centre of the guard, tried to follow up with the left hook and just missed there. We'll have to wait and see. But right now, Parker isn't exactly looking like $1 million. The Keki says that Shalom spent a wad of cash on Parker and is now stuck with him. It does look like that's what we're doing with Parker, doesn't it? It does look like that's what's happened, doesn't it? It does looks like Ben Shalom has bitten off a little more than he can chew, doesn't it? With Joseph Parker, as Chris Eubank Jr. is coming to the arena versus Joseph Parker. Right, let's get back on things. Shauna Medieval says size 10 to 12 is very trim for a British woman. Well, thank you. She is legit 10, 12 really. I'm not gonna out her in here, but I think she's a 10, but she would tell you she's a 10, 12. It is what it is. Right. Shevin says Parker says he wants Wilder next. You must be lying. He would get absolutely put to sleep against Parker. Let's have a look at the Ring Magazine heavyweight ratings while we watch this fight. Just out of interest. Let's get that up just to change the topic. I'll show you what dinner I'm having. Liam Smith is currently backstage with his brothers there. Swifty Smith in there. The Smith brothers, they're not very popular in the UK at this moment in time for obvious reasons. Right, let's have a look at the Ring Magazine rankings. Just give me a sec. At heavyweight, let's see if Joseph Parker is still in there, and let's see where he's at. Right, these are the Ring Magazine. You know I don't really give a shit about Ring Magazine, but just for the lols, let's have a look at their ratings at heavyweight. So, at the minute, as it stands, Joseph Parker is number 8 in the Ring Magazine heavyweight ranking. So that's where Joseph Parker is at this moment in time. Is he giving a performance right now against Jack Macy that makes you think he's justified of being in that position? Let me know what you think. He's above Filip Hrgović in these Ring Magazine rankings. Would you put Joseph Parker right now above Filip Hrgović, given what you've seen against Jack Macy? I mean, like I said before, this is when you have to talk about resumes, don't you? Because I know Joseph Parker's resume dictates, right, that, yeah, maybe he's better than Filip Hrgović, right, considering who he's fought. But if you put Filip Hrgović in the ring with Jack Macy, do you think we'd be seeing something a little bit more destructive than the fucking gash that I'm currently seeing, yeah, on my screen right now, live on Sky Sports Box Office? What do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about those rankings? Joseph Parker above Filip Hrgović and Frank Sanchez. The Keki says, I personally had Zhang. We all had Zhang beating him, but if you put Filip Hrgović in that ring with Jack Macy, what do you guys think would happen? Do you think that Jack Macy would be holding his own in the manner that he's doing right now? If so, let me know. But there's a lot to be desired from this performance in a minute, but we'll have to wait and see. There's still time. Guys, what else are we're gonna Jason Walker, the big dog, says, Ultra, have you had the Waitrose almond croissants? Jeez. Jason, I will give you a list of things to get from Waitrose. I can give you the inside track of some good stuff to get. And I'm actually watching my pennies now. So I'm still shopping at Waitrose, but I had to go to the essentials stage there. I had to go down to the essentials line of things there because I'm trying to not... Waitrose for me... is one where I can easily go in and spend £50-60 on a given day, easily on dinner, on a dinner. I can easily spend £60. So I've got to start taking it easy in there. But yeah, let me know. Now, Billy Nelson, George C. I am back in contact with Billy Nelson. All right, I am back in contact with Billy Nelson, and I can exclusively reveal. Okay, I asked Billy Nelson for his pick. And Billy Nelson is going for, drum roll, Billy Nelson is going for Liam Smith on points. How do you guys feel on the chat for that? All of you guys that love a bet. Billy Nelson is picking Liam Smith to win tonight's fight on points. I'm just trying to find the fucking tweet here so I can tell you exactly what he said. But yeah, it's the return of Billy Nelson. We are back in contact. And he should have taken my advice and signed Martin Piccoli with Queensbury like I told him to all those years ago. But, we live and we learn. But yes, Billy Nelson, I can exclusively reveal tonight is... Here we go. Right, Billy Nelson said, close fight, but I'm going for Smith points. How do you guys feel about that? Billy Nelson... Close fight, but he's going for Smith on points. So, if ever there was a time to go and lump and put your mortgage on Chris Eubank Jr. by knockout, now would probably be the time. if there was ever a time to put all your life savings, yeah, on Eubank by KO, now would be the time. I don't want to upset Billy Nelson because I do like him and he's lost an awful lot of weight, isn't he? He's in tremendous shape these days, but fuck me. Like, his record, we went through his record, didn't we, of picking winners last year. Fucking hell. And it was abysmal. Anyway, what we'll do is we'll put that in a spreadsheet. In fact, while we're here, I might set up a spreadsheet and we'll do that. We'll put that in a spreadsheet. We'll keep track of all of Billy's bets this year. Guys, what are you thinking about this performance from Joseph Parker? Any feelings on his performance? We've got a post-fight show coming. I believe Ingram is going to be doing it. And I believe Chevron will be coming on as well for the post-fight. So we've got some things lined up. How are you thinking about Joseph Parker? Let's have a look at the rest of the card that we've got tonight after this. I believe, is it Riakporhe? Oh, it's Essuman and Congo. That's an interesting one, isn't it? Because Essuman's got a high work rate, but he's not really a puncher, is he? You see him on a Tyson Fury versus Chisora undercard, and it wasn't really a great performance, was it, there from Essuman? So Essuman not really a puncher, but he's got a high work rate. It is what it is. And then, of course, we've got Riakporhe the rapper. You guys are telling me he's a world champion in waiting. I mean, I think cruiserweight is arguably one of the weakest divisions in boxing. Would you agree or would you disagree? You guys think Riakporhe would be a world champion. And obviously, with Lawrence Okole pretty much now on the payroll of what's its name? Lawrence Okole being on a payroll of Boxer, you know, could we see Riakporhe and Okole for a world title in the future? It is what it is. It is what it is. This guy's saying Parker is bullying Macy. It's a complete mismatch. Frank Warren is backing Essuman. Well, he's a Frank Warren fighter, is he? Essuman is a Frank Warren fighter. I just think that Queensbury and Boxer are working together, aren't they, on a few things. This is my man, Dan, the boxing coach. This is my guy. Macy should be nowhere near heavyweight. Parker could do this until tomorrow morning. Absolutely nothing whatsoever to worry about. He wouldn't have Macy in there to spar. So there you go. And then not very good reviews on... Oh, that was a big shot there by Joseph Parker off the double jab. Double jab, right hook, whipped it around the guard, and he just spun Macy's head around there. And you got to think now of Joseph Parker. I know Parker obviously wants to get them rounds in now, but this is turning into a glorified sparring session / glorified punchbag session. So here's what it is. Round 4. Hopefully not too many more rounds of this to go. And it is what it is. Chevron is saying Parker has pillows for fists. What do you guys think about Joseph Parker's performance? I tell you what. Let's just do a little bit of a change of pace. All right. While I go and get my dinner, I believe now we are very, very close to finding out Anthony Joshua's opponent. There's Sky are showing Jamie Carragher arriving to the arena. If you ever want to see how low Sky has fallen since Matchroom no longer promotes shows on Sky, if you ever want to see just how low Matchroom are falling, then, you know, that shows you now, you know, how far Sky have hit the gutter. Jamie Carragher, cameras are following him going backstage to support Liam Smith. Interesting. They do say birds of a feather flock together. But in the meantime, right, it's time for some AJ watch. I believe we are very, very close to working out who AJ's opponent is. And we believe AJ's opponent is going to be none other than Jermaine Franklin. So while I go and collect my dinner, let me know, what do you think about that opponent? We'll be talking about that and Eddie Heard's comments on AJ's opponent shortly. But it's looking at the minute like the favourite to be AJ's opponent is going to be Jermaine Franklin. Press a fan if you can hear.
Who's going first? Freestyle Sunday!
I'll be like, who's that chilling in the range? Me and them boys, I swear down, we ain't the same. I tell them boys, really and truly, it ain't no game. Man, they're really about this life, but they got no aim. I'm about to squeeze. Eating up the rhythms like I eat my dinner. Punchy on the mic, you know that I'm a winner. Them boys are some learners, some beginners. When I'm on the mic, you know I really go in. Man, I try to. Anyway, like my dude. When I'm on the mic, man, they're confused. When they ain't doing what we done. If they chat shit, then I'll get the head spun.
Yo, who's that dipping in my beamer? Underarm, it's not feeler. I'm a boxer, not a drug dealer. Get a massage cause I need a real healer. Chilling with the man them on a Sunday. Going cold karting, it's a fun day. Catch me cruising in the Range Rover on the runway. I'm gonna go hard cause it's a Monday. I'm ready for work, get buried in the dirt. My 1-2 combinations will leave a boy hurt. Ready to fight, let me grab the fucking mic. I got so much energy, that's why I'm on the hype. Lyrical MC, Anthony, AJBS to the fucking G. Ain't nobody rapping with the click. We're on a mission, hustling, trying to get so rich.
If you know where we
Sorry about that. My mic unplugged itself. Sorry about that. Yeah, AJ's rhyming Sunday with Fun Day and then tripling up with Monday. If only he could triple up on the jab like that. Oh dear. I'm not Under Armour. It's not Under Armour. What was it say? I wear Under Armour, not feeler. I'm a boxer. I'm not a drug dealer. There you go. JC180 says, AJ can rap better than he boxes. He's quality. I think AJ's a good boxer, right? Let me get this thing up from Eddie Hearn on Jermaine Franklin. I want you to give me your thoughts on this. This is very, very interesting stuff. This leads me to believe that it is going to be his next opponent. What do you guys think of this? Oh, gosh. Right. Eddie Hearn on Anthony Joshua's next opponent. I think Jermaine Franklin's a great fight. Nothing signed yet. I just don't understand the criticism. He just fought Alexander Usyk twice. I don't understand what more people want coming back with a new trainer. What do you think about that? What do you guys feel about that? It looks to me, by looking at that Jermaine Franklin's going to be the opponent. Or he is right on pole to be the opponent tonight. It looks like we're going to see that. Jermaine Franklin, Eddie Hearn's already capping for him, saying it's a good fight. I don't think it's a bad fight. I mean, I can see why he did it. To me, he beat Dillian Whyte, right? To me, he beat Dillian Whyte. But let me ask you a question. You know, we've always assumed that Anthony Joshua is the biggest draw in boxing, and biggest draw in UK boxing, the biggest ticket seller in UK boxing, you know, the biggest pay-per-view star in UK boxing. Can I ask you guys a question? If Matchroom and DAZN were to put Anthony Joshua versus Jermaine Franklin live on DAZN pay-per-view, do you think that Anthony Joshua's pull is so much that fight would still do very, very good numbers? What do you guys think? Do you think that would pull in the casual? Given that Anthony Joshua's already lost twice in a row, which I thought he put in some very good performances, right? But I'm just trying to stack it up here. Anthony Joshua's lost twice, so the aura of invincibility around Anthony Joshua is well and truly gone, right? Because he's been beaten twice in a row and he's also lost to Andy Ruiz. So the aura of invincibility is absolutely gone. You got DAZN, right? Who are relying on Anthony Joshua to bring subscribers into the UK. You know, that's why they've got Anthony Joshua signed to this big, massive mega deal. How do you think that fight does on pay-per-view? Do you think that's a fight that will capture the imagination of the British public? Or do you think that's a fight where... Do you think AJ's at a stage where people will still just tune in to watch him fight anybody, even a heavy bag? It's one of the few times, isn't it, like, AJ won't be defending the titles for a start, right? When was the last time AJ wasn't fighting for a title? Oh my God. Jack Macy with a right uppercut left hand on Joseph Parker that hit him flush. Jesus. What do you guys think about that? Anthony Joshua not defending the world titles, not fighting for a world title, fighting on a DAZN platform against Jermaine Franklin. I don't really care. I'm just making conversation. Do you think that we could be looking at Tyson Fury taking over as the #1 draw in the UK? I could be. Listen. I'm just putting out the question. Do you think that we could be looking at Tyson Fury taking over as the number one draw in the UK? What do you guys think? going to be very interesting to see. Sorry about the eating. I have to eat. Sorry. Ooh. What do you guys think about that? The Keggy says the AJ fanboy casuals all left the sinking ship. Johnson Matthew says AJ is still a draw, no doubt. AJ is a huge draw. But what do you guys think? Do you think AJ's still the guy that, you know, like a couple of years ago, you could put AJ with anybody? There are people paying pay-per-view to watch Anthony Joshua fight Gary Cornish in British title fights. But he's not on Sky anymore. He's on DAZN, which is a different platform. So he's not on Sky anymore. He's not fighting for a world title anymore. And he's coming off 2 losses in a row. What do you guys think about it? Do you guys think, Very, very interesting, isn't it? To see where it goes in the future with Anthony Joshua. I wonder if Tyson Fury is beginning to take over. Combat Rage 55 says Josh Taylor and Jack had a scrap in the arena. So he's saying Josh Taylor and Jack Catterall have had a scrap in the arena. How can that happen when Josh Taylor's pulled out of the fight? Josh Taylor's pulled out of the fight, by the way. Oh my God, it's legit. Josh Taylor and Jack Catterall nearly come to blows at ringside. Well, well, well. This is from Boxer. Let's have a look. So Josh Taylor's just pulled out of the fight, right? With an injury. So Josh Taylor's just pulled out of the fight. The thing about Josh Taylor is he's very mouthy. Do you not think? I mean, he is. What's your guys' opinion on Josh Taylor? To be honest, I think he's a world-class boxer, but I think his conduct outside the ring is, I find him to be a very unpleasant individual. Do you not think? How many times have we seen him at presses trying to put the nut in, trying to stick the head in? Press 1 if you agree, press 2 if you disagree. How many times have you seen Josh Taylor try and stick the head in on fighters during press conferences? Try and put the head in. For me, he takes it to a level that doesn't need to be taken to. But here we go. Let's have a look. Oh my, you can't tell me that's not fucking scheduled. Does anybody believe that this is impromptu? Look at this, look. Do you believe this is unscheduled? Oh yeah, right. What a load of bullshit that is, yeah. What do you guys think? Do you guys press 1 if you think that's legit, or press 2 if you think that's bullshit? 1 for legit, 2 for bullshit. I mean, Josh Taylor could start an argument in an empty house. So maybe I'm wrong. But what do you think? Legit or bullshit? M.A. Khan saying it's a quick check for the camera. I mean, it is what it is. Let's have one more look. Oh, security dived in there quick enough. What do you guys think about that? Dench is saying it's the Airta. Yeah, I have to say, yeah, security got in there pretty quick. Maybe it was legit. Let's have a look at Josh Taylor. He's pulled out of the fight. And that was announced a couple of hours ago. So, if you look here. If we can get Twitter working. Here we go. The Josh Taylor versus Jack Catterall rematch has reportedly been postponed from March the 4th as Taylor has suffered a foot injury, according to Mike Coppinger. So, Josh Taylor's injured his foot. He's not fighting Jack Catterall. So that's been postponed now. And then next minute, they've got the 2 of them lined up ringside. And that happens. What do you guys think? Legit or bullshit? Let me have a look. Dench says 1. I'm shocked, alarmed, and distressed. Michael J says, okay, right, hold on. Let's have a look here. Joe King says, Taylor appears over-aggressive at times. The wrong times, I agree. Look at this. This is interesting. Richard is saying that Coppinger has reported it. No one else. So what are you saying here? And he's saying it wouldn't be the first time that Coppinger has put out unverified BS. So what are you saying? Are you saying the fight's on? I thought it was reported that Josh Taylor's pulled out. Richard kind of... I don't want to out Richard, but Richard does actually know quite a few boxers and people in the game. So he might know. It is what it is. But yeah, the rumours are that Taylor's, they're not fighting. And Taylor's not, it's been delayed. Next minute they're ringside and now they're arguing about the fight. So we'll have to wait and see here. Hold on 1 second. Separated by security. Taylor suffered a foot injury. Let's see. Let's see how people think about that. Oh, Michael J, so I appreciate that. I love your channel, Ultratech. Some hilarious comments along with excellent content. Well, the only content you're getting in a minute is a man with tonsillitis eating lentils and sausage when he should be doing a show. So you ain't getting much value for money at the minute. But yeah, what do you guys feel about that? Taylor versus Catterall. Who have you guys got in a rematch? Taylor versus Catterall. Who have you guys got in the rematch? The longer it goes on, the longer Taylor's got to boil down to 140, which he doesn't want to do. So the more delays there are, the more Taylor's got to kill himself to get down to 140 or keep himself at a certain, you know. Could be interesting. It's not off. There you go. So apparently, according to Richard, Mike Copper just talking out of his ass. And that Taylor-Catterall is on. Are you sure? It's definitely on, yeah? Wowza. So Mike Coppinger there got caught with his trousers down there reporting some BS. My head says Taylor will win this fight, you know. My head says Taylor will win this fight, but probably Catterall will probably win. I think Catterall might have his number. That's my opinion. Right, let's go back to what we were talking about. Excuse me. Let's do a poll. All right, let's do a poll. Is Jermaine Franklin an acceptable opponent for Anthony? In fact, let me do that. Let me do that. Let's do this. Let's just do it the right way. Is Jermaine Franklin, 72% of you think that Chris Eubank Jr. will beat Liam Smith tonight, by the way. 72% of you. Right. Is Jermaine Franklin an acceptable pay-per-view opponent for Anthony Joshua? The Zone pay-per-view. What do you guys feel about that? Anthony Joshua versus Jermaine Franklin on pay-per-view. Can you give me your thoughts and let me know how you feel about that? Eddie Hearn says he doesn't see what the fuss is and he thinks it's a decent fight. For me, look, it is what it is, but they spent a long time talking about AJ's resume and this and that, and you know, AJ only fights top 10 guys, top 15 guys. He only takes hard fights. You know, he didn't want to fight in December because he doesn't want any easy touches. What do you guys think about that on pay-per-view? Because it will be on pay-per-view, right? Jermaine Franklin versus Anthony Joshua on the Zone pay-per-view. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that's worse than Fury versus Chisora on pay-per-view? What do you think would be the worst pay-per-view? Anthony Joshua versus Jermaine Franklin or Tyson Fury versus Derek Chisora 3? What do you think would be the more unacceptable pay-per-view in your view? I'm just saying, like, we all know that Anthony Joshua was entitled to a tune-up. I've got no problem with the fight. But I'm asking you, as a pay-per-view fight, because we all saw the criticism that Fury Chisora got for being a pay-per-view fight, and rightly so. That fight was a disgrace, right? And rightly so. Does anybody here think there's any way that this fight won't be pay-per-view? I'm assuming it's going to be pay-per-view. Do you think there's any way DAZN, and if you've seen DAZN's finances, you know that, you know, this is a company that needs money, right? Do you really think that they're going to run this fight without making it DAZN pay-per-view? I don't think there's any way. I think it's going to be a pay-per-view fight. Do you think that's acceptable? Anthony Joshua versus Jermaine Franklin on pay-per-view. I have to say, it is what it is, isn't it? I'm looking at the poll right now. Get voting in the poll, in the YouTube poll. So if you're watching us via YouTube, look at the poll right now. It's at the top of the screen. Please feel free to hit the like button. If you'd like to be part of the chat, please feel free to hit subscribe. Right? 115 people in here. 59 likes. Please hit the like button. Do you think Jermaine Franklin is an acceptable pay-per-view opponent for Anthony Joshua? If your answer is no, who do you think is an acceptable pay-per-view opponent for Anthony Joshua? acceptable? Who do you think? Who's acceptable? Who would you think is an acceptable opponent for Anthony Joshua to fight on pay-per-view? I'm just having a look here. Can I ask you guys a question? It can't happen probably due to a difference in networks. Would you think that Anthony Joshua versus Joseph Parker 2 is a better fight than Anthony Joshua versus Jermaine Franklin? What do you think about that fight? How do you feel about Anthony Joshua versus Joseph Parker 2? Both got good resumes, as people like to say. Both fought good opposition. Both lost to very, very good opposition. Both operated at world level. How do you feel about AJ versus Joseph Parker? I think that would be a good fight for Anthony Joshua. Do you think, Joseph Parker? I think Joseph Parker's the kind of guy who he brings that credibility. He's been a world champion. The first fight was a bit horrible. Maybe the second fight they can the referee can let the two actually go at it instead of breaking them up all the time. They've got a little bit more pedigree. Joseph Parker's probably a little bit more well known in the UK. Maybe do you think that fight's a little bit more credible and maybe does a little bit better numbers wise? What do you guys think? You guys don't like it? Games You Love says AJ versus the UFC guy. AJ versus Ngannou. Well, I think Ngannou wants to fight for a world title. I'm not sure what AJ can offer him there, but we'll have to wait and see. Richard says, pay-per-view, it's got to be somebody back in the rankings. Maybe even a Zhang or a Herkovich. But I don't like seeing warm-ups on pay-per-view. Let me just quickly do this poll. I want to see what you guys think about this. Because a few of you are trying to duck this answer. All right, one sec. Which pay-per-view is worse? All right. I want to hear your answers on this. YouTube poll right now. Which pay-per-view do you think is the worst out of these two? Hold on. Let me end this poll. Right. Fury versus Chisora 4. Is it 3 or 4? Trilogy, 3. Jesus. Even I've lost count. Fury versus Chisora 3. AJ versus Franklin. Jermaine Franklin. Which is the worst pay-per-view in your opinion? The poll is now up. Vote now. What do you guys think? Yeah, Michael Jace. I'd love to see him fight Zhang, but I wonder if Zhang's a little bit too much for AJ. I don't think he'd win, but maybe too much of a risk. What do you guys think? Send the poll right now. Which pay-per-view is worse? Fury versus Chisora 3 or Anthony Joshua versus Jermaine Franklin? Which is the worst fight? Which do you fight is the least worthy of pay-per-view? Right now, you guys have got Fury versus Chisora 3 as the least worthy of pay-per-view. I don't know. What do you guys think? It's an interesting one for me. Just Jermaine Franklin, does he have the pedigree that Derek Chisora has? Probably not. You know, but then again, we've already seen Fury beat Chisora 150 times. Why do we need to see it again? At least with AJ and Franklin, it's a fresh new matchup. We've never seen them in a fucking ring. Dench says both bad, but I'd say AJ versus Franklin if you want me to lower myself. I'll be honest with you. I think AJ versus Franklin is probably the worst out of the two for pay-per-view, but I don't mind if people disagree. I don't really care either way. Shevin says the Fury one is the worst one. Number one in the world has no business being in the ring with a guy with 12 losses. It's a very, very good point. Very, very good point. Nick Mandelberg says AJ versus Franklin is much worse. At least Chisora has a name and credible opponents. Mark Stanton says, clutching at straws, but at least Chisora had a win in a fight before. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Right. El Boxio says, Parker has no cardio. He's entertaining for 5 and 6 rounds, and then he is spent. Well, it looks like this fight's done. Let's go and see what people think about this Joseph Parker versus Jack Macy fight. Let's see what people think about it. We're into round 10, the final round. What are we giving Joseph Parker's performance out of 10, please? For anybody who's watching this fight, I've got it in the background, but I'm not really paying attention. What would you give Joseph Parker out of 10 for his performance tonight against Jack Macy? Has he convinced you that he's worthy of the world title shot? The viewers have got Joseph Parker winning every round, so they've got him up 9 rounds out of 10. You can see it on Twitter here. Don't ever put Joseph Parker on my TV screen again. Joseph Parker hasn't got anything left to offer at top level in the heavyweight division. Joseph Parker is trash. How he was a world champ is beyond me. Joseph Parker needs to be banned from boxing on TV. As you can see, yeah, the reviews of Joseph Parker tonight leave a lot to be desired. The paying punter is not happy about this at all. Joseph Parker is another Anthony Joshua. Both were amazing combination punchers as prospects. They kept getting coached and coached, reduced punch output, took away their strengths. Would you agree with this? One sec. Sorry, I mute myself. Do you agree with this? Joseph Parker is another Anthony Joshua. Both were amazing combination punchers as prospects. They kept getting coached and coached, reduced punched output, took away their strengths. Do you think that Joseph Parker's been overcoached? I mean, as somebody said before, Parker has been putting in, lackluster performances against supposed lower level oppositions for some time, hasn't he? For some time. It is what it is. If Ben Shalom goes, he's Joseph Parker. If Ben Shalom goes, he's Joseph Parker. Another fight on Sky. He's an absolute mug. He's been finished since the White fight. Punch resistance is shot to bits, and he's lost all his speed. Joseph Parker is bang average. Wasn't that too long ago he was being named in the top 5. Joseph Parker is a joke of a boxer. Worst fight ever. This has been embarrassing. Joseph Parker would make a great journeyman. He's got all the tools to stink out a different arena twice a month. Oh my gosh. That's bloody harsh, isn't it? That's harsh from Stacey Pearson. Joseph Parker would make a great journeyman. He's got all the tools to stink out a different arena twice a month. And Jack Macy's going toe-to-toe with him at the end of this fight, Jesus Christ. Jack Macy going toe-to-toe with him. Does the 10 rounds. I can't wait to hear Ben Shalom explain this away. I'm almost looking forward to Ben Shalom's explanation on this fight as much as Conor Benn's explanation for them VADA tests. Now, if you look here in Macy's corner, they're celebrating as if he's won the world title. Can you see in Macy's corner? They are just celebrating as if he's just won the world title. So they are celebrating. Like, for them, getting to the end of the round is a victory. That's not Richard Farnan there again, is it? I'm just checking. It can't be Richard Farnan in yet another corner. Surely not. Let's have a look. So bored of Joseph Parker fights. Sorry. Oh, Tyson Fury's ringside watching Joseph Parker. Joseph Parker is an embarrassment to heavyweights. The boys are jumped up cruiserweight. Should have had him out of there in 4 rounds if he's serious about getting into title contention. If it needed confirming, it's been confirmed tonight. Parker is finished at the top table. Abysmal. Let me change the title of the stream. Excusez-moi. Give me a sec. If you give me 30 seconds, I just want to change the title of the stream. Is Joseph Parker finished? Just in case anybody wants to come in and discuss this, I've now got this up. Guys, you give me your reviews of Joseph Parker tonight. You've seen the reviews online. The reviews online are saying this guy's finished. and he shouldn't be allowed anywhere near a boxing ring ever again on pay-per-view. That's what the paying public is saying right now on Twitter. Look at this. Brian Blake. Hope Joseph Parker goes back to trafficking drugs. Joseph Parker wouldn't be a bad first opponent for Francis Ngannou. Jesus, now we are taking the piss. Oh, gee, they really are taking the piss. Joseph Parker wouldn't be a bad first opponent for Francis Ngannou. Come on, man. Give him a chance to former world champion. And now we're trying to feed him to Francis Ngannou. Come on, man. This is unbelievable. It looks like Twitter has well and truly washed its hands of Joseph Parker. Do you think this is a bit reactionary and a bit unfair? Who cares about Joseph Parker after that fight? Man's done. The cue to fight Joseph Parker next. Jesus Christ. They are going in. This is the cue to fight Joseph Parker. All across London Bridge. Bloody hell. Let me get my headphones on. I want to hear Ben Shalom's excuse. And let me hear these cards as well. 1 second. Right, they're hugging in the ring. Let's get these cards. Mark Stanton says, get Parker in with Wilder. Who do you think wins, guys? Joseph Parker or Deontay Wilder if there was a fight? Who would you pick? Because you know people think Wilder's the worst boxer ever. Can't beat anybody. He's a bum. He's this and that. Who would you pick? Wilder or Parker if they were to fight tomorrow? Who would you pick? Give me a name right now. Wilder or Parker? FUE24 says Wilder by murder. Richard says Deontay by decapitation. Dench says that's not boxing, that's negligence. You all go for Wilder. Wow. Even when both are world champs, Wilder. Alright. Waiting for the cards now. Oh, okay. My stream's quite slow, so obviously... Sorry, I'm at a friend's house and my Sky Sports is quite slow. So, yeah, let's have a look. Right. So I've got the scorecard. So I'm a little bit behind here at my friend's house on Sky Sports. Right. We go to the scorecards. 96-93, 97-92, 97-93. All for Joseph Parker. Clear and dominating win. So those cards weren't that favourable to Parker, were they? For those of you who watched the fight, what do you think of them cards? Are those the right cards? Somebody said they thought the cards were a bit too close. I mean, that is a bad night for Joseph Parker, isn't he? He's got in the ring with a cruiserweight. He's failed to knock him out. And look at this card, 96-93. Here's Parker on Sky. I want to hear what he's got to say. 1 second. He said he knew Jack Mason was going to come prepared and ready. He said he was moving a lot. Difficult to pin down. So he's saying if Jack had come to fight a bit more, it would have been a different fight. What's next? It says Joseph just doesn't know what's next. Andy Lee's now going to tell us what's next for Joseph Parker. Right, so Andy Lee's been a little bit more realistic. They've asked Andy Lee, where does Joseph Parker go from here? And he says, it's the beginning again, isn't it? So basically, they're starting from scratch again, aren't they? Andy Lee's saying that, basically saying that there are things that need to be readdressed in camp, and he's going to go and readdress those things. So, what do you guys think? I'll get a poll in here right now. I'm going to get the poll up. You know I like my polls tonight. Helps me get a break while I try and eat some dinner on these fucked up tonsils. Just give me a sec. Let me get this poll up. Right. I'm going to give you 10 seconds to vote on this poll before I close it. Which pay-per-view is worse? Fury versus Chisora 3 or Anthony Joshua versus Jermaine Franklin? Both, it looks like, are going to be pay-per-view fights. One has already been on pay-per-view. One looks like it's come to pay-per-view. What would you say is the worst pay-per-view fight? 10 seconds now to vote before I shut this poll. 10 seconds. It's 50-50 right now. 64 votes is exactly 50-50. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I've ended the poll and it's exactly 50-50. Exactly 50-50. You guys can't work out which would be the worst fight on pay-per-view. Fury versus Chisora or Anthony Joshua versus Franklin. So, now it's time for the next poll. And like I said before, answer the poll and then give me your opinions. Is Joseph Parker finished? That's the poll. 1 second. Is Joseph Parker finished? Yes or no? And where did you go from here? And what can Ben Shalom and Boxer do to Joseph Parker? Was that fight against Joe Joyce the last hurrah? Have we seen what Joe Joyce does to opponents? Are opponents ever the same again after they get in the ring with Joe Joyce? We'll have to wait and see. There's the poll. Is Joseph Parker finished? I Am says, I wouldn't say finished, but Parker 2.0 isn't better than Parker 1.0. It is what it is. Let's have a look at the comments on Benson's page there, as Parker wins by unanimous decision. That fight did absolutely nothing from Parker. Really pointless. For anyone wondering, that was arguably AJ's best win, going 50-50 against a British level cruiserweight. What's he talking about? AJ's best win, Joseph Parker? That can't be right. Just out of interest, where would you guys rank? I don't give a shit about resumes, right? But where would you guys rank Parker as a win on AJ's resume? Just out of interest. Do you remember years ago, the AJ fanboys, they used to sing from the rooftops about Parker, didn't they? He beat Parker. Do you remember that? They sing from the fucking rooftops about Parker. What would you say? Where would you rank Parker as AJ's best win or not? I think most people say his best win's Klitschko, right? Where would you say Parker is in AJ's best wins? Interesting. I'm nearly done eating. Promise you. Nearly done. Parker fights up and down to his competition. I think that's a fair comment. Parker fights up and down to his competition. Jay Bino says Parker did beat Andy Ruiz. I never thought he won that fight. I thought that was a hometown decision, but fair enough. Crazy D3 said third best win behind Klitschko and Povetkin. I Am saying Parker was just part of the myth. If you just let me mute myself 1 more second, I'll finish eating and I'll be done. Right, I'm done. No more. Sorry about that. It's going to be like a 4-hour stream, so I have to. Right, I'm done. I am done. We'll see how the tonsils go with this one. Cash for Cat says, Parker will not be world champion again. Just an opponent now. How do you guys see Parker versus Dubois? How do you guys see that going? If they were to fight. Joseph Parker versus Daniel Dubois. This is why I don't understand why Parker didn't sign with Frank. Because before Dubois, and he could have shot straight into the WBA rankings if he'd beat Dubois. Who would you pick out of Parker and Daniel Dubois? Adrian Remedy says Dubois would beat Parker. Daniel Campbell says Parker beats Dubois. I think he'd have enough to KO him. Richard's going for Dubois. Jay Bilio saying I can't pick. Dench is saying Parker can box and give Dubois problems. Shauna Medieval is saying Dubois easily. LD Phoenix is going for Dubois. FUE24 says in my opinion Dubois knocks him out. Cash for Cat is saying Parker on points. Tef Music says Dubois beats Parker easy. George C is going for Dubois. Mark Stanton is saying Dubois would struggle, but he should beat Parker. Let me ask you another question then. And I think this is where they... Whoa, here's another one. Shevin says Fabio Wardley beats Parker 2.0. Now, come on. Do you agree with Shevin on this? Press 5 if you agree with Shevin. Press 6 if you disagree. Shevin thinks Fabio Wardley would beat Joseph Parker at the minute. Press 5 if you agree with Shevin. And press 6 if you disagree with Shevin on that. 5 if you agree. 6 if you disagree. FUE24 agrees with Shevin. Daniel Campbell, nah, Fabio ain't beating Parker. Crazy D3 says 6. He says no. Daniel Campbell says no. Sean Edwards says yes. He thinks that Fabio Wardley would beat Joseph Parker. Tef Music says no. Shevin says yes. And he keeps saying yes because he's trying to cheat the vote. Gary Harrison is saying no. Adrian Amadi says no. Cash for Cat says no. Shauna Medieval says no. IM says 5.5, no idea right now, doesn't know. You on about mate says, what is it with the Wardley hype? It is what it is. There is no tomorrow says, wow, is this dead channel still going? To be honest, mate, I wish it was dead, but actually 117 in the live for a channel with under 2,000 subs is actually pretty decent, actually, to be honest. Got 120 live. You haven't even got to the main event yet. After the main event, we should have even more, and we've been doing steadily over 100. So I don't think this channel's dead. I might be on the way to being dead with my health problems, but I'm not sure the channel's dead, given that we're doing nearly 120 and it ain't even the main event yet. Give us time. Give us time. Mark Stanton says not seeing Wardley do enough rounds in a fight. Babbage destroys who? Parker. Danny Madu, you think that Babbage beats Joseph Parker? Wow. You guys are starting to take it to another level here. Hold on a minute. Do you not think we're starting to go a little bit too far now? David Haye and David Hayes misses. Do you not think we're starting to go a bit too far now? Babbage is beating Parker. Come on, man. On what? Like, come on, man. It is what it is, isn't it? Babbage is beating Parker. Right, you on about mate says Wardley beats Babbage, but let's not get carried away. I mean, it's just getting a bit silly, isn't it? Right, Cash for Cat says Team Parker need to work on their game plans. Crazy D3 says, to be fair, Parker just come off a punishing loss to Joyce. Unfortunately, the kind of loss that Parker just came off against Joyce is the kind of loss that finishes careers, really. We've never seen Joseph Parker get hit and hurt like that. Even in this fight with Anthony Joshua, we never really see him. Obviously, he's probably a bit better, but we never see him get hit and hurt in a fight like that before. So, I personally, if you're asking for my opinion, I do think that we have seen, the end of Joseph Parker. But whether or not it's enough for guys like fucking Alan Babbage to beat him, I think we have to start showing Joseph Parker a little bit of respect. Esuman and Congo is coming up next. I don't know how you guys feel about that. Esuman and Congo is up next shortly. Do you know what? I'd like to take a break. Would you guys stick around if I take a very, very quick break? Because it's been 2 hours. We haven't even got into the main event. We're nowhere near the main event. All right. I'm just going to take a quick break and go and do a piss. All right. So you may hear some dance music, but I will be back very, very shortly, in just a minute. But I think it'd be better for me and better for the stream, actually. Just give me a sec, all right?
Give me the music. Give me the music.
And you know what? That was just the beginning.
Give me the music.
Just give me the music. Give me the music.
Give me the music.
Yeah. Bring it on.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
boxers, you know. They used to play Sam and Dave all day long. And you know what? That was just the beginning. I heard so much things. I heard so much great music growing up. And at the end of the day, just give me the music.
Oh, it stopped. There you go. Sorry about that. Right, let's go. Sorry about that. I completely fucked that up. I thought the music would play for long and it didn't. What? There's nothing wrong with that music. I mean, you can't use stuff like that in the chat. It's not German techno either. Nothing wrong with music. Nothing wrong with a bit of house music. All right, let's go. We're back. Because I had to go for a fucking piss. For those of you who don't know, basically, we lost about 30 viewers on that quick go. But listen, for those of you who don't know, for those of you who just joining, I think I had tonsillitis, right? But I thought it'd be okay to go to the gym and have a spa. And I went to the gym and had a spa. It wasn't a hard spa, but I walked myself onto a huge right hand. And it's destroyed me. It's destroyed my throat. Somehow, I didn't know taking a punch could make the tonsillitis worse, but I took a hell of a right hand. I was on my feet and stuff, but I was buzzed up, yeah? And my tonsils are just destroyed. My neck is in pain. I'm fucking paracetamoled up. So, yeah, I have to take breaks. I can't just do... Denture saying your glands would have swollen up. I took just a huge shot. Oh, my God. Huge shot. So, yeah, I came home. I can hardly swallow. So, it's bloody horrible. No jokes about that. All right, let's go. Right, let's get the show back on the road. Right, Left Turn Clive says, timed out for any opposing view. Is this left-wing media? Yes, it is. That's why I'm just timed you out again. Let's have a look here. JBO says, I'd pick Wilder against Joyce, I think, and Fury. I'd pick Wilder against Joyce, I think, and Fury. But aside from that, we'll have to see how Usyk fares against Fury. Let's see. Essuman and Congo are currently in the ring. I'm currently a little bit behind, actually. So they might have already started, actually, for you guys. But let me know where we are with Essuman and Congo. As I'm watching it at my friend's house, they're currently in the ring as we speak. But let me know how far I am behind or not behind. Ben Davison in the corner of Chris Congo. So, yeah. What we were saying was the following. We were speculating quickly about Joseph Parker. So, you guys... Is he finished? Or let's have a look at the poll. That's a good place to start. Let's have a look at the poll. Let's have a look at the poll if I can get it up. Do you think Joseph Parker's a finished fighter? Right. Only 48 votes. Get voting on the poll in YouTube if you're currently there. Hello to Vinyl Pugilist. Good evening to Vinyl Pugilist. Is Joseph Parker finished? 70% of you are saying that Joseph Parker is a finished fighter. 70% of you are saying Joseph Parker is a finished fighter. So, you have to say now, for Parker, if I'm Parker, I'm going to Queensbury and I'm going to get a fight against Dubois. What do you guys think? For me, that's the best case scenario. It's a fight that gets him in the rankings very quickly. It's a winnable fight. And it's a fight that can be made easily. Joseph Parker, if I'm him, I'm looking to do a deal with Queensbury and get a shot at Daniel Dubois. Because you have to say, on the evidence of that Kevin Lorena fight, Dubois is one of the weakest belt holders in boxing right now. You have to say, I mean, it depends if you count interim as being a belt. Most people don't even count it as being a belt. But if you do, you'd have to say, Dubois technically is one of the most... he's one of the most vulnerable champions in boxing. Do you know, that's a fair comment from me. Daniel Dubois is one of the most... Daniel Dubois is one of the most vulnerable champions in boxing. Vinyl Puja says he's not finished, but he needs to stop fighting sparring partners. Fucking hell. JBO says, I think Andy Lee wants another fight before Dubois. Absolutely, yeah. I agree with that. So we'll have to wait and see. Let me ask you another question. I want to flip the script and go back to Eubank now. Because that is our main event of the evening. Right? Chris Eubank is our main event of the evening. And I want to ask you this question about Chris Eubank. If Chris Eubank was to lose, this used to be a proper boxing chat. Now an echo chamber. Ultratech turned cancel culture. No, I didn't. Not at all. Let me ask you a question. If Chris Eubank Jr. loses to Liam Smith tonight, is that the end of the Smith and Benn fight? Press 1 if you think it's the end of the... is that the end of Eubank and Benn? Press 1 if you think so. Press 2 if you think no. Would that be the end of Eubank and Benn in your view? You've got one guy coming off 2 adverse findings in a dope test, and another guy potentially coming off a loss. If Chris Eubank was to lose tonight to Liam Smith, do you think that would be the end of the Conor Benn fight? If so, press 1. If not, press 2. I know my opinion, but I just want to ask you what you guys think. Do you guys think that would be the end of the fight? Do you guys think they would struggle to put it on, or do you think these... How do you guys think about that? I agree with you guys. I'm going with a 2. I think it would still be a big fight, because I think people are just obsessed with the fathers. So I think it would still be a big fight, and I think they would still try to put the fight on. But it will be interesting, isn't it? Let me ask you another question then. If Smith was to stop Eubank tonight, would that put a stop to Eubank and Benn? What do you think? If Eubank was to get stopped tonight by Smith, which nobody's picking, right? But I'm just saying, if Eubank was to get stopped tonight by Liam Smith in a shock defeat, right? If he got stopped tonight in a shock defeat, would you say, that's it, I'm no longer interested in Eubank and Benn? Or would you still be interested? I agree with you, Dench. I don't think Home would let that stop it. Basically, what I'm trying to get at is, do you guys think there's anything on this planet that's going to stop Benn versus Eubank happening? That's what I'm trying to get at here. Do you guys think there's anything on this earth that could stop Benn versus Eubank from happening? You know what? I think there could be a fucking extinction level event on planet Earth where we've got a fucking 60 billion mile meteor heading towards the planet. I still think they find a way to put on Eubank and Benn before the meteorite hits Earth and wipes everybody out. Would you agree with that? Would you agree that? Let me ask. I'll tell you what. Let's take it to another level, right? If Conor Benn had a 3rd adverse finding in a run-up to the Eubank fight, right? Let's say if Conor Benn had a 3rd adverse finding in the run-up to the Eubank fight, right? And it hadn't got out to the media, do you think that fight would still go ahead? Yes or no? My tonsils are battered at the minute. Oh my God, my tonsils are dead. I'm going to be in A&E tomorrow, 100%. What do you think? If Conor Benn had a 3rd adverse finding and the Daily Mail did not find out about it, do you think this fight would still go ahead anyway? Yo King says all ahead. You on about mate says definitely. Adrian Remedy says yes. There's nothing on earth that can stop this fight, is there? We're getting this fight whether we like it or not. Richard says, if Conor Benn gave birth to a mutant chicken and it was on the front page of the Daily Mail, they'd still try and put it on. Vinyl Pugilist says, bro, they still need to cash out on Benn. He could have Miller level, he could have Jarrell Miller levels of HGH and the fight would still be put on. Sean at Medieval, 1, 3, 30, 300 adverse findings. It makes no difference to Eddie Hearn. Well, let me ask you the next question then. Is there any point in having any drug testing for Conor Benn versus Chris Eubank then? What's the point in having drug testing? If you guys are convinced that this fight is going to happen, right? Whether Eubank loses or wins, you think the fight's going to happen. Whether Benn loses or wins, you think the fight's going to happen. You think whether there's another failed drugs test, the fight's going to happen. You think if Eubank gets knocked out tonight by Liam Smith, the fight will happen. You guys don't see any circumstances under which this fight won't happen. So what's the point of having fucking drug testing then? What's the point? If they're not going to bother, they're just going to put it on anyway. But you might as well just scrap. Do you know what I think? Just scrap the testing, innit? Just scrap it. If you want to put the fight on and you're going to put it on regardless, just scrap it. Mark Stanton says 100% Eubank is about the money and adamant he wins. Yeah, Chris Eubank will fight him. You don't care about all that adverse shit. He's going to fight him. He's going to fight him. Gary Harrison says license from the North Korean Board of Control. If that's what it takes, that's what it takes, isn't it? If they have to get a license from Kim Jong-il himself to put this fight on, they're going to put this fight on, aren't they? That's how badly they want to put this fight on. They don't give a shit, mate. Yeah, Richard says they should have drug testing to ensure that they're both juiced up to the gills. You might as well just let them take whatever in it at this point. Serious. You might as well just fucking let them take whatever and just be done with it. I mean, if we're just going to these levels to put fights on where we just fucking ignore him via the tests anyway, just let him take whatever in it and be done, innit? Be done, you know. And if Conor Benn turns up to the ring glowing green, yeah, then he does, innit? What do you guys think? You know? Forget all this VADA tests, you know. Forget all this VADA tests. Forget all this safety of fighters. That's all a load of nonsense, isn't it? If you're going to put a fight on, if you're going to put a fight on regardless, put it on, innit? Put it on. So, if Conor Benn turns up to the boxing ring on fight night looking like this, then still get the fight on, innit? Because we've already shown, yeah, that we don't care about VADA testing, innit? We don't care about VADA testing. If somebody fails a VADA test, we're going to bring up dodgy KFC. We're going to bring up chicken eggs. We're going to bring up, you know, tainted punani. We're going to bring up people trying for babies. You know, if there's a failed VADA test, we're going to come up with every excuse under the sun, yeah, in order to put the fight on. So what's the point, yeah, in having a fucking drugs test? I just say let them carry on, innit? Let Conor Benn come out to the ring looking like this. He ain't too far off looking like this anyway, based off some of his fucking Instagram pictures. You know, before obviously these unfortunate incidents happen. Look. You know, if Conor Benn does a urine sample, yeah, and the urine sample comes back looking like this, we just wave it off. So there's no problem. Perfectly normal. Let the fight carry on. It's no problem. Take a urine sample. Urine samples looks radioactive. It's not a problem. Ignore it. Put it away. Do you know what I mean? What? Well, you're saying I'm silly, but if the fight's gonna go ahead anyway, and what's the point, innit? Conor Benn in the toilet doing glow in the dark piss. It's not a problem. Let the fight continue. It is what it is, isn't it? It is what it is. So you guys think that regardless of the outcome of tonight's fight, we will be seeing Eubank and Benn. To me, yeah, I have to say, that does spoil it for me. Because I like a fight where there's consequences. Do you know what I mean? I like a fight where there's consequences. I like a fight where, you know, if Eubank loses, is at the end of the road. I like it when, you know, everything's on the line. Those are the kind of fights I like. When everything's really on the line. When the guys really have got something to fight for. But you guys are effectively telling me, Ultra, even if Chris Eubank loses, he's still going to get, yeah, a multi-million-pound payday regardless. So it is what it is. This is interesting now. From Crazy D3. This is interesting. Eubank versus Brook, not Ben. Now that's interesting. Because, let me tell you now, there's a bit of money in the Brook fight. Probably not as much money as the Ben fight, but there's money in the Brook fight, right? There's money in the Brook fight. And Kell Brook is stupid enough to be coming back to boxing. Kell Brook's one of them guys that can't let it be. So maybe we'll actually see Eubank versus Brook instead of Eubank versus Ben. Maybe that's what we'll see. In-house sky fight there. An in-house sky fight. JBO says, you're bang on the money with that, Ultratech. The risk is being nullified in boxing because they're paid off social media followers and advertisers. Gary Harrison says, Brooks washed up. I hope. Apparently, Brooks told Ben Shalom that he's come back for the winner of Smith and Eubank. That's apparently what Kell Brook has told Ben Shalom. Kell Brook's told Ben Shalom he's coming back for the winner of Smith and Eubank. If you look at Kell Brook's interview, I won't show you play the video, but if you look at Kell Brook's interview, it's a very, very good interview with Boxing King Media. If you look at Kell Brook's interview with Boxing King Media, can you see this is Kell Brook talking about how he's struggling to adapt, to life after boxing, and Kell Brook said he felt like a part of him died, right? If you watch this interview and listen to it, you'll see that Kell Brook has to leave the interview because he's waiting for a spar. He's got a spar booked in, and he has to pack up the interview because his sparring partner's about to arrive, and he's literally fucking wrapping his own hands. Does that look like the sign of a man who thinks that he's had enough of the sport of boxing? Does that look like a sign of a man who's truly retired from boxing? Because when I heard that, I thought, we're going to see Kell Brook in the ring very, very soon. Very soon. The man, here are your giveaways. One, he looks in very, very good shape. Kell Brook, of all people, who blows up to like fucking 300 pounds when he's outside of the ring. Kell Brook is a massive pig outside of the ring. We all know Kell Brook isn't the most disciplined outside of the ring. Blows up constantly. Kell Brook turns up for an interview with Boxing King Media 1 month ago. He turns up looking in shape. He turns up looking in shape. For a guy who hasn't had a fight in X amount of months, Kell Brook turned up looking in shape. He's then wrapping his own hands and he's saying he's got to go because a sparring partner's about to arrive. Kell Brook's not retired from boxing. Oh, here we go. Paul Smith is in the fucking corner. Is in the changing room of Chris Eubank Jr. watching him getting his hands wrapped. I have to be honest with you. The Smith brothers don't do it for me. You know, I have to be honest with you. They don't do it for me. As people and personalities, the Smith brothers just don't do it for me. They do come across as rather, you know, they do come across as rather not nice people. Just to be honest with you. Do you know what I mean? You know, Paul Smith and them lot. Oh, I could be wrong. Sorry if I've misjudged. I'm sure they're nice and everything, but they really don't come across as pleasant people to be around, to be honest. I don't know what if you guys have got a feeling on that. So yeah, Brook's coming back. Pretty obvious he's coming back. So Eubank's getting his hands wrapped. We've got one more fight after this fight. It looks like Essuman's getting on top of Congo. Am I right on that, guys? Let me know if I'm right or wrong. Maybe I've been mixing them up. But it looks to me like Essuman's been getting a little bit on top of Congo in this fight so far. But let me know if I'm wrong about that. Yeah. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll see if we can get a bit of footage going. Callum seems decent. Yeah, Callum seems decent because he's the only one who don't talk. That's why. He's the only one who don't say anything. Ah, right. Congo's won every round. I think I've got them mixed up then. Okay, maybe I've got them mixed up. So Chevin's saying Congo has got it mixed up. So we'll check. So we'll do some news. So we'll run through a bit of news. So Josh Taylor versus Riakporhe. According to Mike Coppinger, that fight's off. But Richard, who knows people in boxing, thinks that Mike Coppinger is full of shit and that fight is on and will happen. So we're waiting for a retracted statement from Mike Coppinger. But earlier today, Mike Coppinger reported that Josh Taylor versus Riakporhe has been delayed because Josh Taylor has picked up an injury to his foot in training, so he won't be thinking. Sorry, this stupid thing is just doing my nutting. Deontay Wilder versus Andy Ruiz is reportedly expected to happen next and was being eyed for May. Although it now appears that Errol Spence versus Keith Thurman will take place in May. So Wilder versus Ruiz date is unclear as PBC won't want 2 pay-per-views in the same month. I think that's a tremendous fight to watch. Andy Ruiz versus Deontay Wilder. I picked Andy Ruiz going into that fight. But having looked at Andy Ruiz's recent performance against Luis Ortiz, I'm not sure. For me, that's a real 50-50 fight. Because both have the power to knock each other out and hurt each other. And it really actually looks like Congo is the one who's really getting on top of this fight. I don't know what I've been watching there. Congo looks like he's doing the business right now, landing at will at the minute on Essuman. We're not doing live commentary, but we have got the fight in the background. Dillian Whyte has offered to fight Francis Ngannou in a 2-fight boxing MMA deal. A lot of these boxing guys pick on MMA guys and beat them up in a boxing ring, but they are not brave enough to get in the cage. I'd happily fight him in the boxing ring and the cage as well. Well, Dillian Whyte started off as a Muay Thai fighter, didn't he? So you would think he's got more than a requisite experience to be able to get in the cage, although he hasn't been in the cage for a very, very long time. Woo, What do you think about this from Dillian Whyte? Do you think that's a publicity stunt? Or do you think it's legit? Let me know. What do you guys think? Dillian Whyte reckons he'll take a 2-fight deal to fight Ngannou. 1 fight in MMA and 1 fight in the boxing ring. Do you think Dillian Whyte's full of shit and looking for attention? Or do you think Dillian Whyte would be willing to do such a deal? And most importantly, who do you think wins? Look at the comments. Dillian wants another payday. This is probably the best move. Whyte is pretty washed recently, but his name still holds some importance. So if Ngannou beats Whyte, it brings him closer to that Fury or AJ fight. Dillian's kickboxing history makes this even more interesting. Dillian will lose both. Oh dear, look at that. Do you not think that's a bit out of order? Someone using that picture of Dillian Whyte there receiving oxygen to try and say that they think Francis Ngannou beats Dillian Whyte. How do you think that fight would go? We did a poll tonight asking if Joseph Parker's career is over, or if basically Joseph Parker's a finished fighter. I think we could probably hold the same poll for Dillian Whyte, couldn't we? Is Dillian Whyte a finished fighter? If he's not finished, it's certainly looking like, you know, we're seeing the end of his career, or coming to the end of his career, in my opinion. But yeah, Dillian Whyte there, Francis Ngannou calling him out. I would gladly pay to watch pay-per-view to watch Ngannou send Whyte to the shadow realm in the octagon. Yes, Mark Stanton, you're bang on. Isn't Dillian Whyte versus Otto Wallin rumoured to be next? Yes, it is. Here we go. Dillian Whyte versus Otto Wallin is being explored to potentially take place in April. Wallin's promoter, Demetrius Ali. I mean, I think for Dillian Whyte's a good fight. Do you not think? Dillian Whyte versus Otto Wallin. But you know what happened the last time these two were due to fight? The last time they were due to fight, you saw what happened. And you saw how Wallin was done by Dillian Whyte. He was virtually left at the altar, wasn't he? I thought the way that Dillian Whyte handled that Wallin fight was pretty terrible, in my opinion. The short notice at which he pulled out. And I just think the lack of regard that was shown for the opponent and the amount of money that the opponent had spent on training camp. I just felt, to me, there was a real lack of regard there coming from Team Whyte towards Otto Wallin. So, surprised Otto Wallin wants to do a fight with Dillian Whyte. But yeah, being explored. If I was Otto Wallin, I'd want some kind of something written in the contract, re compensation if Dillian Whyte doesn't show up to that fight. Press 1 if you agree, press 2 if you disagree. If you're Otto Wallin, you're thinking of fighting Dillian Whyte in April, would you try to get something written in that contract that you get some form of compensation if Dillian Whyte doesn't give adequate notice of pulling out of that fight? Because last time he pulled out of the fight when Otto Wallin was on the way to the fucking airport. The night before, Otto Wallin was on the way to the airport. And just, for me, that's unacceptable to do that. And Otto Wallin to lose all the money he spent on camp. So we'll have to wait and see about that. We've already spoken about Joe Joyce and Zhilei Xiang. Eubank will be talking about him. Eubank looks in, I have to say, tremendous shape, I have to say. Absolutely tremendous shape. Crazy D3 is saying Wallin outboxes him nicely. Who are you guys going for? Wallin versus Whyte. Who you pick for that fight? Wallin outboxes Whyte, do you think? I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. I saw one of Wallin's recent performances and it didn't look very, very good at all. And again, we'll go back to the British Border Control. The British Boxing Border Control released a statement yesterday. The British Boxing Border Control are aware of the comments made by Liam Smith and Chris Eubank Jr. at yesterday's press conference, and the board will be considering the conduct of both the fighters. So both of them, in particular, you would imagine that Liam Smith will be getting some form of sanction in this fight. And LD Phoenix is going for Dillian Whyte on points. I think we'll look at Riakporhe versus Glowacki when that starts, because I think we're starting to run out a little bit of news to cover. So I think we'll start getting into this card and dipping into this card soon. Who have you got winning this fight? Essuman or Congo? I haven't really been watching it. All I can see at the minute is Sky Sports is interviewing Johnny Bairstow. So you can see all the stars are out tonight, as you can see. All the stars are out tonight for this mega pay-per-view. We've got Johnny Bairstow and Jamie Carragher in the arena. Do you think Smith's comments were worse than Amir Khan's? No, I don't. I thought Amir Khan's comments to Kelbrook were 10 times worse, actually. And I do think that's very, very ironic, isn't it? That is a big fuss being kicked up against Liam Smith's comments, but Amir Khan's comments towards Kell Brook were 10 times worse. And I had 10 times more malice in them as well. And there wasn't the same sort of reaction, was there? Which is very strange. Now, I think I know what that is, but obviously I can't say in the comment section. But that was very, very sad. I thought Khan's comments to Brook were absolutely disgraceful. But it is what it is. How much do you guys read into sparring? I've hurt him in sparring. Liam Smith confident he can replicate training success as underdog in the showdown with Chris Eubank Jr. You know, all this bullshit about sparring. The rumours that Liam Smith hurt Chris Eubank Jr. in sparring with a body shot. Smith told TalkSport, I know for a fact I've hurt him in sparring, so I know I can hurt him. Especially with 10-ounce gloves on, especially at 160 pounds. I know Eubank has a tough fight. He's a big middleweight, and that's maybe and that's why this fight is a 50-50, or why people may favour Chris. People do not think Chris Eubank Jr. is a better fighter than me. If this fight is at 154 pounds, I'm a big favourite in this fight. I'm going to 160. Smith has concluded. A lot has been made of him making weight last time around. He didn't make the 157 pound limit for Conor Benn. He put that picture up and he's 153.99 pounds. He's trying to kid the public. Sorry, Liam Smith has got this completely wrong. You see what he's saying here? Liam Smith said that Chris Eubank Jr. didn't make weight last time around. He didn't make the 157 pounds limit for Conor Benn. He put that picture up and he's 159.3 pounds. I think the point of Chris Eubank Jr. putting that picture up is that Chris Eubank Jr. had a rehydration clause in the contract. And what he was alluding to was the fact that on the day of the fight, he couldn't be any more. Or I think it was on the afternoon or at a certain point in the day on the fight, he couldn't be any more than 160 pounds. And Chris Eubank Jr. was trying to show that he'd even made the rehydration clause that they set for him, not the actual contracted weigh-in weight. Yeah, so I think Liam Smith has actually got that one wrong. But let me know if I'm wrong on that. But sparring stories, I mean, for me, it's a complete waste of time. JBO says, pro fighters train on certain things in sparring, so you can't go off training exercises. I just think the sparring, the endless, I did this in sparring stuff is just, it is what it is for me. I'm not a big fan of it, to be honest. I'm looking at this fight, and I tell you what, Congo looks to be landing the cleaner shots here, but Essuman does have a work rate. How are you guys feeling about the way this fight's going? Are you guys feeling like if this fight goes a little bit late, Essuman can drown him? Because Essuman does have a tremendous work rate. It does look like Congo's landing the cleaner shots, but so the pace is absolutely ferocious in there. I mean, Essuman does set an absolutely ferocious pace, so we'll have to wait and see. John Charleston says, I don't think I've ever heard anyone bring up old sparring stories prior to a fight they've won. Do you know what? I'll be honest with you. It does seem to be a bit of a theme, doesn't it, John Charleston? That people who aren't the favourites to win fights tend to lean on sparring stories and what happened in sparring a lot longer than people who actually win the fights do. True, and there does seem to be something in that, doesn't there? Chris Eubank Jr. says that Liam Smith has overtaken Tony Bellew as the biggest arsehole to ever come out of Liverpool. Well, I'm not very sure about that, but it is what it is. But it is what it is. I can't read these comments for obvious reasons, but we have got a picture there of Tony Bellew, who looks like he's going ever so slightly grey and looks like he hasn't been following his diet program that he's been recently shipping to customers on a discounted deal for the best part of £14.99. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, Chris Eubank Jr. is saying that Tony Bellew has eclipsed Liam Smith has eclipsed Tony Bellew as the biggest arsehole in Liverpool. I think we'd have to beg to disagree on that. Crazy D3 says Ekal's face is getting tattooed by the jab. His best work is up close. Well, I'll have a look. The commentary showing that Essuman's beginning to land some shots on Congo there, and I wonder if Essuman's beginning to get to him. I'd like to know what the cards are. I'll have a quick look at the cards online in a minute and wait and see. Before we start getting into the card, is there anything anybody would like to talk about at all before we get into the card? So at the minute, right, according to the viewers' verdict, Essuman is 4-2 down in this fight. Congo won the first 4, but they give him the last 2 to Essuman. So that trend is a good trend for Essuman, because you can see there, Congo's beginning to tire a little bit. So we'll see how that trend's going. So anything else you want to talk about, whether it's heavyweight boxing, Wilder, Joshua, Eddie Hearn, any kind of questions you want to ask that are non-offensive? Before we start getting into actually doing what we were here to do today and covering, yeah? Oh, that was a good overhand right there from Messi, man. And covering the meat of this card. We've already discussed Joseph Parker tonight. We've discussed Anthony Joshua versus Jermaine Franklin, which will be coming very, very shortly. We've discussed whether we think that's worthy of pay-per-view. I don't think he is really worthy of pay-per-view. Someone saying Moses Atama, I haven't seen him. I don't really watch much amateur boxing, so I have to be honest, I haven't seen him. So I can't really have any thoughts on Itama. I do obviously know he's extremely, extremely highly rated. And what do you guys think about Moses Atama saying he's going to try and break Mike Tyson's record of being the youngest ever world champion or youngest ever undisputed champion or whatever? I mean, listen, he will be moved, especially with the way Queensberry move him, he will be moved appropriately. Let's put it that way. Like, he will be moved appropriately. So I don't think there'll be any danger of that happening. But having said that, it is what it is. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see what it is about Moses Atama. But very, very highly rated fighter. And I think it's a sign of the times. You know, 5-6 years ago, Moses Atama wouldn't have signed for Queensberry. Moses Atama would have been a guaranteed matchroom signing, wouldn't he? And that's what I'm saying, you know. Times are changing now, aren't they? Times are changing. Just trying to see if there's any more sort of Anthony Joshua news that we can cover coming up here. Or any other news that we can cover. I'll tell you one thing. I'll quickly ask you before we move on. Gervonta Davis and Ryan Garcia. Just out of interest, what do you guys think of Gervonta Davis's recent performances? And how do you think a fight between him and Ryan Garcia goes if you're interested in such a thing? Do you think that fight will happen or not? And is that a fight that you're interested in? I watched Gervonta. I stayed up and I watched Gervonta. I watched Jaron Ennis. And I thought Gervonta Davis was comfortable in that fight. I know people think he was losing that fight. To me, Gervonta looked comfortable in that fight. He's getting it picked off a little bit in the opening rounds. But Southpaw versus Southpaw is always a very, very tricky fight. Because, as I've said before, not only do orthodox fighters not fight Southpaws on a regular, right? But Southpaws also don't fight other Southpaws on a regular. So whenever you get two Southpaws fighting, it becomes a very, very cagey fight when you get them two Southpaws fighting. It can become a very, very cagey fight. I know I get in the ring of Southpaws and I'm like a fish out of water because I spend all my time setting up for right-handers. So when you put me in the ring with a Southpaw, I'm having to do everything in the opposite direction. I don't have a fucking clue what I'm doing. So I think Gervonta Davis is very, very difficult. Setting up the left hand against a Southpaw can be very, very difficult. And so I think Gervonta took time to get his range, started walking him down. Started breaking him down. And I think, after a couple of rounds, it was obvious that fight was only ever going to go one way. And that was a Gervonta Davis stoppage. But people are trying to advance the case that, it was a fixed fight and that, Garcia pulled out so that Gervonta could fight Ryan Garcia and this and that. And people are saying it's fixed and all sorts. So what is your opinion on Gervonta Davis? Do you think he's the truth or not the truth? It's interesting. Ryan Garcia, I believe, has quite a big height advantage if these two fight, but my opinion is Gervonta Davis is the truth. I'm not saying he's got the resume to prove it. I don't give a fuck about his resume. I don't care about anything like that. I've been watching Gervonta Davis since before he became a big name boxer because his videos were available on YouTube. And as a left-hander, I used to like watching other left-handers spar to see how they worked and how they went about it. So I've been watching Gervonta Davis spar videos on YouTube since even before he was even before he became world champion, right? And I think he's the real deal. I think he's an absolute dog. I think he's an animal. And we'll have to wait and see. Look, Ryan Garcia is a very talented fighter. There's a big height advantage there. I will say that, Gervonta, I've seen him in with the likes of Asenia Byfield, who was 154. But obviously that was his fight weight. So when Asenia Byfield probably sparred Gervonta Davis, he was probably 160 plus, right? When Byfield fought Gervonta, he's probably 160 plus because, like I said before, who's sparring at their fucking fight weight, right? Unless you're on fight week, and even then, you're not sparring on weight, right? You're not sparring on weight in the pro game, right? So I think it's safe to say that Asenia Byfield's probably 160 plus, and I've seen Gervonta bully big guys in sparring. I mean, he bullies big men in sparring. He bullies them, and he on the front foot. Big shots, hurting them. You've all seen the sparring between him and Red Catch. Yeah? Press 1 if you've seen that. You've seen him nearly knock Redcatch into the middle of next week in sparring as well. Because you see Ivan Redcatch was calling him out, and then he uploaded the video, and you can see Gervonta Davis nearly knock him into the middle of next week. Didn't surprise me. He bullies big guys, 160 guys, 160 plus. It doesn't matter. The outcome is the same. He gets on the front foot and he goes to war, you know, and he normally comes out on top. So my honest opinion on Gervonta Davis is he is the truth, but we'll have to wait and see. If he doesn't prove it, he doesn't prove it. It's a good right hand on the counter there from Chris Congo. For me, you know, he will have to wait and see. He has to prove it. But I understand he might not have the resume which backs up the talk. But for me, like I said, I look at his ability and skills in boxing. I think he's one of the best timers of a punch in boxing. If you look at his knockout of Leo Santa Cruz, I don't think people understand. Do you know how perfectly timed that shot was against Leo Santa Cruz? You could put 150 professionals in the ring and make them box 100 rounds and they wouldn't land a shot like that. Do you understand how well timed that knockout of Santa Cruz was? Like, the timing was absolutely perfect. Uppercut is one of the hardest shots to land in boxing, right? I think we spoke to Daryl about this, and Daryl's had fights. And Daryl said, I think the only shot he found harder to land in boxing than the uppercut was the rear hand hook. So the hook with your rear hand. So for me, it would be a left hook. For you orthodoxes, it would be a right hook, right? He said the only shot he felt that was harder to land than an uppercut was a rear-handed hook, right? Obviously, because it's your rear hand, it's further away. You know, you're not setting up behind the jab, you're leading off with it. Very, very hard shot to land, yeah? It's to lead off with your backhand hook and land that. The uppercut has to be one of the hardest shots to land in boxing. Very, very hard shot to land. I think Gervonta, the timing of his punch, I don't think people understand how good it is, man. He has incredible ability. It's not just the punch power, but his timing is absolutely, his counter punching and timing is absolutely exceptional. And, you know, the way he goes about it is a bit crude these days, you know. He's not as fleet-footed. We've seen him now in his recent fights. He's a lot more flat-footed. You know, he's walking down fighters and he's staying in the pocket in a high guard. But that's what he does. He walks you down in the pocket. He stays in a high guard. But what he wants to do is he wants you to fire first. And when you fire first, he wants to lean back and counter. He wants to slip and counter, slip and uppercut, cash and shoot. Very, very good counter punching. Counter punching isn't just about dancing around the ring, you know, using lots of head movement, dipping your head all over the place. That's not being like, doesn't necessarily make you a great counter puncher. Being a great counter puncher is, you know, a lot of it's about timing. A lot of it's about catch and shoot. A lot of it's about slip and counter. And Gervonta's very, very good. Don't sleep on him. Just because he's a little bit crude with the way he walks fighters down. Maybe because sometimes he takes a few too many to get in and do his work. But when he gets in that pocket, he is all business. And if you look at that knockout of Santa Cruz and you look at some of the shots he was landing on Garcia, walks himself into the pocket. But then, like I said before, shot comes, explosive, slip, counter. Very, very good fighter. Very hard puncher. I think he's legit. I've always made him the favourite over Ryan Garcia. But I didn't realise how different the height advantage was. And that height advantage has got me a bit spooked. So let me know what you feel about that. Tank would KO Garcia badly. Tank would kill Ryan. Tank the truth. If Luke Campbell could drop Ryan hard. I don't know how Ryan keeps Tank out at the inside, which is the danger zone. JM says, I think Ryan's brother is a southpaw and spars and trains with his brother constantly. So Gervonta won't be a problem. That's very interesting. I think Tank would beat Ben as well at 140 pounds. Guys, Eddie Hearns recently talked about Conor Benn versus Gervonta Davis. Who would you pick in that fight? Just out of interest. Give me a name. At 140, who would you pick? Conor Benn or Gervonta Davis? I don't even think Conor Benn can make 140 anymore. Could Conor Benn even make 140? Who would you pick at a catch weight? Gervonta or Conor Benn? Let's say 144. For argument's sake. Who would you pick in a fight between Conor Benn and Gervonta Davis at 144? And is Essuman beginning to win this fight on work rate? Let me know. Is Congo still winning this fight, or is Essuman beginning to nick rounds on work rate? Because Congo's getting backed up a lot. It looks like he's picking up the cleaner shots, but you do. Oh, good right hand from Essuman. You do worry about how the judges are gonna go with this. JBO is saying Gervonta easily versus Conor Benn. Lol says Tank would smash Ben to pieces. I'm not accusing Conor Benn of anything, but here's what I'll say. Do you guys realise the incredible improvement that Conor Benn has made in such a short space of time, where He's a guy who couldn't even stay on his feet against part-time kickboxer Cedric Peynaud. And we're now asking questions about who would win between him and Gervonta Davis at a catchweight. Can you not see like how much Conor Benn improved in an incredibly short space of time? This is a guy who couldn't stay on his feet and had his jaw broken by Cedric Peynaud, a part-time French kickboxer. And we're now asking ourselves if he has a legitimate chance at a catchweight against one of the hardest pound-for-pound punchers in the sport of boxing. That tells you all you need to know about how drastic the improvements Conor Benn was making over a very, very short space of time. Tells you a lot, doesn't it, about how somebody went from level A to level B in a very, very short space of time. Very, very short. It was about a year, wasn't it? How quickly did he go from beating Peynaud in the rematch? How quickly did he go from beating Peynaud on points in the rematch? And he was hurt in that fight as well, by the way. Even in the rematch against Peynaud, he won clearly. He won the rematch clearly, right? But even in the rematch against Peynaud, he was hurt. So, what does that tell you about Conor Benn? The fact that in about a year, between 18 to 24 months, look at the improvement he made from that fight he had, the rematch he had against Peynaud, to his run at welterweight. That is some fucking improvement that he has made for a guy who, had a bit of experience in the amateurs, I think, but didn't really have a lot of experience in the amateurs. Came to boxing at quite a late age. He's somebody who made strides in a very, very short space of time. Very, very short space of time. JBO is saying Congo hurt at the end of that round. I'm looking at the scorecards. The viewers have got Congo up 5-3 or 6-3. They've got Congo up 6-3. Let me have a look online and see how people have got it. Congo's the home fighter, so you think he probably gets it, but it could be interesting. It could be interesting. We could see some interesting cards here. Essuman versus Congo. Let's just quickly see how people are seeing it. People are scoring it. Mark Stanton says Ben has been steered away from solid punchers. D. Thomas has said, have you seen the size of Conor Benn recently? Photos can be very deceiving. He hasn't been through a proper camp yet. It does appear that Conor Benn is smaller at the moment than he was XYZ months ago. But we have to wait and see. He's not training for a fight. He was also training to put weight on for the Eubank fight as well. So we'll have to wait and see before making a judgment. But it does appear that Conor Benn does look a little bit smaller recently than how he's looked in some of his previous fights. If someone can give me how you've got this Essuman versus Congo fight, can you let me know? I would like to know. This guy's got it 87-84 to Congo. So it's like Congo's three rounds ahead. But let me know how you guys have got it. Let me know. So we're talking about Conor Benn versus Gervonta. Let's see what online is saying about it. Let's see if we can get some comments on that. Who you guys? You guys all think Gervonta Davis would beat Conor Benn. This is interesting. Addy's done a reaction video to Eddie Hearn wanting Gervonta versus Conor Benn. Yeah, it is what it is. That's a very, very interesting fight. I don't know. Let's have a look here. Blah, 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 blah. There you go. That's what we wanted. Eddie Hearn talks up the fight. Conor Benn versus Gervonta Davis. Let's have a look. Richard says, even at 147 pounds, he is going with Tank Davis. So we'll have to wait and see. Let's have a look at this fight. This looks like an absolute brawl at the minute. 50 seconds left on my watch. I'm probably a little bit behind. Essuman versus Congo. In this round, I haven't been watching. It looks to me like Congo's landed the cleaner shots to me in this round. But you do worry about work rate, because you do know these judges do love to score a bit of work rate. But do you think in this round, it looks like Congo's probably been landing the cleaner shots? But let me know everything. Crazy D3 Ultra, do you think Shakur beats Tank? I haven't seen enough of Shakur yet. I really need to have a good look at him, to be honest. I've seen him sparring. He's the kind of fighter that I've seen a bit more of him sparring than I've seen of him fighting, to be honest. I've seen some of his sparring. And I saw him spar someone the other day. Who did he spar? I saw him spar someone very, very good, who was world class. Jesus. I think he was another left-hander. It wasn't Terence Crawford. It was somebody else. Was it not Virgil Ortiz? I saw Shaka sparring somebody. I can't remember who it was. And he was really getting around for his money. I think he's exceptional. I think he is absolutely exceptional, Shaka Stevenson. I think he is absolutely exceptional. He is absolutely exceptional. And he's got serious pedigree as a fighter. A lot of people think when it's all said and done, it will be the pound for pound number one in boxing in years to come. Do you know what I mean? Like the pound for pound number one, the undisputed. You know, like in times in boxing, right? We've had times where there's been like an undisputed pound for pound number one. Like it's just like, do you remember when like Roy Jones was the pound for pound number one? Like nobody with a fucking brain cell disputed that. Do you remember when like Floyd Mayweather Jr. was the pound for pound number one? There was even a point in time, actually, people don't remember, when Bernard Hopkins was the pound for pound number one. And nobody disputed that, you know. Bernard Hopkins was the pound for pound number one in boxing. And nobody disputed it. Shako Stevenson might be that kind of fighter where he might just become the de facto standard pound for pound number one. Like, so pound for pound number one, you don't have idiots on YouTube spending the rest of their life making pound for pound lists because it's just indisputable. He might be that kind of fighter. He looks exceptional fighter. Right, let's talk about British boxing. Let's talk about tonight's card. Okay, how do you feel about tonight's card on pay-per-view as we start to get into it? Essuman and Congo has been a very good fight tonight, by all accounts. How do you feel about British boxing tonight, and how do you feel about this fight being a pay-per-view fight? Would you agree? Would you disagree? How do you feel about it? Do you think so far that this card has been worth the money as we go through it? We've got Riakporhe versus Glowacki next. Probably cover that. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about tonight's card? Do you think so far, if you've paid for this card, we'd like to hear from you. Do you think so far it is a pay-per-view, Sean from Medieval? I'm watching it at a friend's house. Would you think so far, has this card been worth the money for you? We had Fraser Clark versus Kevin Espindola. That fight got terrible reviews, basically. Most people watching it online said they think Fraser Clark is going nowhere in the sport of boxing. I'm not saying that. I'm just repeating what people have said online about Fraser Clark's performance tonight. People have said that Fraser Clark's performance tonight was horseman and that he's going nowhere soon. Feel free to comment if you're late to the show. We've got 114 in here. I really think the numbers have been good tonight, you know. We've pretty much had 100 people for 3 hours all the way through the show. And we haven't really got to the main event. I'm hoping after the main event is probably the time where, you know, we'll, the post-fight reaction. I'm hoping the post-fight reactions where we'll get some decent numbers, but we've got nearly 120 in here, and we've had 120 in here all night for 3 hours. So really appreciate the support. If you'd like to hit the like button, please hit the like button. If you'd like to be part of the chat, please subscribe and be part of the chat. What do you guys think about Fraser Clark? Let's go through some scores quickly, right? Let's go through some scores. Fraser Clark's performance tonight against Kevin Espindola. I want a comment or a score out of 10 for Fraser Clark and where you think he's going. We'll go through all these names. So what do you think tonight? We're going through tonight's card. We're judging tonight's card. It's not a matchroom card for a change. Fraser Clark, what score are you giving him out of 10 for his performance against Kevin Espindola tonight? What would you give Fraser Clark out of 10 for his performance? Should he be continuing to fight on pay-per-view cards? Do you think... Remember, a lot of promoters are fighting for Fraser Clark's signature. Fraser Clark could have signed for matchroom. He could have gone to anybody. So... I think we can play this because this is an interview on the Mirror. So, I think we can do this. Here. Who wants to hear from Fraser Clark? I think we can play this because this is from the Mirror. This isn't a Sky Sports interview. This is from the Mirror. So, give me a sec. Let's deliver you some reaction to tonight's fight from Fraser Clark. Let me just make sure. Hopefully he's not talking to Sky. Press 1 if you can hear this.
There's a lot of stuff personally I can take away that I've worked on in the gym. There's a few dips of concentration which I need to sort of, you know, get out of the system and stop doing that. But I think there's good points, bad points. Same as everyone in the world's performance. You know, there's stuff we can take away and improve. But I'm happy with myself. You know what? People don't see what goes into these camps, what goes into that work. That's a lot of performance, that's a lot of effort gone into that. I'm proud of myself.
There you go. So you heard there from Fraser Clark tonight, who says he's proud of himself for his performance. Are you guys right? Is that one for you can hear it, or is that one for his performance? Shevon's given Fraser Clark a 0 out of 10 for tonight's performance. Vital Pugilist is giving Fraser Clark a 5 out of 10. Dench is giving the card, I think, a 5 out of 10 so far. 6 out of 10 on Fraser Clark from Jay Billio. 6 out of 10. And Richard says, at least you've got the doors to fall. I didn't know Fraser Clark did the doors. And Jay Billio is saying 6 out of 10 for Fraser Clark's performance tonight is quite generous. So, yeah, you guys not very high there. And again, Fraser Clark, when he turned pro, was a big deal. A lot of promoters that was signing for Fraser Clark's signature. Do you remember at the time? He was a big deal. They were fighting all over him. But it is what it is. They're not happy at the minute with Fraser Clark and his performance. What do you think about this comment here on Fraser Clark? Matching Fraser Clark this poor is surely bad for his career. Prior to turning pro, he was fighting Bakodir Jolovov and Murad Aliyev and Justice Huni. Now, as a professional fighting small, fat, overweight journeyman with no intention to win, zero benefit as far as improving as a boxer. There you go. I mean, the reviews tonight on Fraser Clark have been absolutely brutal. Let's go back to this card. Right. Joseph Parker. We've done this, but let's just do it one more time for those that are joining. Give me a score out of 10 tonight for Joseph Parker versus Jack Macy. Give me a score out of 10 tonight for that fight. Joseph Parker versus Jack Macy. Johnson Matthews says, Parker, he's done ultra. Ship him back to New Zealand in a black bin bag. That is absolutely outrageous. Speaking of which, let's have a look at the poll. If you'd like to vote on this poll, I'm now going to close it. You've got 10 more seconds to vote on this poll. Is Joseph Parker a finished fighter for you after tonight's performance? Please give me a score out of 10. Closing the poll in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 68% of you say Joseph Parker is a finished fighter after tonight's fight. You guys think tonight Joseph Parker is a finished fighter. Let's have a look. A few of you guys saying Congo is in quite a bit of trouble against Essuman here. Will that be enough? We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, Medieval. Sean from Medieval's given Joseph Parker 3 out of 10. Congo looks ready to go. He looks absolutely spent, to be honest. But like I said before, Essuman does set a very, very high pace. We'll see how it goes. It's one of them fights, really, where Congo's probably done enough, hasn't he? We'll have to wait and see. That's a lovely little left hook from Congo there. But from what people are saying online, Congo might have done enough. But it looks like Essuman's had him in trouble quite a bit. Maybe one day we'll see a rematch. Let's have a look. And then Essuman and Congo. This was a good fight. What would you rate this fight out of 10? Essuman versus Congo. Give me a score out of 10 for Essuman and Congo. Is it a fight of the year contender? Do you think so? Yes or no? Essuman versus Congo has just finished on my screen. We'll get the scorecards there. Is that the fight that's going to save this card? Do you think that's the fight tonight that's going to save this card? Because it's been pretty dour, hasn't it, up until that fight? But Echo Essuman versus Chris Congo. Is that the fight that's going to save this card, or we'll have to wait and see? You guys are saying 8 out of 10, best fight of the card. Are we looking at... I haven't really watched it properly, but it does sound from some of the comments online that we are looking at a potential British Fight of the Year contender. Is that right or wrong? Are we looking at a potential British Fight of the Year contender or not? I mean, obviously I know it's fucking January, but I'm just saying. Let's have a look. I'm trying to get these Congo Essuman scores. Is Essuman with 2? Oh, I've got the fucking card in front of me. Right, 1N. That's why. Okay. 1N. Let's have a look. Right. This card here has got Essuman winning the fight 115-113. 115-113 Essuman, but could see a draw. If you've got Congo by 1, that's also not a disgrace. They're loving this fight. Great fight. Congo is the better boxer, but Essuman's got the surprise power. Oh, I see. Hold on. But we need to get the hashtag in there so we can get the scores. So 115-113. He's got it 115-113 to Essuman. How have you guys got it? Oh, look at that. Richard says the viewers' card verdict on Sky was 114-114. Crazy D3 saying close fight. It could be a draw. So going to be interesting, these cards here. We'll have to wait and see. I'm going to get these cards a bit late, obviously, because I'm a little bit behind. But we'll have to wait and see. I did think Essuman might drag it back late on because he's got such an engine and such a work rate. But I'm trying to see how people feel about this fight. And we're just trying to get a gauge for how the card is tonight. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you know, we judge these cards on the main event. You know, when people go home tonight, they're not really going to remember Congo and Essuman much. They're going to remember the main event. But it is what it is. Mark Stanton's got Essuman 115-113. This guy here has got Essuman 115-113. Viewer score is ridiculous. Essuman by 2. Right, you can see Robert Smith there, head of the BBBOC. Probably checking his emails for an email from Conor Benn's lawyers any minute now. So we're waiting for the scorecards. You'll get them before me, and then we will cover Glowacki and Riakporhe, because Riakporhe is a world title contender. And then it's time for the main event. And then after the main event, allegedly, Ingram and Shevin might be coming in to do the post-fight, because I need a break. And if anybody else wants to come on, they're welcome to. But I'll have to get in contact with Ingram. But I believe a post-fight will be done by BWTM Sports today. So it is what it is. Well, waiting for these scores. Well, I'm going to look away from the chat. Don't spoil it for me. I'm just going to look away from the chat while I can hear the scores. 114, 114. 116, 113. 115, 114. Ooh, majority decision. I think it might be Congo. Let me guess. I went to Essuman. So there you go. So, Queensby Promotions. List to rise for another day. The Essuman, the engine's done it. There. What do you guys think about them scorecards? There you go. He dragged it back, didn't he? I just had a feeling Essuman was going to drown him late on, because, you know, the questions there about the punch accuracy from Essuman. There's questions about the punch power from Essuman. You know, there's questions about all sorts about Essuman. But one thing you can't is his tank, you know. He has got one of the... Can you think of any fighter in British boxing who has a better tank than Eko Essuman? I mean, he is unbelievable, isn't he? I mean, he is unbelievable. In terms of work rate, I mean, you get in the ring with him and you have to earn it, don't you? You have to earn it. What do you think about them cards? Queensby Promotions, stand up. It's another win for Queensby Promotions. Like I said, Queensby don't mind. Send off fighters on the road. Fight, you can fight, you know. With Queensby Promotions, we can do it anyway. You want to fight in Telford Leisure Centre? You can come and fight in Telford Leisure Centre. You want to go and fight in the SC Arena? We can do it in the SC Arena. If we have to go to your card and beat you up on your own card, we beat you up on your own card. So Queensbury Promotions, stand up there. Eko Essuman goes onto opposition territory and goes out and gets the win. Sorry, I'm just trying to get some memes up and I can't at the minute because I've absolutely fucked it left, right and centre. I'm just trying to get to the Queensbury page here because I've imagined they'll be having an announcement of that win any minute. What do you guys think about the cards? Shauna Medieval says reasonable cards. Richard says you can't argue with those cards. I'm just going to have a quick listen to what Essuman's saying. Just give me a sec. I've got Essuman in the background. Mark Stanton says they will run that back. Let's have a listen. Right, so Essuman saying it was a close fight, but it's his experience got him through. That's it. So Essuman's basically saying it's the experience, isn't it? He's been there, he's done rounds, and he's done rounds in difficult fights. And those rounds obviously put him in good stead for tonight. So it is what it is, you know. Essuman the Road Warrior. Crazy D3 says Essuman versus Congo has saved the night. Do you guys feel that fight has saved the night? I mean, I don't know. Like, we'll have to see the main event coming up shortly. I think the main event's going to be coming up sooner than we think because does anybody here think that Riakporhe is going to get Glowacki out of there? Press 1 if you think we're going to get a knockout in the Riakporhe and Glowacki fight. Because if we do, this fight is going to be on imminently. We are probably closer to the main event starting than what you think. I'm not anticipating Riakporhe and Glowacki to go the distance. It is what it is. There's Sean from Medieval's quoting Essuman. Boxing is what you can do when you're tired, not what you can do when you're fit. That is a classic quote, isn't it? Jesus, I might have to steal that one and say that one myself next time I go into the gym. That's very true, isn't it? Boxing is not about what you can do when you're fit. It's about what you can do when you're tired. There you go. It is what it is for that. What do you think about that? Guys, give me a score for tonight's card. Has anybody paid for tonight's card? I'm at a friend's house watching it. Has anybody paid £19.95 on pay-per-view for this card? And get your thoughts in now. How do you feel about this card? As we get closer to the main event, Riakporhe's up next. They say he's world class. They're saying Richard Riakporhe is a world class fighter. And we'll have to wait and see. It is what it is. I wonder if we can get Frank Warren's thoughts on tonight's main event. Let's have a listen. Hopefully IFL TV forgive us. Let's see. Do you want to hear Frank Warren's thoughts on the main event? I wouldn't mind hearing Frank Warren's thoughts on the main event. If you would like to, let's see if we can. Let's see if we can do this. Frank Warren on the main event here. Here's Frank Warren on tonight's fight between Eubank and Smith. Press 1 if you can hear this.
Quickly do want to get your thoughts on the main event as well. Obviously, two fighters that you know very well. Fond memories with Liam Smith you had. Maybe not perhaps the same with Chris Eubank Jr. What are you expecting from this one between Liam and Chris?
I think it's on paper it's a competitive fight. What one's 33, one's 30. I think Liam's 34 now, isn't
34. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're obviously for that weight division. They're obviously older. I think Liam's got the better resume. He's fought at a higher level. He's been in with better quality fighters than Chris Eubanks Jr. has been. Chris Eubanks Jr. has been touted for God knows how many years now as being a prospect, and he's 33. By now, his dad had been retired and had having had like 19, 20 title fights. I just think, although he's coming up a weight, I think that Liam has the capability to beat him with his experience, and he's a good puncher.
Frank Warren, absolutely scathing of Eubank. As per there, they've been saying Eubank's a prospect for years now. That's what they've been saying. According to Frank Warren, they've been calling Chris Eubank Jr. a prospect for many years, but he's 33 years old. He's no longer a prospect. What do you guys think about that? Chris, next gen Eubank. Are you still next gen when you're 30? Oh, there you go. Shevin there with a good rebuttal. Okay, but Uncle Frank, you tout Joyce as a prospect, and he is 38. There you go. But are they still touting him as a prospect, though, Shevin? To be fair now, I think Frank's been saying Joe is now ready for the titles, now ready for world titles. Interesting comment, though. What do you guys think about that? Who do you think's right, me or Shevin? Who do you think's right there, me or Shevin? LD Phoenix, 33-year-old prospect calling himself next gen. It is embarrassing. It is what it is. Right. Mark Stanton, is there a promoter Eubank hasn't been with? Well, it is what it is. I think Shevon's just carried me there. He's not touting Joyce as a prospect now, but he was 2 years ago when Joyce was 36. Shevon, if my tonsils weren't on the verge of falling out of my mouth, I would laugh a lot more. You got me there. Fair enough. Right. Riakporhe and Glowacki. Does anybody give a shit about this? Is Glowacki a bit past it now? Or are you using this as a real barometer as to how far Riakporhe can go? What do you think? Is Glowacki really past it? Or do you think this is a real barometer for how good Riakporhe could be? And what do you guys think about Riakporhe and Akole? Is that a fight we could see in the future? And if so, who would win that fight? Do you know that fight could happen? Both of them on Sky in-house? Crazy D3 saying Riakporhe could get a highlight KO. Sean says, interested to see what Riakporhe has. Who would you guys pick between Akole and Riakporhe? Akole and Riakporhe. If they both fight at cruiserweight, who would you have winning? And let me ask you another question. Akole and Riakporhe. Is that a pay-per-view fight in your opinion? Press 1 if it's a pay-per-view fight. Press 2 if it's not. Akole and Riakporhe. Would you consider that a pay-per-view fight? For the world title? For the WBO cruiserweight title to be. You guys are saying 2. No! Riakporhe and Akole for a world title. You don't think that's pay-per-view worthy? Jesus, you guys are saying it's definitely not pay-per-view. Okay. Rory Tabori saying it's one in the UK world. I'm just saying who's coming to the ring. Right, Glowacki is currently arriving to the ring. So Glowacki versus Riakporhe is about to start. Glowacki is on his way to the ring. Crazy D3 is saying they both clinched too much for it to be pay-per-view. Somebody said Lawrence Akole is going to be moving up to heavyweight. I could be completely wrong. But if Lawrence Okolie is moving up to heavyweight, why on earth would he want to fight on Boxer? Can somebody answer me that? I'm not hating on Boxer. I'm just trying to understand the logic behind what he's doing. If you're saying Okolie and Riakporhe aren't going to fight because Okolie might be moving up to heavyweight, why on earth would Okolie fight on Boxer? Boxer don't have any heavyweights. Unless we're going to see Okolie versus Steve USSR Robinson on pay-per-view. Which, knowing Ben Shalom, could actually be a real thing. Like, here comes Riakporhe to the ring. Riakporhe, one of the hardest men in the UK. Wasn't Riakporhe stabbed and nearly killed, innit? As a youth. Am I right? As a little youth. Isn't it a little youth that Riakporhe was nearly bored as a little youth on the streets of London? Terrible, isn't it? Absolutely terrible, man. Absolutely terrible. Man was literally bored on the streets of London, you know. And nearly lost his life, you know. So, big up Riakporhe, as Riakporhe's now coming to the ring. Let's see what tune Riakporhe chooses to come to the ring. Hopefully he comes to the ring with some bad man music. Hold on. What the fuck is this? Hold on. Why is Riakporhe coming out to the Beatles? Is that the Beatles that Riakporhe's coming out to? Who is that? Who is that? Somebody the age of 50 years old who used to be into mod. Can somebody tell me what tune he's coming out to? Oh, he's coming out to the Crystal Palace theme. Glad all over. Is that what they listen to? That shit sound like the Beatles. I was like, fuck. I thought Riakporhe coming out to do damage to Paul McCartney. I thought, man, about to have to turn his TV screen off. Man didn't get bored up here in an alleyway somewhere in the middle of London to come out to one of the biggest fights of his career to know Paul McCartney. Sounds like mod music, innit? Sounds like mod, innit? What was that film called? Quadrophenia. Hold on. Modern Quad. You know, I turn my keyboard off. You guys know what I'm talking about. Alright. Richard Riakporhe is making his way to the ring. Very, very, very questionable ring walk music, in my opinion. Last time I heard any decent ring walk music, yeah, was when Craig Richards came to the ring against Joshua Buatsi, and he came out to Capleton. That's the last time I heard anybody, yeah, come out to some fucking decent music. Do you know what I mean? That's the last time, innit? Last time I heard any decent music was like Craig Richards coming out to Capleton. Look at this stuff these days now. Richard Riakporhe telling us that he from the hood and shit, and he coming out to some modern quad music. You know what I'm talking about? Modern quad music from the 60s. Ridiculous. Yeah, Lee Selby used to come out to some great tunes. Yeah, we know Lee Selby. Riakporhe, it didn't. Oh, the LD Phoenix. Riakporhe out here telling everybody he a trap star, ain't he? Am I lying or am I not lying? Did Riakporhe not come out here telling everybody he a trap star? But he on SBTV. Ain't Riakporhe on SBTV though? Riakporhe. He out here telling everybody he a trap star. But then he then coming out to that fucking mod music though, man. Riakporhe need to fix that stuff up, bro. When you get bored up in London, when you get bored up in the alleyway and nearly lose your life, yeah, up in the gang warfare, yeah. After that, bro, you don't play no more music after that, bro. Strictly grime and trap all the way, mate. Grime and trap all the way. Like, Okole's got an excuse for coming out to bullshit music because Okole used to work at McDonald's. So Okole coming out to them bullshit tunes, you can understand that because the man used to fucking spend all day smelling the Big Macs. So Okole coming out to that BS shit he comes out to, we give Okole a pass. The man come out, the man spent all day covered in chip fat. Spent all day preparing Happy Meals and shit. But Riakporhe, man, is supposed to be a real G. Anyway, Riakporhe's in the ring now, man. That put it down on my pay-per-view. Let's hear this stuff. Let me hear this shit. No, I heard that. Yeah, you guys are laughing at Riakporhe. Riakporhe. The man's supposed to be from the hood, bro. You're from the hood, you don't come out to that shit. I ain't from the hood. So I don't come out to them kind of tune them. Because I'm not from the ends, innit? But Riakporhe's a real bad man, innit? So he's supposed to come out to that bad man music. Anyway, look, Riakporhe and Glowacki is now on. Let me get Frank Warren off the screen. Riakporhe vs. Okolie. We're covering this one live. After this, it is the main event of the evening. Conor Benn, excuse me, Chris Eubank Jr., not versus Conor Benn, but versus Liam Smith as we get underway in round 1. I mean, the size difference looks unbelievable. Can you guys see the size difference between these two? Riakporhe, to me, press one if you think I'm wrong or not, but Riakporhe looks a weight class above Glowacki to me. What do you guys think? Looks a weight class above. Glowacki's a left-hander like myself. Riakporhe's just on the back foot at the minute, just trying to see the shots, make him fall short, just trying to see what Glowacki has to offer at the minute. Glowacki's got Riakporhe against the ropes, but obviously you don't want to overcommit because Riakporhe's a big, big puncher. Good jab there to start off from Riakporhe. Riakporhe's going about it the right way at the minute there. He just wants to have a look at what Glowacki's having to offer. And again, like, hold the jab out. And you want Glowacki falling into the shots. Excuse me. Glowacki looking to be the aggression, get up a little bit close, but again, he's got to be wary of that power from Riakporhe, so we'll have to wait and see what it is. But Riakporhe doing a good job of turning. He needs to keep himself on the ropes and turn early a little bit more, but you see, Glowacki threw a left hand and fell extremely short there, so Riakporhe's doing a very good job with the jab, and nice bit of lead hand control there from Riakporhe there. Did you see that there? Riakporhe tapping away at the lead glove of Glowacki to stop him jabbing, to stop him finding distance, and then Riakporhe managed to lead off with a right hand which landed clean. So that's a nice bit of skill there from Riakporhe there, using that lead hand control. They're just touching on the lead hand of Glowacki just to stop him getting engaged in distance, stop him getting off his own jab, and then Riakporhe leading off the right hand down the middle of it. So it's a good start from Riakporhe. 1 minute 10 to go in the first round. Good start from Riakporhe. And you've got to think the way this goes is that Glowacki is going to walk himself onto a big highlight reel knockout shot. You've got to see the way that goes. I'm just trying to see the way that Riakporhe's ducking. Excuse me. Just trying to see the way that Glowacki's leaning when he tries to come underneath that Riakporhe jab. Just trying to see where he places his head at the minute. Because if he keeps placing his head, Glowacki walked himself into a right hand. But if Glowacki keeps trying to slip that right hand to the outside, if he mistimes that, he could be on for an uppercut. There you go. So Matthew Macklin's copying exactly what I'm saying in the commentary. He's saying that Riakporhe's trying to walk Glowacki onto that right hand. Glowacki's just got to be careful where he places his head. One thing I've learned from the gym recently is, as a southpaw, is don't just slip the right hand to the outside. Because if you keep placing your head in the same slots, eventually the orthodox picks up on it and they start throwing right uppercuts, right shot, right hooks towards you and try and pick you up, yeah, counting you as you come in. So when you're trying to get on the inside of a bigger, taller southpaw and you're putting your head in them slots, yeah, you're trying to slot your head, away from that right hand, you're slipping to the outside, you're slipping to one side. Make sure you try and slip to both sides or show different looks. Don't keep slotting your head to the same size, because a guy like Riakporhe eventually is going to realise that every time Glowacki's coming in and he's trying to slip the right hand jab, he's slipping into the right hand of Riakporhe, and Riakporhe might throw that right uppercut and collect him. Press 1 if that makes sense. Press 2 if that sounds like absolute gibberish. I just make it up as I go along. That was a decent, solid round for Riakporhe in a minute. Had a good look. The minute this fight has got highlight reel knockout written all over it, you'd imagine that at some point Glowacki's going to walk himself onto a big shot. Especially as these type of fighters do come to win. They don't come to survive. Johnson Matthew says Riakporhe's going to nail him pretty soon. I think if I'm Chris Eubank Jr. And if I'm Liam Smith, if I'm one of the production team backstage right now, I'm telling them to get their gloves on and get ready, because I don't think it'll be a lot of time before they go out. Just watch them head slots from Glowacki. That's one thing I would say from Glowacki, is watch them head slots. Watch where he's slotting his head. When Riakporhe showed him the right hand, watch where he's slotting his head. Don't keep slotting your head in the same place like I do when I spar. You keep slotting your head in the same place, you're gonna end up like me, with no tonsils, on the verge of drinking out of a straw. Round 2 has started. Let's see what Glowacki has to offer here. He's got a big height and reach advantage to overcome, like it looks like here. And for the Glowacki, like I said before, the reason why we say as a southpaw, get your lead foot on the outside. If he gets his lead foot on the outside, it allows him it opens up angles for him to throw shots at Riakporhe without being in the straight line of his right hand. So that's why if you're Glowacki, you want to get that lead foot on the outside, because it allows him to set up shots from that angle without walking yourself right into the line of Riakporhe's left hand. I mean, if I was Glowacki, which I'm not, but when I get in the ring with taller orthodox fighters, my go-to shot, believe it or not, is actually I go for the left hand to the body. Is actually my go-to shot.
The left hand to the body. And as Glowacki went through it there, what I find is if you start off with the body don't move. And even if you're not hitting them hard, but you're landing shots to the body, they get frustrated because those are point scoring shots. And eventually they start dropping hands, and then it makes it easier to get to the head. But I do find it very, very difficult. You get in the ring of a much taller, bigger southpaw, so much taller, bigger orthodox, and you start trying to headhunt from the get-go. It can become very, very difficult because it's a very, very small target. If you start off at the body, get your lead foot on the outside, and start looking for that left hand straight to the body. The body doesn't move. You land a few. It's not hurting the other guy, but you just become conscious of how he's looking because it looks like he's losing the fight. Or it looks like, you know, the opponent's landing on him, and them hands drop. Them hands start to come down. Feint to the body, go upstairs to the head, get a shot to the head. Oh my, what a shot from Riakporhe. That was perfectly timed, and Glowacki was nearly out on his feet. Wow. What was that? Riakporhe should finish that. This one's over. This one's going to be over. How Foster's not going to let this one continue. Riakporhe hit him with a massive right hand. Looked like Glowacki was on his way down. A good straight left hand to the right hand to the body from Glowacki as well. But Glowacki's let him off the hook. Riakporhe completely let him off the hook. Foster was looking. If he'd have kept punching, he'd have been in big trouble, and Glowacki still looks unsteady, walking back to the ropes. 43 seconds left in round one. Riakporhe's one big shot away from ending this fight. I didn't see the shot. It looked like a right hand, but it didn't look like a counter right hand, to be honest. It didn't look like a counter right hand at all, actually. It just looked like a lead right hand. Just caught Glowacki. 24 seconds to go. And Riakporhe, is he looking for rounds or something? Because I'm ready for the main event. And Riakporhe can take us to that main event anytime he wants. But he's choosing to get on the back foot and have a learning fight. He's going to get on the mic afterwards and talk about, oh, well, it's a learning fight. Well, Riakporhe would have put his foot on the gas for the end of that in the first round. Foster was already up close having a look there. There you go. Big shot there from Riakporhe in that first round. So, the main event, if you're looking forward to seeing the main event, like I said before, get ready. That main event will be on in the next 3 to 6 minutes. This is going to be a highlight reel knockout. Let's have a look at this knockdown from Riakporhe. It was a lovely counter shot. Glowacki went for the left hand to the body, like I've been telling him, and then he got countered with the right hand to the head. So there you go. That tells you never follow Ultratech's advice. What was that? What did Glowacki go with? It looked like he went with a lead left hand to the body or something, and he was caught. Riakporhe did a catch and shoot. Let me have a look at it one more time. It looks like Riakporhe's caught and shot it. Great counter from Riakporhe. Saw the left hand come in. Here we go. Yeah, he caught it. I think it may be even a left hand to the head. Riakporhe caught it and I went for the shot. Right, the commentators are saying it should have been a knockdown because Glowacki's hand may have touched the cameras. But listen, this fight ain't going to go long enough for that to become a talking point. We're into round 3. And credit to Glowacki. I mean, he's still pushing forward, which is, like I said before, in order to keep the pressure off, there you go, a little left hand to the body there from Glowacki. So he obviously goes to Ultratech boxing school there. Glowacki tries to go with a lead right hook over the top, another left hand to the body. So, like I said before, there's a reason why I say things. I say things for a reason. I'm not the greatest boxer in the world, but you can see there we've done a little bit of time in the ring. Glowacki's trying to invest there in the left hand in the body. He's not going to hurt Riakporhe, but you want him to drop his hands and be distracted. So it's a good start for Glowacki, considering he nearly got his head rolled all over the floor in that second round. Shevin, it's 2 minutes 10 to go in round 3. Riakporhe being very, very patient. He stopped touching that lead hand of Glowacki, and I'm disappointed to see that. I want to see him keep touching that lead hand, because when you touch that lead hand, if you're an orthodox fighter, if you touch the lead hand of the southpaw, you just keep touching that lead hand. It will help you gauge your distance. It'll be easy for you to get off your jab, and you'll find it easier for you to set up the right hand, because you'll have a lot better information about where you are in the ring versus where your opponent is. That's why we touch. People who've seen my bag work videos, Ultratech, do you always throw touch jabs? A lot of the time I throw touch jabs, because when you throw touch jabs, it enables you to find it a lot more easier to set up the backhand. Press 1 if you understand what I'm saying. Press 2 if you don't understand. Much more easy if you're touching the opponent. You're getting information about where they are. You're literally getting a literal feel for where they are in the ring. And that then enables you to decide where you want to put the jab. I might, can I throw this shot? Can I throw that shot? Gives you a much better understanding of where you are in the ring versus where your opponent is, and you fall in a lot short. You fall in short a lot less, and as a result, leave yourself a lot less open to counter punches. Not a lot of action here in this fight. About 1 minute to go. Glowacki's probably landed more shots in this round, to be honest, than Riakporhe has. But you probably still give it to Riakporhe. Just think the better shots are from Riakporhe. But you see there, can you see what I'm saying? Can you see what I'm saying about Glowacki? Can you see how Glowacki is doing what I suggested, which is starting at the body first? And you see that? You see Glowacki there jabbing, but then he's following up with the left hand to the body, doing exactly what we said. You're in the ring with a big, tall orthodox. Start with the bottom. Start trying to distract him. Shots to the body. Lead left hand to the body. Can we get them hands down? Follow up with the hands to the head. I'll tell you one thing I worry about against Glowacki is that left hook. Riakporhe might be looking to set him up for a left hook because when Glowacki's going to the body with that right hand, his head's falling in right down the line, and I do wonder about that left hook. But let's have a look. Oh, lovely little counter right hand there from Riakporhe there. That's a lovely little catch and shoot there. Glowacki went for the right hand, went for the lead left hand to the body, and Riakporhe did a catch and shoot with one arm. Caught it with the right hand, and then shot back with the right hand. I don't know. Probably that round will go to Riakporhe, but I think it's Glowacki did a lot better. Liam Beefy Smith is now backstage. You can see Callum Smith, Swifty Smith, and all the rest of them. One thing about Liam Smith is he will not be overawed going into this occasion because this is a man who went to Cinco de Mayo and fought Canelo Alvarez and gave an excellent account of himself. So he is not going to be overawed by this occasion. Liam Smith is not going to let the occasion get to him. He did let the occasion get to him against Canelo Alvarez. So that experience will stand him in good stead for this fight. He looks very, very relaxed at the moment. He looks very relaxed, actually. I like what I see from Liam Smith there. Not overly animated, not trying to act like a tough guy, not trying to intimidate everybody. Looks like a guy who's put the work in, knows it's going to be a tough fight, but to me, like I said, I like to see them signs of a fight. It looks focused, looks calm. Right, round 4 is about to begin. It's Riakporhe and Glowacki. Glowacki's got a case for that round, in all honesty, that last round. Probably go to Riakporhe, but Crystal Glowacki has a case for that round. And the key for Glowacki is to keep going with that left hand to the body, but it needs to make sure when he goes for that left hand to the body, needs to turn his head away from the right hand. So if you watch it on your TV screen, you see when Glowacki he goes to the left hand to the body again. When Glowacki needs to goes to that left hand to the body, he needs to make sure that he's turning and twisting and taking his head off the line. Does that guy make sense? Press 1 if that makes sense. Press 2 if that makes no sense whatsoever. Needs to make sure he takes his head off the line of that right hand. So when you throw the right hand to the body, you're supposed to turn your head, away from the right hand. So that would be to Glowacki's right, if that makes sense, yeah? Make sense? You've got to turn your head as you throw that. You've got to put a twist in your hips and you've got to turn your head off the line. Because otherwise, if he keeps throwing that left hand to the body and leave it and letting his head fall down the centre line, then Glowacki's going to lift it off his head for him and then we're all going to go home. Which probably actually might be the best outcome for those who want to see Beefy Smith and Eubank as soon as possible. Press 1 if that bit of commentary made sense. Press 2 if it didn't. Riakporhe is kind of letting Glowacki get back into the fight. Certainly letting him get back into a rhythm. Very disappointing to see, given that, you nearly knocked his head off his shoulders in that second round. I'm just not seeing, Glowacki doesn't look like a man who's... Sorry, Riakporhe doesn't look like a man who just nearly got his opponent out of there a few minutes ago there. I need to see a little bit more action from Riakporhe. Do you know what I mean? He's letting Glowacki pickpocket him. Glowacki's not hurting him at all. But he's letting Glowacki pickpocket him with little city shots, like little left hands to the body, little southpaw. There you go. You see Glowacki that time? Glowacki feinting to the body, went to the head. You see that? Exactly what I've been saying there. Good lead left hand to the head from Glowacki. And that lands because of all the left hands that he's been thrown to the body, yeah? He's been softening Riakporhe up. He's been mentally setting Riakporhe up for that left hand to the body all night long. And then that time he went low, but then you see that he did it again. He goes low and then he brings a shot up to the head. But these shots aren't hurting. Riakporhe's still going to win this fight by knockout, yeah? But he's allowing Glowacki to old man him and pickpocket him in ways that he shouldn't. Do you know what I mean? You don't get paid for overtime. Do you agree with that? Do you guys agree with me in the comments about that? If so, let me know. Do you disagree, agree? Let me know how you feel. 113 here in the chat. Smith versus Eubank's imminent. I've got tonsillitis and I've got a smashed up jaw from sparring, but I'm still doing this show. I've still been talking non-stop for close to 4 hours. It is what it is. If you'd like to be part of the chat, please subscribe. Please press like. Oh, that was a lovely left hook, right hand. Remember Glowacki, this one's over.
I mean, he's got to end it now. Left hook, right hand. Hal Foster's about to step in. Glowacki's in there. It's the right decision.
There you go. I mean,
It's ridiculous. And that was a good stoppage, in my opinion.
MT saying early stoppage, to me, is a good stoppage. And the reason why it was a good stoppage because Glowacki was not looking at Riakporhe. If you look at Glowacki, he had his hands covered over his face, but he wasn't looking. He had no contact with the fighter. He was looking at the floor. He was looking away. He couldn't see where the shots are coming from. When you do that, the referee's going to jump in and stop it. That was a fucking dreadful fight. I mean, Riakporhe did his absolute best to try and give Glowacki rounds, and he still couldn't get past round 4. Just an absolute nothing fight, in my opinion. I thought that was a very, 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 very good stoppage. What do you guys think about the stoppage? Shane thinks it was a perfect stoppage. I think for Glowacki, if you look at it on the replay, he's not looking at the fighter. He's looking away. He's covered up. He's in the corner, and he's looking away. He's looking away. And for me, at that point, he can't see where the shots are coming from. And at that point, he's given the referee no chance but to stop the fight. In the corner, looking away, can't see where the shots are coming from. That referee's going to stop the fight. But let me know. I'm not like, I'm not militant about it. But if you're asking me, good stoppage or bad stoppage? For me, it's a good stoppage. Sean from Medieval says it's a little bit early, but Glowacki was getting pummeled. Shevin says it's fair stoppage. Dench says it was inevitable. Let's see the replay. The Lonely Squared Circle says Lawrence Okole next for Riakporhe. I have no idea. DesTV says it's a good stoppage. Let's have a look at the stoppage. Oh, there's a big left hook there from Riakporhe and a big right hand. Oh my god. Now I want you to look now. As Glowacki goes to the corner, I want you to have a look at his head position and where he's looking. Just look at where Glowacki's looking. Wait. Here it comes. Right, here it comes. He gets hit with a big right hand from Riakporhe. And he's going to get hit with a left hook. Now, if you look now, look at him. He's actually looking at the chest. Okay. Oh, maybe I've got this wrong. Oh, he's still... he can't... Yeah, just at the end there. To be honest, he actually... To be honest, he was looking at Riakporhe a little bit more than I thought. There was just that sequence just before the last punch lands, where it looks like he can't see what shots are coming. And at that point, the ref doesn't have a choice. The ref's in that position. Glowacki's in that position. It looks towards the end. If you look at that final punch that lands, it looks like Glowacki can no longer see where the shots are coming from. Ref has no choice but to jump in. There you go. Guys, Okole or Riakporhe. I think most of you said you think Okole wins that fight. Crazy D3 says, typical British stoppage, for fuck's sake. Dench says, watch just before the ref jumps in. I've missed it. But for me, that was coming. I mean, that was always going to be a knockout. Just a question of whether they put Glowacki on the highlight reel or not. Right, it's main event time. Yep, you are right. Yep. Looks like he got hit to the body first. That's correct, Cashvicat. I missed that. Mr. Anderson says, it was a good stoppage. Richard was going to put him into orbit. Right, let's do final predictions now. The main event is here. I want your final predictions of who and how. Let me get this up. They call it the midnight train, eh? It's a bit dodgy, isn't it? Right, hold on. Let me get this up. Right, bear with me. If you'd like to be part of the chat, please subscribe and come and be part of the chat. If you'd like to hit the like button, we've got 115 people in here and 83 likes. I think hopefully by the time this fight finishes, most people turn up for the post-fight reaction. So I'm hoping by the time the post-fight reaction comes on, I'm hoping we'll have a few more people in here, but I'm really grateful for getting 100 people for most of the night. Let's do the poll. This is the final poll for tonight, okay? Final prediction. And when you vote on the poll, I'd like you to tell me in the chat how you think this fight goes. So we can go back afterwards and compare your comments to what actually happened in the fight. Final prediction. Who wins? Eubank or Smith? And in the comments, I want you to tell me how. So we can go back there and we can see if you were right or if you were wrong. 120 in the chat. It's now time for the main event. Big up, Carl. Mark Zola. Smith wins close decision. Give me a bit more, Mark. How is he going to do it? Do you think he's going to get on the front foot and wear Eubank down with body shots? Do you think it will be the jab? What do you think Liam Smith will do that's going to give him the win over Eubank tonight? The final poll is now there in the chat. The final poll. Vote right now. If you're on YouTube, vote right now. And I want you to tell me in the chat how they win. How does this fight go? Don't just pick a name out of a hat. Then in the post-fight show, we will go back and you can say, Ultra, I told you so. Okay? Ultra, I told you so. Just a quick word. The Lonely Circle says Riakporhe is a tough fight for Okolie. Do you know what? Based on what I've seen tonight, I do believe Riakporhe is a tough fight for Okolie because I believe that Lawrence Okolie has no boxing fundamentals, and I believe that's why he clinches a lot. I believe that Okolie doesn't have very good fundamentals, particularly defensively. I don't think he's a great judger of distance. I don't think he's the kind of guy who can make a guy fall short with a jab. I don't think he has a particularly great guard. I think Okolie's a very, very offensive fighter, and I think with Okolie, his offense is his defense. So he gets on the front foot, he's very offensive, yeah? And then his weight, and then he sort of clinches. He almost tries to stop the other person being offensive rather than implementing a defense. Does that make sense what I'm saying about Okolie? Okolie almost tries to spoil his opponent's offense by clinching rather than actually implementing a defense. He's not really a guy that's capable of making guys miss and countering them. He's not really a slip and counter guy. He's not really a guy who's going to adjust distance and make you fall short. So I do think he could be in trouble against Riakporhe because Riakporhe is a genuine puncher. If you had to put my head to the fire, I would go over Okolie because I don't think Riakporhe's probably ever felt that kind of power before. But if Riakporhe lands first, it could be interesting because I don't know if Okolie has them fundamentals. And when a fighter gets hurt, that's when you see the fundamentals collapse. When you see a fighter get hurt, they don't know how to clinch. You see a fighter get hurt, they don't know how to survive. You see a fighter get hurt, they don't know how to slip, roll, weave. You know, all that leads to a brutal finish. Right, let's go through your final predictions. First and foremost, the poll is going 77% of you are going with Eubank to beat Smith tonight. Let's see how. I'm interested in how. Carl says Eubank KO round 7. How? Crazy3 saying Eubank 8-4. How? Shauna Medieval saying Eubank Jr. steals a decision. Do you think we could see something controversial tonight? Press 1 if you think we could see a controversial decision. Do you think with Eubank and Benn on the horizon, do you think it would suit certain people in boxing if Chris Eubank came through this fight rather than it would if Liam Smith came through this fight? Do you think if the promoters could pick a winner, they would pick Eubank? What do you think? Who do you think it suits to win? And do you think that will show itself on the cards? Don't forget these British cards. British cards right now are the worst in the business. I don't care what anybody says. We've overtaken Germany. British cards are absolutely fucking atrocious from top to bottom. CS is saying Smith by headbutt. Give me a sec. I will get some good graphics on for you guys. So if you give me a sec, I will actually start up OBS and get some graphics. We've now got 143 in the chat, so the numbers are starting to go up a little bit. 84 likes. Please feel free to hit the like button. Please feel free to hit the subscribe button. Let me go through some more of your comments. I want your predictions, but I want the how. John Smith says, hey Ultra, I have Eubank beating Smith by stoppage. I see Smith coming forward as a punching bag and Eubank unleashing lots of uppercuts and body shots at him. JBO saying Smith by front foot jab and pressure, but really Eubank will KO Smith while he tries to pull that off. Grass Patch is going for Eubank by unanimous decision. Just give me a sec here. I want to get some stuff on here. Let me just go for some stuff. Does anybody think there's going to be a dubious decision? Does anybody here think tonight we could see controversy in British boxing? And it's only January and we're talking about controversy. But do you think we could see controversy tonight in this fight? Joe Mack says no one is getting KO'd. Let me ask you guys a question. If somebody is getting KO'd tonight, who is it? Give me a name in the comments chat right now while I sort out this window. If somebody's getting KO'd tonight, who's getting KO'd? If somebody's getting KO'd tonight, who is it? If one person has to get the knockout tonight, who's getting knocked out? Smith or Eubank? Who's the one who's going to get knocked out if someone's definitely getting knocked out tonight? I think it's got to be Eubank. What do you think? I think Smith is proven himself. Smith's been in the ring. Well, Smith got knocked out by Canelo. What do you think? Then again, Eubank's been in the ring. What am I talking about? Eubank's been in the ring of Groves and survived. I don't know. Who do you think? Maybe I haven't thought that one through to the best of my ability. But who do you think? If somebody has to get knocked out tonight, who's getting knocked out? I'm nearly done with this stuff. I'll get you some nice fancy new graphics up on the screen. So just give me uno memento, all right? Here we go. That's what I'm talking about. Here we go. And you'll see these graphics appear very, very shortly. Just give me a sec. Give me a... Oh, for fuck's sake. I've got like 165 screens up here, which is why it's completely cocking up. Sorry about that. Here we go. Right, and now let me just quickly do something and then we're done. Let me just start my cam. Sorry about this. Nearly done. Start my camera. Remove this. Oh, shit. I think that's right. Oh, shit. What the fuck? Yeah, this is what I want. This is what I want. Right. Here we go. I'm nearly there. Right, that's where I went wrong. Okay, cool. And then Bosch. And then a Bosch. As Johnny Fisher would say. A Bosch. Right, there we go. Sorry about that, guys. I had to get up. Can you see that live on the screen? We've got some bit better graphics for you as well. And if I minimize this now and get the other screen up, I should be able to scroll through. So it should be a little bit more in. There we go. A little bit more interactive for you. There we go. Right, let me go. Who's getting sparked tonight? If someone's getting sparked, who is it? Who's getting sparked? Is it Eubank or is it Smith? I'll go for your comments right now. Right, sorry about that. Let's go for your comments. Dench says Eubank has a chin like his dad. Eubank Jr. would Calzaghe Smith. Richard saying Eubank by a quadruple uppercut. Shauna Medieval saying no one sparks Eubank. There we go. Actually, no, that's not what I want. It's this one. No one starts. Cash for Cat says Eubank got more chance. Yeah, I've got that wrong. I've got that wrong. I think you guys are right and I'm wrong. Put that down to the tonsillitis there. You guys have got that right and I've got that wrong. It'll be Eubank, wouldn't he? He's been up to 168. He hasn't been stopped. So I've got that wrong. He's been up to 168. He hasn't been stopped. So yeah, you have to probably say if someone is getting knocked out tonight, maybe it is Liam Smith. But I think Liam Smith's very game though. He's very, very game. But yeah, I probably have got that wrong. Right, let me get the card on the background. We are just waiting. We're just minutes away here from the main event. Mark Zola says, I think Liam might just start timing Eubank as he comes in after a few rounds and starts piling on the points. You know, Mark, honestly, I don't think you're that far off at all, you know, with some of the stuff you're saying. Every time Chris Eubank Jr. has a fight, he's always the favourite. And I do think that people get sucked in by his confidence. Because you know how people are. They think confidence wins fights, right? And I think people do get sucked in by the confidence of Chris Eubank Jr. But if you look at it, he was the favourite against Billy Joe Saunders to win that fight. And he got his head jabbed off for the first 7 rounds. And it made it like a Mickey Mouse fighter. Was he the favourite to beat George Groves? Can somebody tell me? He might have been. Was he ever the favourite to beat George Groves? It seems every time Chris Eubank Jr. is in a big fight, he's the favourite. He was the favourite to win against Korobov. And Korobov boxed his head off for 2 rounds and then lost his shoulder. You know, Eubank's always a big favourite going into fights. I think people do get sucked in by his confidence and his pre-fight antics, you know, and his quote-unquote mind games. I think a lot of people get sucked in by that. I think he's going to win, but isn't the truth about Chris Eubank Jr. that he has no fundamentals? Is that the truth about Chris Eubank Jr. that we're all overlooking tonight? Like, isn't the bottom line is that Chris Eubank Jr. doesn't have fundamentals? Like, he doesn't know, or he's not very good at defending a basic jab. He's not much of a great jabber himself. He hasn't even got that much of an outstanding engine. He likes to, fight in spurts. He won't be able to fight in spurts tonight against Liam Smith. Liam Smith, unless he hurts Liam Smith early on, Liam Smith is going to put it on him and put it on him early and not give him room to breathe. They know Eubank takes breathers. You know them breathers that Eubank takes in fights. He's going off to the crowd, he's looking in cameras and all that stuff. You know, taking breaks in fights. Eubank, he's very explosive for a couple of seconds and then he walks off, he goes for a walk. How do you think Liam Williams got back into their fight? Same thing with Liam Williams, didn't he? He was dropping Liam Williams every other round, but he was losing rounds to Liam Williams because he was fucking around, he was arsing around. You know, when he wasn't being explosive, when he wasn't hurting Liam Williams, he wasn't doing enough, he wasn't defending the jab enough. And Liam Smith has a good jab. Liam Smith has a good jab and Liam Smith has a very, very tight defense. So
I disagree, you know. I don't think Eubank beat Williams easily. I think Williams came back into that fight. And I think if Williams doesn't get dropped a couple of times by those innocuous shots, I think he goes on to possibly make that fight very close in the cards. I don't think he looked good at all against Liam Williams. So, like I said before, you have to be honest with Chris Eubank Jr. You know, is he entertaining outside of the ring? Very. Is he entertaining inside the ring? Very. But I think people forget, you know, he's not incredibly talented fighter, is he? You know, he doesn't have much of a jab, so he doesn't. And because he doesn't have much of a jab, and this is the thing about Eubank, because Chris Eubank doesn't have much of a jab, people talk about size, height, weight, and reach. One of the easiest ways to big man somebody is to have a good jab. You know, people talk about Tyson Fury and how big he is at heavyweight and how he's big man and all these other heavyweights, but Tyson Fury is excellent with the jab, and he has different types of jab. He's got the stiff ramrod jab that we saw in Deontay Wilder 2. He's got the he puts double feints in and jabs to the body. Then he's got the pitter patter jab that we saw in Chisora 1 and 2. You remember the Chisora 1 and 2? Actually, to some degree in the Chisora fights, we saw that touch jab. We saw that ultra tech jab. We saw the touch jab to set up the shots. Against Dillian White, we saw Tyson Fury go more with a touch jab to set up uppercuts and to try and set up right hands. Against Wilder, we saw this. So he's got different types of jab, different variations on the jab, yeah, different speeds on the jab, and that's how he's able to big man people. Because he's able to use his height, use his range. There's no better punch than the jab for setting up distance. There's no better punch in boxing than the jab for setting up distance, for keeping distance, for knowing where you are in the ring. And he's able to use that very effectively. Now, Chris Eubank Jr. may be the naturally bigger man. But is he able to make being the bigger man count? Really? Is he really able to make being the bigger man count? Does he have a jab? Is he going to be able to offset Liam Williams with a jab? Or is he going to let Liam Williams sit on his chest? Is he going to do that? Is he going to let Liam Williams? Is he going to let Liam Smith sit on his chest? Sit on his chest all night. And he's going to be explosive in spurts. But then he's not going to be explosive in other spurts. Does that make sense? Is that going to be that kind of fight? Because if he's the big man tonight, if he truly is the big man, what you should do is get behind the jab tonight. Vary the jab, get behind the jab, and walk Smith onto big shots. But is he capable of doing that? Has he ever shown in any fight that he's capable of being a big man and staying behind the jab on the back foot and walking fights onto the big shots and staying out of trouble? Has he shown that? Or has he shown that he's a guy who's the bigger man but doesn't have a jab, lets his opponents come up close, who'll be very explosive for 1 to 2 seconds, and then he'll go around the ring looking for a walk, looking for a breather? We'll have to wait and see. Thomas Williams says, Eubank gets knocked out. His weight has been up and down for training camps recently, coming looking like a bobblehead at the weigh-in. I'm not sure about that, but I'm not sure about Chris Eubank Jr.'s beard at the minute either. That beard looks very, very dodgy. The Vanguard says Jr. is still learning. Yeah, and we've done film studies of Chris Eubank Jr. on many times. We've done film studies of Chris Eubank Jr. You know, we've done film studies of Chris Eubank Jr. We've done absolutely all sorts, and I don't know. You know, he really does. Some of the things he does in the ring. Some of the things that Eubank does in the ring, like the guys fighting fucking amateur and white collar in my gym don't even do. It'd be interesting, you know. The more Ken Peacock, we're not at the ring walk yet, unless I'm really far behind. But as far as I'm aware, we're not at the ring walk, but we are minutes away. So Ken, if you're watching, go and get a cup of tea and then get ready. This main event will be happening in the next 5 minutes or so. What do you guys think? And let me ask you guys another question. What do you guys think about the close quarters battle? You guys are all assuming that Chris Eubank will beat Liam Smith from close up. Is that correct? So if it turns into a close quarters fight, yeah? Who do you think wins? Do you think Eubank will blow him away? Because I think Smith is crafty. He's got a very, very economical guard, Liam Smith. Liam Smith's got one of the most economical guards in boxing. Not quite Arthur Abraham-like. Right? Not quite Arthur Abraham. But he's got a very, very economical guard in which he just holds his hands in that one position, but he covers so much body. Does that make sense what I'm saying? He covers so much body with those hands. Covers the ribs, he covers so much body. And he's very economical. Liam Smith, not a lot of wastage. But then do you know what he does? He can catch on the inside and shoot on the inside. He's very good at placing body punches on the inside. And that's what I'm saying, like, people are assuming that Eubank's going to blow this guy away on the inside, but I'm not convinced about it. I just think Liam, because with Liam Smith, because he's in there, because he's economical, because he comes in quite upright, right? But because he's not he's not adjusting his guard, he's not dipping at the waist, but he's able to just find the shots a little bit more easy because, like I said, his hands are in one place. His elbows are in one place. He's a bit one-dimensional, but he comes in, but he can catch, he can shoot, I'm not really explaining it very well, but do you know what I mean? He's not trying to do too much in the ring. Sometimes you get these fighters, yeah, and they're fucking ducking, diving, dodging, dipping, sliding everywhere. And they're almost sort of taking themselves off balance, and they can't counterpunch. Does that make sense? Seen it with a lot, actually. I'll tell you what, before we go on to the main event, one thing you see with newbies in the gym quite a lot, yeah, is they don't like to catch and shoot a lot. So if somebody throws a jab at them, they lean back, or they run away, or they hop back, or they hop in and out, yeah? Does that make sense? They don't sit in the kill zone, and they don't have it about them to sit in the kill zone, catch and shoot, catch and shoot, catch and shoot. So a great example is Andy Ruiz against Anthony Joshua. That's why Andy Ruiz was so effective against Anthony Joshua. Because if you look at Andy Ruiz in the first fight, he's always in the kill zone. Always in the kill zone. When Anthony Joshua was firing shots at him, yeah, he's not jumping out of range. He's not using loads of... You see Andy Ruiz in that first fight. Press 1 if you agree, press 2 if you disagree. Andy Ruiz in that first fight, he's not rolling his head. He's not trying to be Mike Tyson. He's not trying to be Joe Frazier. He's very economical. He's got a very, very simple high guard. When the jab comes, he just makes AJ fall short a little bit and then he walks himself back into range. He's not doing too much, but he's looking to catch and counter AJ at all times. Very economical. Catch and shoot. Catch and shoot. And that made life very, very difficult for Anthony Joshua. Very, very difficult for Anthony Joshua because Anthony Joshua's throwing these jabs. And it's very, very difficult for him because Ruiz is constantly on him. Catching, tapping, parrying his hands away and then shooting. That's what's going to happen to Eubank tonight, you know, with Liam Smith, I'm convinced. Smith will walk himself into the kill zone and they'll be looking to parry and catch Eubank shots and then they'll be looking to find the gaps. He's a very accurate body puncher. So I'm not saying Smith is the favourite. I'm just saying we have to... Chris Eubank does come with caveats. That's the point I'm trying to make. That's all I'm trying to say. Like, Chris Eubank Jr. does carry caveats. He's not the finished article. He has never been the finished article. Would you agree with me on that at least? When I say that Chris Eubank Jr., there are some question marks, and he's never at any point in his illustrious career shown himself to be anywhere near the finished article, and he's always had questionable fundamentals. Getting in the ring against the likes of Marcus Morrison, no disrespect. Now he's getting in the ring with somebody who's a seasoned professional, you know, who's fought at the highest level. Well, I'm just saying, you know, it is what it is. Jay Belio says 2 questions, Ultra. Who is faster and who is moving up in weight? So as far as I'm aware, it's Smith moving up in weight. And who's faster? I honestly don't know. We'll have to see. I have no idea. Eubank's explosive, but... What would you say? Eubank's explosive. Eubank's an explosive combination puncher on the inside. Does he have a particularly fast jab? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Let's wait and see. I want to see how Eubank keeps the distance between Lee and Smith. I've got a funny feeling that whether Eubank wins this fight or loses this fight, I've got a funny feeling that he's not going to be able to keep Smith off him in this fight. That's my prediction for this fight. Whether he wins or he loses, my prediction is that Chris Eubank Jr. won't be able to keep Lee and Smith off him in this fight. I don't think he has the tools to keep Lee and Smith off him. So even if he wins by knockout, right, I still think Lee and Smith is going to find a way to get to the position where he needs to go to. And to me, that's not a sign of a world-class fighter. World-class fighter would completely take away all of Liam Smith's tools away from him and blow him away. That's what world-class fighter would do. World-class fighter would take away all of Smith's tools. How can we stop Smith getting on the inside? How can we negate Smith's inside work? We'll see from Chris Eubank Jr. Also, when it gets to the inside, we'll see about his clinching, his manoeuvring, the angles that he takes on the inside. You know, can he grab one arm? Can he turn Smith around and get back to the centre of the ring? Little tricks. I'm not an inside fighter, but little tricks that you do on the inside. So you've got someone on the inside. Can you trap the arm? Can you grab the arm? Once you grab the arm, what do you do? Can we turn them around so we can get our back off the ropes? Then let them go. Then take the fight back to the centre. Does Eubank have that about him? Does he have those fundamentals about him to negate to negate pressure fighters like Smith? Does he have that when they're in the clinch? Or is he going to try and punch himself out of the clinch? Press 1 if you think I'm onto a point there. Press 2 if you think I'm talking bullshit. What's Eubank going to do in the clinch? Is he going to try and punch himself out of trouble and go punch for punch when they're up close in the clinch? Or is he going to have the presence of mind to grab, hold, clinch, trap an arm and spin him around, get his back off the ropes, get back to the centre and then put it on Smith? Right, we do have Winwart's Ken Peacock. And I believe it will be Liam Smith going first. I think Liam Smith has fucked himself with his comments, you know, pre-fight. I think if he wins this fight and causes the upset, I think that there are going to be some not very happy people in the United Kingdom about that. But we are literally ready to go. Liam Smith is on his way to the arena. Hopefully he manages to get to the ring without saying anything homophobic. If he can do that, then it's probably a good night's work for Liam Smith. Would you agree with that? Can Liam Smith get to the ring without saying anything homophobic? If he can, it's a good night's work. He's coming out to Fatboy Slim right here, right now. Very good choice of walkout. I like that. He's coming out. He's got Swifty behind him. He's got the his Smith brothers are saying, "It's your time, Liam. It's your time. It's your time, Liam." It's like a scene out of Brookside. Smith is he's feeling it a little bit. You can see there. Listen, who was it who said the other day? There's a professional fighter. I think it was he was doing an interview with Dev Sani. It was Callum Johnson, and Callum Johnson said any fighter who claims that they've got no nerves or no doubts, before a fight is a liar. That's Callum Johnson who fought Beterbiev. As we told you before, we're not one of them channels that does all this ducking shit. We don't care about ducking. We're not counting other fighters' pockets. We don't care about resumes. All we care about is two lads getting in the ring, having a boxing fight. We're boxers. We go to the gym and we spar. We don't care about fucking who the pay-per-view numbers. We don't care who's the biggest star. We don't give a shit about any of that. We don't care. All right. We don't care. It's not our emphasis. All right. Our emphasis is the fights. All fighters get scared on the way to the ring. Also, all fighters get nervous on the way to the ring. If you're not, you're not human. If you're not, there's not a problem. Shauna Medieval says Smith looks nervous. He does look a little bit nervy to me, but there's nothing wrong. Nothing wrong with that. You know, take a deep breath in and it's good. Now, I went into a spar today against somebody that I absolutely schooled, 2 months ago. Absolutely schooled them. I was as confident today going into, it wasn't a hard spar, but I was confident going into that spar as I've ever been, And I got nailed with a right hand from hell and a Tommy Hearns and nearly ended up here in the local A&E. So that's what being confident gets you. As Liam Smith now is climbing up onto the stage. His ring walk music's changing. They've got the sprinklers out. Here we go. Liam Smith is about to make his entrance. And it is what it is. Vanguard's a man, and I can't read that out, but I'd like to. Guys, this is going to be the best in-fight commentary, I think, and probably the best post-fight reaction. Can I be honest with you? In closing, if I'd asked Joe Gallagher to come on, he's such a sound guy, he probably actually would have found time to try and call into the show tonight, But I'm not going to bother you. He's currently at Sky doing the commentary, but he's that much of a sound guy. I reckon if I'd asked Joe Gallagher to come on afterwards and quickly tap in and give his views, I bet he would have done it. Such a solid guy. But we'll talk more about that later on. Here's Liam Beefy's theme song. I don't know the name to the song because I don't listen to that kind of music. I'm not that kind of individual. But here comes Beefy. Right, let's have a look at the final poll. Get your votes in now because I'm going to turn it off. You've got 10 seconds. We've got 101 votes on the poll. The poll will be closing in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And YouTube poll is closed. This is your final poll. On YouTube tonight, we've got nearly 150 people in the chat. 68% of you believe that Chris Eubank Jr. will win tonight's fight. 31% of you believe that Liam Smith will win tonight's fight. Guys in the comments are making all kinds of comments that I can't comment on, otherwise I won't have a YouTube channel anymore. But it is what it is. But Liam Smith in the ring. Liam Smith has always come back to that theme, by the way. So a few people questioning Liam Smith's ring walk and why he's coming out to that ring walk. Liam Smith has always had that ring walk. That's been his music ever since he was on Box Nation. That's been his ring walk. JBO says I want Liam to win. Well, you must be homophobic then. That Sweet said Ben would beat both. I disagree with that. To be honest, I think Conor Benn is a bit of a minefield right now. Conor Benn is a bit of a legal minefield. But well, some people would say if Conor Benn really thought he could beat Chris Eubank Jr., then maybe those test results would have been different. But we'll have to see for another day. Right, we've got Jason Walker here. He's watching it live with us. We've got the crowd going for it. Right, here comes Chris Eubank Jr. Eubank. Here comes Eubank to the ring. There's 101 jokes that I want to make in my head right now, but I can't make them. So it is what it is. Guys in the chat, if you can just go a little bit easy. please go easy. That'd be great. Because, I do intend to hopefully have some form of channel by Anthony Yarde versus Artur Beterbiev. That would be nice. Let's have a look here. They're showing Eubanks. They're up on the arena. They're showing Eubanks' previous destructions of tomato cans. So on the big screen in the arena, they've got Eubank knocking over tomato can after tomato can, just trying to build up his entrance and walkout. They're not showing him backstage yet. It is what it is. Here we go. So Chris Eubank's going to do the Goldberg entrance tonight. He's currently stuck in his change room a minute with the door shut. No doubt, like Goldberg, the police will be coming, knocking on his door. There you go, I told you. Goldberg entrance. Somebody's come and knocked on his door and told him it's time. What a fucking disgrace. Chris Eubank Jr. thinking he's Goldberg. What an idiot. Trying to stay in the change room until the authorities come and knock on the door. And here he comes. Eubank comes out looking gaunt as fuck. Hopefully he's had time to put the weight on correctly. Roy Jones is behind him. So Roy Jones coming to the ring with Chris Eubank. A lot's been made of this partnership between Roy Jones and Chris Eubank Jr. I have seen absolutely nothing so far to suggest that Roy Jones has done anything with Chris Eubank Jr. that's going to make him a world champion anytime soon. But we'll have to wait and see what happens in tonight's fight. Eubank looks like Eubank. He'll be coming out to Still DRE by Dr. Dre, wearing the white winning gloves. I don't know why Eubank wears winning gloves a lot. Does he have hand problems? Just out of interest, because that is Eubank's choice of glove, isn't it? Winning is Eubank's choice of gloves. So we'll have to see whether he's had hand problems. And Eubank just coming out to the ring there. He's trying to do his little slips and rolls and little movement. Obviously, Chris Eubank Jr. doesn't have very good foot movement, so it doesn't look very good at the minute. But he's coming to the ring. Do you know what? Honestly, this first couple of rounds is going to be very, very interesting. Is he going to be able to keep Liam Smith off? Is it going to be a Liam Smith kind of fight or a Chris Eubank kind of fight? If you had to hold a gun to my head on who's going to win tonight, I would go with Chris Eubank Jr. to win this fight on points. If you had to hold a gun to my head, I think that there's no way Liam Smith is going to exit with a winning gloves. No, winning gloves. And here he comes. Still DRE. John Smith says Ultra. Roy Jones said Eubank had a hand injury during the Liam Williams fight. But he's worn winning gloves even before that. When he fought Billy Joe Saunders, I think he wore winnings as well. Richard knows all about gloves. He says winning gloves are very nicely balanced. They do wear well. Okay, very well. Very good. Eubank's at the platform. The fireworks are going off. He looks a bit off, I have to say. Not nervous, but he looks a bit off. But it is what it is. What do you guys think about Eubank at the walkout? It is what it is. Eubank coming out to Still DRE. Is what it is. Crazy D3 says, I swear winning is used for sparring only. Nah, professionals have used it all the time. Floyd Mayweather Jr. had some of his biggest world title fights in winning gloves because he used to break his hands all the time. So Floyd used to wear winning all the time. So it is what it is. Listen, the worst thing about winning is when you get guys in the gym who are crap wearing winning gloves. Do you know what I mean? Get good before you spend £350 on a pair of gloves. I've seen that before. Guys in the gym wearing winning gloves, but they're crap. They're not even better than me. Guys wearing winning gloves. Don't buy a pair of winning gloves if you're not better than me. Right, Damian Brown is saying Eubank looks weight drained with thin legs. Let's see if he can hop over the ropes with those weight drained legs. He does it okay, he does it fine. I tell you what, honestly. I tell you what, David Haye's on commentary. David Haye, I think, has picked Eubank to win. I think we're going to see, this could be an interesting fight. Look at to see Eubank's jab. Can he establish a jab? Can he establish distance? If you're Liam Smith, what do you think? You probably want to get stuck in straight away. Liam Smith's got a good jab. I think this could be an interesting fight. Maybe we've got a shock tonight. John Smith says Eubanks is naturally slim and his forearms are quite skinny. So I think he probably gets injured in his hands quite a lot. Balaj says Eubank needs to start quick and not give away early rounds. I would agree with that. Don't let Liam Smith settle down. Go in there and show you the boss. Das Sweet says if you know boxing, you know Eubank wins easy. So Das Sweet is a candidate for fastest ban in the history of this channel. Never before has someone subscribed and then been banned in such quick succession. We'll see how Das Sweets gets on. We've got our eye on him. Let's put it this way. Stuck in Kiev says Eubank gonna beat the brakes off Pinky tonight. Do you think so? Let's see. Let's see. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I've got Eubank to win this fight, but I think it's going to be really difficult. I've got Eubank to win this fight on points, but I think it's going to be difficult. I think we might even see a controversial decision. David Malbronk is saying Eubanks in 6. Eubanks is in the ring, ready to go. Smith is in the ring, ready to go. It's not Iron Man, David Diamante, doing the ring walks. He's at home, obviously nursing his bad back. It's somebody else who I've got no idea who it is. Is what it is. David Malbronk says if it goes past 6, it's going to be tough. Thomas Martin says what I've been saying all night long. Eubank doesn't do well against a good jab. It's going to be close. I think Liam Smith is a lot tighter defensively than people give him credit for. And I think his jab is a lot better than people give him credit for. We'll have to wait and see. Boxer are currently promoting the fight on Twitter. A defining moment for Chris Eubank Jr. is nearly locked in by Eubank versus Smith right now on Sky Sports box office. Listen, so far this card has been worth about £2.50 and a bag of pork scratchings, but if you want to go and pay $19.95 for this, then I will say that's down to your choice. Me personally, I am watching it at a friend's house. Sean from Medieval says there's a chance this fight could stink. Damian Brown says I'm fascinated to see the outcome. What do you mean? There's not 66 likes. There should be more. Surely there's more than 66 likes. We've got 150 people in here. Yeah, we've got 94 likes. 94 likes. Right. DJ Keaty, a couple of ring walks go, having their signatures being Oasis and Dr. Dre makes me a little bit more hyped. Casual, I know. No. Oasis and Dr. Dre are great walkouts. Right, they're announcing Liam Smith and actually, hold on. They're announcing Chris Eubank. Sorry, I've lost my screen. Chris Eubank Jr. is being announced and the crowd are booing. His record is 34 fights. He's 132. I would say, with all due respect to Chris Eubank Jr., about 28 of them were against plumbers and cab drivers, to be fair. So we don't count those. But it's good to see Ronnie Davis still in Eubank's corner, still looking to get that payroll. Do you think Chris Eubank Jr. looks a little bit gaunt in that ring? What do you guys think? Do you think Eubank looks a little bit gaunt in that ring? Maybe he's just in really good shape. Maybe he looks a little bit gaunt to me. That beard looks bigger than him. And you've got Kalle Sauerland there beside Chris Eubank Jr. How Kalle Sauerland is still allowed to promote boxing in the UK, I personally have no idea. But it's a funny sport, isn't it? Whatever floats your boat, isn't it? I just do not understand how Kalle Sauerland is still promoting fights after what happened with Conor Benn. They are getting the final instructions. Guys, I'm probably going to be a bit behind on the stream, but if you want to hear the live thing, we're going to hear it. This is it. They've been sent back to their corners. We are going to get ready to rumble. Junior does look a little bit gaunt to me, but I could be wrong. Maybe that's the beard that's going. We're going to see very, very early on what's been going on here. Eubank wants to keep his distance and keep Smith at bay and settle into the fight. If you're Smith, you want to close distance and get on Eubank early on. Make him feel you, rough him up a bit. Here we go. It is seconds out. The fight is on. Liam Smith straight away takes the centre of the ring. He's throwing Eubank feints, and Eubank starts with some good jabs there from Eubank. There you go. So he's already proven me wrong. But like I said before with Eubank, that left hand's very, very lazy. Not picking that hand up after them jabs, which is a sign of fatigue, to be honest, in me. You know, if you look early on, Eubank off that jab, landed a couple of good jabs straight away. But, you know, like I said before, if you're Liam Smith, and Liam Smith carries that very, very high guard. So if you look at his right hand is literally, if you look at the hand position, his right hand is above Eubank's jab hand, which makes it nice to find the target with the right hand. Good start from Eubank behind the jab. Liam Smith is pushing him into the corners. Just watch out for that low left hand though from Chris Eubank Jr. And just watch out for Liam Smith just throwing a short right hand over that jab from Chris. But Chris Eubank there is made the making the distance count right now. Liam Smith up on the inside trying to make it dirty. You can see the head's going in there. Eubank there adjusting his head there. But nice start from Eubank there. I agree with that. Nice little start from Eubank. He's on the back foot. But again, it's getting a bit mauley there. Smith's on the inside again. He's throwing a few little punches to the inside. So let's see. I think Eubank's had a decent start, but we'll see. I think Smith's already going into it, but let's see. And Smith, like I said, he does little things that don't catch the eye. Like if you look at Smith there, he's just throwing little feints, little tiny feints. Can you see there? Just trying to get Eubank to fall in short with the shot. I think it was a good jab from Eubank. I think I missed a good shot from Eubank there. Smith gets to the inside and he threw a little left hook to the body there, which just missed. But the fight's already getting rough and tumble. How do you think it's going? I'm just watching Smith. Smith's being clever. Smith's staying in the pocket, and you watch Smith, he faints when he's in the pocket. He wants to draw that jab off Eubank, make him fall short, throw off his timing, and then maybe eventually Smith might start trying to slip and left hook or counter punch off his jab. But you see, Smith is trying to draw the lead off Eubank and work off him. Slip inside, left hook to the body, maybe a short right hand over the top. Eubank threw a whole bunch of shots there, and he missed every single one of them, and now he's in a corner as Smith's trying to put it on him. This is what I was saying. This is what I was worried about. At the minute, I've got Eubank up and around, but you can see there for me, he's getting hustled in his fight there. He's in the corner again. He's in that corner again. 35 seconds to go for me in the first round. And Eubank for me is winning this round. But it's a good little right hand to the body there by Liam Smith. Liam Smith is very economical. And he's not a flashy fighter, but he does little things right. And for me, like I said, Liam Williams is sitting in that pocket. He's not taking too much punishment. He's feinting. He's making Eubank work, making him fall short. And he's hustling Eubank, pushing him into the corners, getting him where he wants to go. I've got 14 seconds left in the first round. So I'm a little bit behind, all right? But bear with me. This first round is probably going to go to Chris Eubank Jr., to be honest. But for me, the signs are there for me. They're good signs for Liam Smith early in this fight. He just needs to find a way of getting past that jab and landing a good right hand or good left hook. But that was a good start from Liam Smith. I've given that round to Eubank. But Liam Smith, in terms of ring generalship, positioned Eubank in the areas where he wanted him. What do you think? Sorry, Jay Billy. I'll stop calling him Liam Williams. Who did you give that first round to? Ken Peacock's giving it to Eubank. Who have you given it to? But for me, the pace of the fight suits Liam Smith. Again, Eubank already not able to keep too much distance, getting backed up into the corners, started to get a bit in rough and tumble. And again, it's them feints from Liam Smith that are making him back up. Just looking at the replay. Oh my God, I think Macklin's giving that first round to Smith. Macklin's talking about Smith landing right hand counters over the jab of Eubank. I didn't see that. I didn't see that at all. This is going to be a tight fight, We're going to see about Chris Eubank's jab and his feet. We're going to see what's going on here. He's got to keep distance from Liam Smith. But again, you see what's happening here. As round 2 starts, Smith is going to walk himself into the pocket again. And then he's going to try and feint and draw the lead off Eubank and then try and pick him off. Let's see what Eubank can do. Can he show him different looks? Can he feint Liam Smith on that? It was a good jab from Eubank on the way in. Good jab from Eubank on the way in. Eubank went in for an uppercut. Smith just picked it up. Eubank went for the double jab. And you see how uncomfortable Eubank is on the back foot and turning. Can you guys see that? Very, very uncomfortable on the back foot and turning. And can you see Eubank literally leaping in and out of range? Can you see that? Eubank leaping in and out of range as well. So you have to wait and see. Those kind of things sap energy. One of the first things you learn in a boxing gym, ABC 1, 2, 3, is you always slide in and out of range. You never jump in and out of range. Dench, would you agree? Looked like a good right hand there from Liam Smith. But I don't know if that landed. Liam Smith goes for the overhand right. Liam Smith putting the pressure on. But can you guys see the way Eubank is literally jumping in and out of range? Watch him. When he's going backwards, he literally leaps backwards and both his feet go off the floor. Terrible for conserving energy. And it's something that you learn in an ABC gym not to do. Always got to keep your feet on the floor. You've got to be like Michael Jackson moonwalking. You've got to slide in and slide out of range. All right? Keeps your feet planted to the floor longer. Helps you be more effective at counters. All right? And it helps you be more efficient with your energy. And a good overhand right from Liam Smith. A better round from Smith. Eubank falls in short with an overhand right and misses. But you need to watch Eubank on that back foot. Very uncomfortable turning and very uncomfortable moving backwards there. Balance all over the place at the minute. And it's becoming a Liam Smith type of fight. If you're Liam Smith in this position here, you're thinking, I'm quids in right now. Because he's doing a lot of work, Eubank. You've got to look at him when he's moving backwards, Eubank, and watch. Both of his feet come off the floor. He's literally leaping back. This is what we talk about. You don't do that. Now, Eubank's looking to set Liam Smith up for the counter left hook on the way in. We know that because Eubank telegraphs all his punches and he literally cocks his left hand in a position where it makes it obvious that that's the shot he's looking for. And Smith can see that, by the way, and that's the reason why Smith is not rushing in. Because Smith can see that Eubank's looking to throw the check hook and spin. And Smith is backing him up. Good overhand right. Good left hook. Let's have a look and see on the inside. Smith putting the heads in, getting rough and tumble. But the problem with Eubank is, for me, is he's not economical on them feet. Let's have a look. There's a better round from Liam Smith so far. Eubank's not really able to establish the jab because Smith now has got the distance. He's just making Eubank fall short with the jab and he's feinting him and he's throwing Eubank's timing off. I don't know if you can see that. Good little left hook jab there from Eubank that landed clean. But again, Eubank's on the back foot. The hands are coming low. Liam Smith continuing to box him in on the corners. Eubank tries to hold. Liam Smith with a left uppercut there. Liam Smith definitely hustling Eubank. Eubank's on the move. Circling from left to right. Trying to get out of the corners. Liam Smith's trapping him in the corners. Good double jab there from Chris Eubank Jr. It's interesting there, that round. Oh, Liam Smith just threw the over. If you ask me who landed more shots in that round, I'll probably say Chris Eubank Jr. landed more shots. If you ask me who I'd rather be in that round, I'd rather be Liam Smith. I'd leave it up to you. Very, very tricky fight. Eubank already looks gassed in the corner. What do you guys think? Oh, so I'm trying to listen to what Roy Jones is saying in the corner. Roy Jones is talking about fainting him and investing more in the body. I think he said something about fainting and then dropping a right hook to his body. JBO is saying Eubank will be fine. It probably will be. We do hold Eubank to quite a high standard on this channel. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll go to Twitter in a minute. Juicestrom thinks Eubank's looking comfy. John Smith is saying Eubank looks uncomfortable. Eubank doesn't look comfy to me, but we'll have to wait and see how this fight goes on. Liam Smith's got to take a round soon, though. We can't let too many of these early rounds slip away. I think that round was a pick and choose round, but I reckon they'll give it to Eubank. So it'll probably be 2-0 to Eubank. But to be honest, Smith might have done enough to get that. It's a nip and tuck round. But Smith is, if you ask me, who would I rather be in this fight right now? I'd rather be Liam Smith, by far. Good little jab from Eubank there as Liam Smith came in there. Liam Smith came in, looked like he was looking for the overhand right, and Eubank jabbed him in the middle of overhand right. Liam Smith being very rough and tumble against the ropes there. Went for a right uppercut to the body, and also left uppercut to the body. I think Eubank deflected it. Not much of a jab from Liam Smith so far, but obviously, like I said, he's having problems with the distance. And because Chris Eubank Jr. has thrown that jab from the hip, he's having a little difficulty, do you know what I mean? When that jab comes from the hip, it's a little bit harder to pick off and counter it and whatnot. Eubank goes for a lead left hook and completely misses, as per fucking usual. But again, you know, like I said before, not a lot of quality work at the minute, but you probably still lean towards Eubank because he's landed the only 2 shots that matter in this fight. Getting behind that jab. Can Liam Smith throw a right-hand counter off that Eubank jab? I think he sees it because Eubank's never bringing that hand back to his chin. That hand's always finishing around his waist. So the right hand is there for Liam Smith if he can get involved. But it's a good double jab from Chris Eubank there as Liam Smith's. Another good jab from Eubank as Liam Smith's getting in. Liam Smith's looking for that overhand right off that jab. But Eubank's throwing that jab nice, early and often at the minute. And Liam Smith's always out of range. And even when he's getting nailed, Liam Smith isn't in a position where he can take one to give one. So it's very good, better round from Eubank. Can he keep it up? Best round so far from Eubank. He's throwing that jab early and often. Early and often. Early and often. Liam Smith is so far out of range here from this jab that even when he sees that overhand right counter on Eubank, he can't throw it. He's out of position. But sooner or later, Liam Smith is going to have to commit, you know, because the fight can't carry on like this. He's going to have to commit. And by commit, I mean he's going to have to actually start rolling, getting on the inside of Eubank and throwing shots. Right now, he's staying in the pocket and picking his shots, but he can't afford to be picky for too much longer. Look at Eubank still varying that jab. Eubank went for an overhand right left uppercut that just missed. But it's the jab in a minute. Eubank's nice with the jab early and often. Good uppercut there from Eubank. You know, not big shots, but just cutting the eyes there. Just grazing the eyes there. And those Eubank there. Oh, that was a good uppercut from Chris Eubank. Another good uppercut right out from Chris Eubank. Another uppercut from Eubank. So he's uppercutting right through Liam Smith's shell. That was lovely work from Chris Eubank. Lovely work from Chris Eubank Jr. Lovely work from Chris Eubank Jr. Oh, a lovely little right hand. Oh, right uppercut. Right hook around the guard from Chris Eubank Jr. Then he turned it into a right uppercut through the guard. Beautiful work. Another right uppercut from Chris Eubank Jr. There you go. Maybe I've got it wrong because in that round, Eubank took it to another level. Big round. Big round. Big round. Liam Smith's going to be in big trouble. Rob saying, like I said, made for him. He stands there with a high guard. I was expecting Liam Smith to be a bit cuter with the guard, you know, seriously, because he's capable of being quite cute. Like I said, he hung in there with Canelo Alvarez for a bit and made it a bit of a fight with Canelo. But in that round there, Eubank was teeing off on him. That was a big round from Chris Eubank. I would say Eubank's probably 3-0 up now. And I would say the fight's already probably starting to slip away from Liam Smith, to be honest. You know, he's going to have to commit. And if he commits, he'll probably get knocked out. But he's going to have to commit in terms of, yeah. He's spending a lot of time in the pocket trying to find that one shot, isn't he? He's trying to spend a lot of time in that pocket, Liam Smith, trying to find that one shot. But unfortunately, he's gonna have to gamble in a minute, isn't he? What do you think? And when he gambles, he's probably gonna get taken out. I'm looking at Sky scorecard. This is interesting. The viewers' scorecard have got the fight level, so I think they're smoking crack. I can assure you that the judges have not got Eubank level, but at the minute, this fight isn't going to the cards anyway, so you ain't got to worry about that. But that's interesting. That was a big round for Eubank in the last round. And it's all about Liam Smith. How can he get around that jab? How can he slip that jab? Liam Smith throwing a good combination up on the inside. Oh, is he knocking Eubank down? Or was that just balance? Oh, he's hurt! Oh my God! Eubank's all over the place! He's done, they should call that off! They've got to stop it. He's done. He can barely stand straight. Oh my gosh. What has happened? It's all over. Wow. Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow. Wow! Eubank wiped out! Liam Smith destroys Chris Eubank. In how many rounds was it, guys? Was it 4 or 5 rounds? I was not expecting that. Wow, nobody saw that coming. Eubank got destroyed. That's the end of Chris Eubank. You ain't going to see no Conor Benn fight now. Round 4. He was done. He was done. I think it's the weight, to be honest. He didn't look right on the way in. No excuses, but he did not look right on the way. He looked gaunt. He looked gaunt. Wow. Eddie Hearn will, and Chris and Conor Benn will be... Sorry, just give me a sec, okay? Give me a sec. I'm just changing the title of the stream. If I can get Joe Gallagher onto the show tonight, I will do so. Give me a sec. I'm going to personally message Joe Gallagher. 163 in the chat. That is one of the biggest shocks in British boxing that you will see anytime, any place, anywhere. I thought Liam Smith was going to give a good... No, don't say fair play. Nick Mandelberg is saying fair play, ultra fair play. I didn't think Smith was going to win like that. I thought Smith would do well and lose on points. But I didn't think Liam Smith would do that. Nobody thought that. But I did say about Chris Eubank Jr. I did say he was getting hustled. And he was getting hustled. And I did say, if you ask me, who would I rather be in that ring? I'd rather be Liam Smith. But then Eubank had such a big round 3. But when the punches started landing, it was over. And, you know, I honestly thought when Liam Smith was going to gamble, I thought Eubank was going to pick him off. But he took the risk, Liam Smith. He gambled. He exchanged in a shootout with Eubank and he got him out of there. And that's the bottom line. No, I didn't get it right. Why are people saying that I got it right? I didn't get it right. I did not get it right. Respect, Ultra, you got it right. I did not see that coming. I did not get it right. Nobody picked that. I did not pick Liam Smith. I picked Eubank to win. But my God. My God. I did say this. Chris Eubank Jr. is overrated. I said for 20 minutes before this chat, I told you guys, Chris Eubank Jr. has got no fundamentals whatsoever. No fundamentals whatsoever. And you see what happens when he got hurt. And that's the first time we've seen Chris Eubank Jr. truly hurt in his career. And he didn't know how to hold. He didn't know how to escape. He didn't know how to clinch. He didn't know how to weave. He was always all over in 2 seconds. His eye is fucked. It's terrible for this guy. And can I say something? And I want to say this right now. I do not take any pleasure in seeing Chris Eubank Jr. go through this. I want to remind people, he lost his brother in a tragic accident earlier last year. Life has been a living hell for the Eubank family. So I'm not happy that Chris Eubank Jr. has lost. I'm not trying to dance in his grave. The man lost his brother. His brother went for a swim out in Dubai and never came back. And that was the end. So Chris Eubank has been through hell these last couple of years. I'm just talking about purely from a boxing perspective. The lack of fundamentals showed tonight for Chris Eubank Jr. The lack of fundamentals. He was getting hustled around that ring from the beginning of the fight to the end of the fight. And to me, I did say, coming to that ring, he did not look 100% coming to the ring. He looked gaunt and he looked like he was blowing. And again, Liam Smith deserved to win that fight. That was the better fundamentals won that fight. Liam Smith is the better boxer than Chris Eubank Jr. And fundamentals won that fight tonight. Liam Smith, more experienced, better fundamentals. Sorry, I want to start getting things going. I need to get hold of Ingram. Can you just give me 3 seconds, please? If you give me 3 seconds, I want to get some people on the show. So I want to get your reaction. I'll put the link up and we can all call in. But I want to see if I can get a few people in here right now. So just bear with me 2 seconds. 2 seconds. I'm just going to get on here and I'm just going to start sharing this link. 193 people in here. I tell you who I'm looking to get on. I'm looking to get Ingram on. Sherman's going to come on. But I'm also, just on the off chance, I know he's working at Sky right now, but I will do it because it's a special occasion. I will actually send out this link here to Joe Gallagher. Right, hold on 1 second. Live now. Live now. Hold on. Bear with me. Live now. Get your comments in. I'll open up the lines for you guys in a minute. We'll try and get as many people as we can. We may even try and get some boxers and coaches on tonight, okay? Smith destroys. If you're Conor Benn, guys, think about this. If you're Conor Benn right now, you've just thrown away millions. Yes or no in the chat. If you're Conor Benn right now, you have just thrown away millions and millions of pounds. Am I right or am I wrong? You have just thrown away millions and millions of pounds. Because I don't think they can make that Conor Benn fight now. Or it's not going to have the same... It's not going to have the same appeal now. My God, if you're Conor Benn right now, you must be sitting at home punching the floor because you've just lost millions and millions of pounds. 1 second, I'm nearly done. Shit, so I'm doing 10 things at the same time. Call in now with your say. Is Eubank... They're talking about the rematch. Right, so Eubank's got the rematch clause, so they're already talking about the rematch. Let me just share this link with Joe. One second, I'm just sending a link to Joe Gallagher, yeah? Right, so I just pinged Joe Gallagher. Right, let's get it on. Let's get the callers in. Does anybody want to call in? I need to get Ingram on, so I need to send an email to Ingram. Shevin, are you ready to come in or what? Who wants to call in? Right, let me get this up. Right, sorry about that. Chris Eubank Jr. Is that the end of Chris Eubank Jr.? Absolutely destroyed by Liam Smith in round 4 of their fight. I don't want to dance on Chris Eubank Jr.'s grave because I'll tell you one thing. I don't want to be dancing his grave. It's been a tumultuous year for Chris Eubank Jr. He's lost his brother. He's had the whole thing with Conor Benn, the debacle. The first bit of analysis I would say tonight, if you are Conor Benn sitting at home, you are thinking, that man's just lost me millions of pounds. Liam Smith has just lost me millions of pounds tonight. The link's in the chat. Shevin, there's the link if you'd like to join. The link's in the chat. I'm hoping that we might be able to get Joe G on tonight. But we'll see if we can, we'll see if we can't. So let's get them likes up. Let's get people in there. If you're Conor Benn, you're thinking right now, that would have been me. Press 1 if you agree, press 2 if you disagree. If you're watching that right now, you're thinking, Conor Benn will be sitting at home thinking, that would have been me if we'd have got in the ring tonight. What was it? What was the mistake with Eubank? Was it the weight cut that did him? Do you think it was him having to make £157 for the Conor Benn fight? Do you think that drained him? Not making excuses. I'm just calling it how I see it. He looked gaunt there tonight. What do you guys think? He looked gaunt tonight for me. He looked absolutely gaunt. For me, I'm not taking away any And there you go. That's Chris Eubanks Jr.'s eye. I mean, that looks horrendous. We'll get live commentary in just a sec. That's Eubanks' eye. It looks absolutely horrendous. Let me get this off the screen. 1 second. Unbelievable. Will they do the rematch? Will they do the rematch? There we go. Let me get it off the screen. That's a live pictures of Chris Eubank Jr.'s eye. If the Daily Mail will stop putting fucking advertisements over it, pricks. Shevin, are you going to join in? The link's in the chat, Shevin. Right, let's go through your comments. The Eubank, which was fighting O'Sullivan, wouldn't have got stopped like that. What do you think done Eubank? Do you think it was the weight cut that done him? There's Liam Smith. Get rid of this crap. Hold on. Absolutely destroyed him. Liam Smith. Never seen Eubank hurt like that. Even against George Groves. Never seen Eubank hurt like that before. Absolutely destroyed. Is that the end, do you think, of Eubank at the top level? Is that the end? Would you, if you were Eubank, would you take the rematch? To me, I'm in absolute shock. Very rarely do things shock me in British boxing. That shocked me. Very rarely do things shock me in British boxing, but that shocked me. But that was all about boxing fundamentals tonight. Sharon will be coming on shortly. Great Crazy D3 says, great right cross from Liam. Sorry, I'm just trying to get a decent fucking page up here. I'm really sorry about this. I'm melting. MT says, Eubank looked weird from the beginning. I'm not making excuses. Liam Smith is the better fighter. But honestly, Eubank didn't look right coming in. And if you do listen to my commentary and you listen to it back, you will hear me say that. I said, Eubank does look gone. And, you know, he didn't look right. And I will say one thing. He wasn't able to keep Smith off him. He wasn't able to keep Smith off him. And that was the problem in this fight, you know. He wasn't able to keep Smith off him behind the jab. Smith was constantly hustling him, constantly backing him up to the ropes. And when Smith did get to the inside, putting the heads in, making it rough, making it tumble. And it's a bad night for Eubank. Right, Shevin is here. Shevin, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can absolutely hear you. Let me just, what I'm going to do, Shev, is I'm going to mute myself quickly. So I'm trying to get all this stuff up on the screen. Would you like to give your analysis of this fight? I'm going to try and get hold of Ingram and some other people. I'll also put the link up in the chat. If anybody wants to call in and give their opinions, Shevin, your initial analysis of that fight, please.
Well, first, I'm just really shocked. I really thought that Eubank's athleticism would have its advantages on the inside. People think that because he's an athlete, he's this big puncher, but we all know that Eubank is not a massive puncher. But I really thought his athleticism would serve him well on the inside. But what I really demonstrated, or what I really saw from Eubank, was very surprising in terms of just how wild he was defensively. He was moving back to the left, moving to the right, moving back in straight lines. Obviously, we knew Liam had the better footwork, but Liam seemed to just destroy him with angles, and he was cutting him off at every opportunity. Liam just seemed like a top-class fighter. It goes back to something you said, or a long time ago, or you say constantly, about Frank Warren, how, you know, Frank knows boxing. And I watched a couple of interviews earlier in the week, and Frank was talking about this fight. He goes, you know, Eubank has a name because of his father. He's a solid fighter. But in terms of tactics, you know, Liam is a much better boxer, better footwork, better angles, and he's a better fighter. Now, he doesn't have the name. He doesn't have the notoriety that Eubank has. But when the bell rings, none of that matters. And we saw that tonight. And this is a point where, you know, Eubank hit a wall where he can no longer live off his name. He's going to live off his skill in the ring. And tonight he just got in the ring with someone who's just a much better skilled fighter in every aspect of the matter. And we also have to remember that, you know, Eubank is going on 34 years old. And when you're a guy who's going on 34 years old, and you're cutting down to 160, to cutting down to 154, 157, sorry for the Conor Benn fight, their age is a lot more advanced. I don't know where he goes from here, because again, losing is not that big a deal. Losing is not that big a deal. However, when you lose to a guy that's not a commercial draw like yourself, it is so damaging. It's so damaging. And when you lose to a guy who's a non-commercial draw and you're entering your mid-30s, I don't know where he goes from here.
Sharon, I very rarely get shocked by things that happen in British boxing, right? When Conor Benn had 2 adverse findings, right? for clomiphene, I was one of the least shocked people in the UK because I know what goes on in boxing gyms, right? And I know what happens in boxing gyms. I was one of the These are one of the few nights where speechless is a bit of an understatement. When I saw that happen tonight, I was genuinely speechless. I almost couldn't believe what I was seeing. Can I ask you a question, Shevin?
Yep.
I did a 15-minute monologue just before this fight started. I didn't pick Chris Eubank Jr. Liam Smith to win. I thought Chris Eubank Jr. was going to win this fight on points. I thought he would get a decision. I did tease the idea that we might see a controversial decision, but I did feel that people were drastically underestimating Liam Smith going into this fight tonight. And one thing I did keep hammering home is that Chris Eubank Jr. doesn't have great boxing fundamentals. Do you think that lack of fundamentals? I'm not saying he would have necessarily won tonight's fight because I think he's cooked himself before the fight, to be honest, yeah? I think he's been cooked. I think what's happened to... I think the damage to Chris Eubank Jr., I think Chris Eubank Jr. was damaged goods coming into the ring tonight, in my opinion. For any Liam Smith fans listening, I'm not trying to make excuses. I spent 10-15 minutes just before this fight started telling people why Liam Smith can win this fight. So it's not like that. But I do think Eubank was cooked before he got in the ring. But again, Shevin, could he have lasted a little bit longer? Could he have lasted a little bit longer if he had them fundamentals? Two things for me stick out about Chris Eubank in this fight. One is footwork, okay? Number one about footwork. Shevin, you're being hustled around the ring by Liam Smith, right? You know you're not right. Chris Eubank Jr. would have got in that ring tonight, right? He would have known that he was shot going into that ring. Yes or no, Chef? Would you agree with that? He would have known, right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah. Chris Eubank Jr., right? Dench and the guys who sparred in the chat, right? Guys who have sparred or boxed in the chat. You know when you go into spar, you know when you go into box, you know when you feel flat. Anybody who's been in the boxing gym, press 1 if you agree with me. You know in it. You know when you step between the ropes, you know in it, you know, oh fuck, I'm a bit flat in it. You know. It's not a fucking surprise. You don't go in there thinking you're going to be $1 million and then surprise you. You go in there and you're like, fuck, I'm a bit flat. But you go in anyway, yeah? So for me, Eubank was flat tonight. But here's the thing. Even though he was flat, if he had better fundamentals, he could have survived better in this fight. And Shevin, for me, the footwork was atrocious, and I tell you why. You go in the ring, you're flat. You're weight drained. You need to be as economical with your feet as you can, Shevin. You know what I see Eubank doing? I see Eubank doing what Toby Players does. This is something that I told... When Toby Players comes on this channel and shows us his sparring videos, right? I told Toby Players, yo, Toby, don't leap in and out. Remember me saying that show? I say, don't leap in and out. Don't hop in and out. You're supposed to glide. You're supposed to moonwalk in and out. Don't, because if you're boxing and you're literally leaping in and out of range and your feet are coming off the floor, you know how much energy you're zapping, having to lift your body weight off the canvas. Eubank Jr. doesn't even have the fundamentals to take a step back without both his feet coming off the floor because he's literally jumping off the floor. So again, he's being pressured and he doesn't have the fundamentals to survive or last in a fight because he doesn't have those little tricks to, oh yeah, I need to be now a little bit more clever with my footwork. I need to be a little bit more economical with my footwork. Maybe I need to throw a headbutt in here. Maybe I need to throw a low blow in here. Maybe I need to complain to the ref here. Maybe I need to complain to the ref there. He doesn't have those fundamentals. And that's one thing, sorry, Shevin, I'll let you talk. I apologize for rambling on, but that's one thing that I'm keen to make it clear to the chat. This is yet another fight that shows what I've been saying all along. When you don't have the fundamental requisites in boxing and you get hurt, you get found out very, very quickly. Sorry, Shevin, please carry on. I'll let you talk. Please carry on.
Well, I think that a lot of times when guys do not have the fundamentals, they rely on their pure, natural, elite talent. And what has happened here, because of Eubank's affiliation, his training affiliation to Roy Jones Jr., and because of who his father was, people forget the fact that he does not have elite talent. In terms of a talent standpoint, he's not some superior talented fighter. He's not a superior level 10, next level puncher, and he's never been that. But when you have affiliations to elite trainers or elite fighters, or your father was elite, people tend to think that you have elite talent. No, does not have elite talent. He's a pretty good fighter, and he has some talent, but the gap between his talent and people he's associated with, or should I say his talent level versus his fame level, are very far apart. And what most fans do in media and boxing media as well, they associate the two as being close, and they're not. So if you don't have good footwork, you don't have good fundamentals, it comes back to talent. And you just look at just the pure talent, him and Liam Smith, from a talent standpoint, are right on par with, they're very congruent with one another. Therefore, you go to boxing skills, and as Frank says, Frank's been saying all week to lead up to his fight, Frank Warren that is, boxing skills, Liam blows him out of the water. And yet, once again, your last name or your father, not saying that, Eubank was claiming this, but his fans do, the last name is not going to jump in the ring and help you when you're in the ring with someone who has equal talent and superior skills than you do. It doesn't matter.
Shevin, look who's here to do the post-fight with you. Looks like I'm going to get the night off. Ingram is here. So, guys, BWTM Sports is here. I'm just going to bring Ingram in. Ingram, can you hear me loudly and clearly?
Hold on. Let me make sure my audio's okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you crystal clear, Ingram.
Fantastic. Good evening.
Ingram, right. The only thing is, guys, the only thing I will say about this, I'm going to let you two guys talk, starting with Ingram. The only thing is, guys, just be aware, we need to get the chat involved as much as possible, because we've got nearly 260 in here, and the numbers are going to go up, right? So just be aware, I will occasionally cut you off just to ask questions from the chat, yeah? Guys, if you've got questions, ask them away. I will occasionally cut these guys off to give you comments, but first and foremost, Ingram, how shocked are you from seeing that? I was shocked.
Man, Eubank was looking, for me, he was looking good. He was using the jab, using the right hand, he was doing the uppercuts. And I said in my build up to the fight that Smith is so easy to hit. And what was transpiring was, Eubank was getting to groove. He was using the jab. But the one thing I was concerned about is the way he was dropping that low left hand and the right hand was coming over the cross top with Smithy. You could see Smith getting closer and closer. And then literally, as Eubank was backed into the corner and he got hit with a shot, and he it froze as on my internet froze as Eubank was wobbling, and I thought, oh shit! And then my internet went, so I had to use my other internet to reconnect to see him getting stopped. I'm like, what the hell is this? And the first thing I thought was going back to what happened with him and Conor Benn and losing that weight. That was the first thing that came to my mind, because for you to just fall apart to a puncher, and Liam Smith is not even a puncher. I wonder either if Chris was tight at the weight, he didn't make the weight right, because that to me, the way he folded was like a guy who was weight drained. I'm not making excuses. Smith did.
I was thinking the weight drain thing as well. I was thinking about that.
Yeah. And then you look at the way his face popped. Another sign of a guy with weight drain is when their face starts to puff up like how Eubank's face is puffed up like that. As weight drain is one of those things that come to mind. So you can't take away what Smith has done. Smith has caused nobody. You can't ask anybody. Nobody said that Smith was going to stop Eubank in 4 rounds. Nobody. We said, if he's going to stop him, he might stop him late. But you just try and do the maths and think, where's Smith getting the power to knock Eubank out? George Groves couldn't do it. So where's Smith getting his punching power from? And then all of a sudden we see this guy crumple. Go ahead.
No, carry on. Karen, please carry on. Sorry, please carry on.
Yeah. That's it, really.
I mean, I was going to say, Ingram, I've got to be careful to not make excuses for Eubank, because Liam Smith has gone in there and nobody predicted what was going to happen tonight. Nobody, right? Nobody.
But I'm going to be honest and call it how I see it. And I said it, and everybody knows I said it because it's been recorded. Eubank didn't look right coming to the ring. I said, guys, is it me, or does Eubank look a bit gaunt? He looked gaunt. He looked low on energy. The left hand low, he always carries his left hand low. But again, when you're doing that in the first round, not a very good sign when you know someone's trying to throw the right hand off your left hand. You know what I took that as? Fatigue. I thought he was fatigued. You know when you're fatigued in the ring, your hands start hitting you, your hands start dropping to your waist. I thought Chris Eubank Jr. was flat before he ever stepped foot in that ring, and I think he knew he was flat. But let me flip the script, Ingram, and then Shevin, actually you respond to this, and then Ingram respond after this, yeah, because I don't want to cut Shevin out. So Shevin, you respond to this, then Ingram after this. My point is, Ingram, I think that the bottom line of it is Liam Smith showed tonight that whether Chris Eubank was 50% or 100%, he's a better boxer than Chris Eubank. You know why?
Liam Smith's got better fundamentals than Chris Eubank Jr. We've seen Liam Smith go out against Canelo Alvarez, Cinco de Mayo, and fight fire with fire, and he never got hurt and taken out like that because he has good fundamentals. He knows how to survive when he gets hurt to a degree. He knows the tricks how to play. And I think, unfortunately, what we've seen tonight, Chevron first on this, and then Ingram give us the answer in this. I think what we've seen with Eubank tonight is a guy who always lacked fundamentals, and a guy who, when he got hurt, you saw how quickly he got finished when he got hurt. And again, I could be completely wrong, but he looked like a guy who was out at sea. He looked like a guy who didn't know how to survive in there. And I just think that's part of the lack of fundamentals that's been evident there with Chris. Because I think if Chris Eubank Jr. was a bit more well-schooled, he could have survived a bit longer. Chevron and then Ingram on that.
I do think it's a skill set or I guess maybe experience of how to handle yourself when you're hurt and how to conserve your energy when you're hurt. And when we saw Eubank get hurt, he was like a fish out of water. Like he had no idea what to do. He had no idea what was next or a defensive or how to get in position to position himself to get his arms around Smith and hold him maybe so he wouldn't get hit again. I mean, when he got hurt, you know what was very interesting to me? Well, I knew he was probably in some trouble. He was in the second round where he was doing the jump around. He was doing the crisscross. Okay, he was doing the House of Pain. He was jumping around the ring, hopping here, and I just saw at some point when you're hopping like that, obviously, like you said, and then with your breakdown the Wilder Helenius fight, you're not in a position to punch, and if you get hit after a hop and you're square, you're going to get hurt, and that's what happened to him.
Ingram?
I'm going to go back to something that Tony Cisse said to me. He said to me before the Conor Benn fight, he says, the reason they're trying to drag Eubank down is because, I think it's 157 or 156, whatever it was, they were trying to pull him down to. Tony said to me that he looked terrible the last time they tried to pull him down in weight like that beforehand. And I wonder what Eubank did to get himself down to that weight. And I wonder if that's had a detrimental effect to his punch resistance and him looking as flat as he did. Because for him to have taken that weight off and to be at that weight, it was a dangerous weight. And we saw how gaunt he looked then. And then not too long afterwards, he's fighting Liam Smith. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't know. Now, I'm just wondering that weight drain he had to get himself into fight Conor Benn, and you wonder now what would happen if Conor Benn had fought him that night as well.
Ingram, I don't know if you can see the screen. Ingram, but Conor Benn is literally just tweeted at Chris Eubank. I think it's a very bad taste, by the way. But Conor Benn, who's currently under investigation for has tweeted Chris Eubank Jr. saying, "It's a good job you didn't fight me. You would last 2 rounds."
Yeah, well, that's if that's PED'd up, then yeah, probably.
Do you think Ingram tonight, though? Do you think Ingram tonight, Conor Benn, Eddie Hearn, sitting there at the table, they'll be making snidey comments, but you think they'll be sitting there thinking, fuck, we just missed out on a good water cash? Because can they still make the fight? Yes, but it's the way Eubank got beat. He got wiped out inside 4 rounds.
Yep. But
that
the
fight
thing is,
now for me becomes a much harder sell. Sorry, Ingram, carry on. Please carry on.
But Ultra, one thing, you say he got wiped out. The first 3 rounds, right, before he got knocked out, it's like he was doing well. He was doubling, tripling up the jab. He was using the jab effectively. And to be fair, nobody expected Eubank Jr. to be using the jab against a guy who's fundamentally better in Liam Smith. So I thought he looked good. He looked really good. Although you say he looked flat, he still was using that jab and using it well for somebody who's not fundamentally. Yeah, exactly. For somebody who was not fundamentally good. So the way he got knocked out, I wonder if that's to do with the way he lost the weight for the Conor Benn fight and how he put the weight back on for this fight. And he was already tight at middleweight. I just wonder if he's done at middleweight.
I honestly think, right, that 3rd round, looking back on it, was a last salvo. He knew he was cooked going into that ring, man. He knew he was cooked. He was getting hustled around, and I think that was his last salvo to try and put a dent in Liam Smith and try and put some dent in him before he knew the heat was really coming. Because The problem with it, his jab, I agree, his jab was actually very good tonight for Chris Eubank Jr. standards. But again, in pro boxing, I had this chat in the gym today, Ingram, about the difference between amateur boxing and pro boxing. Pro boxing, ring generalship is a thing, right? And I said I had Eubank 3-0 up, right, going into that 4th round, right? And to me, after I saw that big 3rd round from Eubank, I thought, well, Eubank's going to get him out of here now. Eubank's really turning the screw. But when I looked at them the first two rounds, I said, look, I've got Eubank winning these rounds, but so far after these first two and a bit rounds, if I had to be a fighter in the ring, I want to be Liam Smith. Liam Smith ain't winning these rounds, but I'd want to be Liam Smith if I was in that ring, because Liam Smith was putting him in the positions where Eubank didn't want to be. Eubank was skirting around in the ring a lot. He was using a lot of footwork. His footwork's terrible. So, like I said before, and we discussed earlier, he's jumping out of range. He's not slipping and sliding out of range. He's jumping out of range, and both his feet are coming off the floor because he doesn't have any fundamental footwork, which, as you know, is one of the most tiring things you can do in boxing. Jumping off the floor and both your feet off the ground. If you want to gas yourself in boxing, right, that's one of the fastest and best ways you can gas yourself. It's right up there with holding your breath while you punch. Holding your breath while you... Toby players, are you listening? Holding your breath while you punch, yeah, and jumping instead of sliding out, yeah, is one of the 2 quickest ways you're going to gas yourself in the ring. It was those things, and Smith was always putting Eubank where Eubank didn't want to be. Eubank didn't want to be backed up in them corners. When it got rough, you see Smith putting in the heads, getting rough, throwing a few rabbit shots, trying to punch Eubank on top of his head, and he didn't like it. He didn't want to be in that situation. And that's why, going through about 2.5 rounds, I was like, it's the difference between amateur and pro boxing. In pro boxing, you know, you can slow cook someone. And to me, Liam Smith slow cooked Chris Eubank Jr. tonight. He manoeuvred him around. He did take some shots. He did take some big shots in that 3rd. But ultimately, he always had Eubank on the back foot. He always had Eubank hopping around the ring. For most of that fight, Eubank wasn't really able to get set. Apart from that good 3rd round where he was throwing uppercuts and stuff like that, but he wasn't really able to get set in the fight. He was always being pushed back. He was always being hustled around, and Smith always had him moving backwards. Smith always, had him against the ropes. The 2 of them were clinching in, going in, and that's the kind of a Liam Smith kind of fight. Does that make sense? What I'm saying there? Sorry, I think I'm talking. Please carry on.
No. The best another analogy to that would be like building a house building a house on sand next to the sea and letting the water come in and expecting your house to be solid after that. A house made of wood, by the way, and
exactly
the same sort of situation.
It's only a matter of
time before. Yes, the way Eubank kind of got caught in that corner reminded me a cross between when Roy Jones fought Danny Green and when Roy Jones fought Glenn Johnson.
Do you know, can I just butt in? Do you know somebody in the comment section said Roy Jones and Tava? Whoever's in the comment section said that, please announce yourself. But someone in the comment section, by the way, if anybody wants to call in, Ingram's running the show. If anybody wants to call in and ask questions, the link's at the top of the box. Carry on, Ingram. Roy Jones, Ingram, is the trainer of Chris Eubank Jr. In my opinion, Roy Jones in his prime was Superman. But Ingram, one of Roy Jones's biggest flaws was fighting out of the corner. Guys in the chat, what do you think? For me, Roy Jones never ever looked good when he had to fight his way out of a corner.
Yep, and you saw what Danny Green did to him. You saw what Glenn Johnson did to him. You even saw what's this guy, the Russian, did to him. Ugly looking guy, Dennis.
Yes, I know you mean Bedarev, the one who was in the army. Yeah. Dennis. I know what you mean. Yeah, I'll find his name. Yeah, I know exactly.
Yeah. So those 3 guys.
He was a bad boy. He was bad.
You know what? I'm just thinking now. What you needed was Prince Naseem Hamed. You needed Prince Naseem Hamed to say, which camera can I look in to tell Chris Eubank to finish? Yeah, that is. Yeah. Well, he was at 50% tonight, Chris Eubank Jr. 50% wasn't enough.
Lebedev is the
Lebedev,
name.
that's the guy. Lebedev, that's the geezer.
Billy Joe Saunders is now coming out of hiding, Ingram. If you look at the screen, I don't know if you guys can see the screen. Billy Joe Saunders is reacting to Liam Smith knocking out Chris Eubank Jr. And he's got a meme of Chris Eubank Jr. being given the count by the referee, and he's saying 50%. Ingram, it's hard for me to watch because I'm not a Chris Eubank Jr. fan. Liam Smith deserves all the credit in the world for a fantastic performance tonight. I have to be honest and say though, it does make me slightly sick to my stomach to see the likes of Conor Benn and Billy Joe Saunders coming out of the woodwork
to piss all over this man's grave, knowing the disrepute that they've brought boxing into over the last couple of years. Guys in the chat, guys in the chat, do you think that's a fair comment as well? Guys in the chat, Ingram, please carry on.
It's a sad night, you know. I am a Eubank fan, to be honest. I just think that boxing needs characters, and he certainly is a character. 50%, the KFC, but you need to be careful what you speak, and what you speak is what you are, and that's exactly what happened to him tonight.
Well,
he got
hold
done.
on a minute.
He got done like a kipper. Oh God, here
Look
comes Conor Benn now.
Nigel, I mean, guys, what do you think about this in the chat? Guys, if you want to call in, guys, give your opinion. But what do you think about? I was going to play this, Ingram. What do you think about Conor Benn on Instagram and Nigel after everything that's happened?
I will say this: and boxing.
Go.
Boxing, unfortunately, in boxing, and Conor Benn hasn't learnt the lesson. You can mock somebody now when they're down, but when you get back in the ring, don't worry, it could be worse. It could be worse for Conor Benn. Let him carry on.
I tell you what, I think it's. I do think it's slightly classless, but because I'm interested in the views and the money, if you just give me 3 seconds, the hypocrite that I am, I was slagging Joe Gallagher off. Left, right, and centre until Joe Gallagher gets in touch with me and we have a chat. All of a sudden, Joe Gallagher, the best coach of all time. I'll tell you about that in a minute. Ingram, I'm actually hoping to get him on at some point tonight. Can you believe it? I'm actually hoping to get him on.
Listen,
I've been talking to JG tonight.
I used to call him Tesco Joe, but he's not. He can't be Tesco Joe. Look what he's done with the
That's it. He coached of the year. He made Liam Smith. Oh, hold on a minute. Ingram, can you hear this? Guys in the chat, if you can hear this, press 1. If this isn't the most shameless thing you will hear tonight, it's Conor Benn laughing at Chris Eubank Jr. Press 1 if you can hear this.
Yeah. What are you saying, Dad? Wouldn't have gone past 2, would it? Yeah.
What an absolute fucking disgrace that was. Ingram? Do you hear that, Ingram?
Oh, dear me.
Shocking. Shameless, isn't
it? Don't worry. That will not age well for Conor Benn. Trust me, that will not age well with Conor Benn. The boxing gods are watching that and saying, wait until you get back in the ring. Trust me. It doesn't age well. Do you remember Bernard Hopkins? I will never let a white boy beat me. Remember when you said that? I never let a white boy beat me. A white boy didn't just only beat him, he knocked him through the ropes and knocked him out of boxing. He never came back into boxing. That was Smith. No, Smith.
Oh yeah, it was Joe Smith who knocked him through the ropes. You're right. It was right. It was Joe Smith. But he said that before the Kawasaki fight. But you're right. Yeah. But in the end, it was a white man who ended his career. Yeah, a white man ended his career.
That's what I'm saying. So boxing gods are unforgiving. So remember, mark my words. Conor Benn and Nigel Benn today, they'll enjoy it for their little moment. They'll enjoy it. But mark my words, this will not end well for Conor. I'm telling you now. He's still got to go back. It's all right for Nigel. He ain't boxing no more. Conor's still got to get back in the ring and fight. And his legacy isn't kind of like complete yet.
I think the thing from Conor is all bravado, in my opinion. I think deep down he'll be gutted because for him right now, he's looking at a fight that could have done very, very well on pay-per-view. He would have got paid millions of pounds for a fight that he now realizes his little tactic of draining Eubank to the bone probably would have worked, and he probably would have gone out there and put on a spectacular performance, right? And then afterwards, maybe we've never found out about his VADA test. So I think really Conor Benn's putting on a bit of a face there. I feel deep down inside, actually, I probably think, thank goodness, actually, I would have wanted that fight. He would have wanted to be the guy to do that and not Liam Smith. And unfortunately for Conor Benn now, he's got to now go out and fight some top welterweights. Because that Eubank fight, right, we were discussing before the fight, Ingram, what would it take to stop Benn versus Eubank happening? I'm not sure we can stop Benn versus Eubank happening, but that fight for me has now lost all of its pizzazz now. Because we've seen Eubank get absolutely smashed. And for me, Eubank never had any fundamentals anyway, but we always talk about his iron chin. But the fact that we've seen him get wiped out by Liam Smith like that, to me, a Conor Benn versus Chris Eubank Jr. fight doesn't interest me at any kind of fucking weight, to be honest. But maybe that's just sore losers talking. Ingram, do you mind if I just go for some comments and I come back to you quickly? Do you mind? Just gonna and listen, guys, get your comments in. I don't want to. And Ingram, if you've got anything to say about these comments, just cut in, and let me know. All right, let's have a look. Daniel Campbell says, I hope they make that fight again. Eubank, even after this, would sleep him. Give me a quick one sentence on that, Ingram.
I don't know. I think he's dead at middleweight.
He's dead.
He's dead at middleweight. He's dead at middleweight.
He's dead at any weight. It's
dead at any weight. Is that a weight? Is any weight a weight?
Anyway.
Any weight.
Maybe a fight at KFC weight with that fucking jacket he's got on, but the writing's on the wall for Chris Eubank. It is, man. Listen, 33 years old, yeah, and you're getting fucking when you're getting your hair tattooed on at 33 years old and you're getting wiped out in 4 rounds. It is time to call it a day. He's made a lot of money in the sport now, but he needs to think about getting out gracefully. Sean at Medieval says Ben ain't good enough to not get smoked by somebody eventually. I hope he remembers this. Let's have a look. Forget Mr. 50% Chris Eubank Jr. He could have been 200%. He still would have got sedated by Dr. Liam Smith. So this individual here, which is fine, he's welcome to his opinion. Do you just think, look, Ingram, at the end of the day, even if Chris Eubank was 100%, Liam Smith's just a better boxer than him. He's just got better fundamentals than him.
Let me ask this question. Again, making that weight to fight Conor Benn. If that never happened, if he never had to make, and this is all if, buts, and maybes, but has that had a detrimental effect on Eubank's durability and his punch? Obviously, his strength. Was he dead at the weight?
But I think Ingram, I've been critical of Chris Eubank Jr. for a long time. I think the warning signs for Chris Eubank, go and look at the Marcus Morrison fight. That's a massive warning sign for me. Marcus Morrison, I think, went the distance with Chris Eubank Jr., I think, and competed very, very well against Chris Eubank. Same Marcus Morrison went and jumped in the ring with Zach Parker and got blown out in a couple of rounds. And I think that fight was a big, big red flag that Chris Eubank isn't really... And again, I understand people like him. I understand he's very charismatic and whatnot. I'm just talking about purely from a boxing perspective. He was having problems dealing with the jab of Marcus Morrison. And no disrespect to Marcus Morrison, but the writing was on the wall for Chris Eubank. He was talking about getting in with Gennady Golovkin. Let me go through it.
God forbid him fighting Charlo.
Let's go through the rest of these comments.
Fight Charlo.
Let's go through the rest of these comments. Hopkins had no business being in boxing at 52. We know that. So I'm just trying to get through here.
Good evening, John, by the way.
Yeah, no problem. Vanguards of manhood. Ben's career is now in the gutter, and now he's laughing. The truth is, though, Conor Ben's career is not in the gutter, isn't it? The truth is that Conor Ben's going to come up with some loopholes, some technicality, and in about 3 weeks' time, everybody's going to forget about him and say he's the best prospect in British boxing. That's what's going to happen, isn't it, Ingram? Let's be real.
Yeah, you know it's going to happen.
John Smith, does Eubank take the rematch?
Not at middleweight, he doesn't.
What weight would you want him to fight at, Ingram? 168?
Super middleweight. Yeah, 168.
And what would be the purpose of him fighting at 168? To be a world champion or to do pay-per-views on Sky? What would the purpose be? To win something?
The point would be to fight, to get the rematch with Liam Smith, fight him at super middleweight, and
you want to drag Liam Smith up to super middleweight now? Fucking hell! Why don't you drag him up to cruiserweight? Let's do it cruiserweight. How far do you want to drag this poor bloke up? Fucking hell,
mate! Listen, mate, I cannot not. I'm a Eubank fan, so of course I've got to do all I can to negotiate for my man. You know, I'm not saying he's the best fundamental in the world, but I've got to fight for my man. I know he just got wiped out, but still, I'm loyal like that. I'm not going to kind of like duck out now. I'm loyal. I'm going to have to face some fire on my channel as well. But like I've said it before, you go ahead.
No. What about this then? We've spoken about Conor Benn, who's an absolute disgrace, obviously. Billy Joe Saunders coming out of the woodwork, as if it couldn't get any fucking worse. Oh, here we go. Look, some breaking news. Right, so Chris Eubank Sr. has tweeted, Ingram. And Chris Eubank Sr. is saying, congratulations to Liam Beefy Smith. I've never once seen Chris Jr. even buckle in a fight. So big respect to you, your team, and your future. So look, very, very classy stuff. Billy Joe Saunders coming out of the woodwork. Do you think Billy Joe Saunders versus Chris Eubank Jr. on Sky Box Office, do you think that's a bit more of an even fight? Given that Billy Joe Saunders isn't really a come-forward fighter, isn't necessarily known for being a puncher, and we haven't seen Billy Joe Saunders in the ring for a very, very long time. By all accounts, in terrible shape the last time we saw him anytime soon, but trying to plan a return to boxing. Do you think that should be Chris's last fight? Chris versus Saunders. Do you like that fight? Make a bit of money, bit of bad blood, do numbers on pay-per-view.
At super middleweight.
Yeah, that have to be because Billy Joe can't do middleweight.
Eubank has no business at middleweight anymore. I'm sorry. Either fight.
But at super middleweight, would you do that fight? Because I think it would happen at super middleweight. Because I don't think Eubank can or Saunders can do 160.
Nah, they can't do 160. Neither of them.
I don't think Saunders can do 168. But would you that's a good fight for both of them? For both of them, it's a good fight.
Yep, super middleweight, definitely. I'll take that.
I think that is a good fight. Would you guys think in a chat about a rematch between Eubank and Saunders on Sky? They've both coming off bad losses. They've both been out of the ring for a long time. Both got problems making weight. Get it over and done with. Who would you make the favourite to win in that fight? I'm going with Saunders. Who would you go for the favourite to win that fight?
I don't know.
I'll go with Saunders, but you know what? My head says Eubank, you know.
My chin, after seeing Eubank's chin get checked tonight.
Saunders ain't going to check his... Saunders ain't that type of fighter. Saunders ain't
but I didn't think Liam Smith was that kind of fighter either.
Did you not watch Box Nation back in the day, Ingram? Did you not watch Liam Smith's fucking WBO Reign of Terror? He was knocking out Jimmy Kelly.
Oh, God.
So I think I'm muting myself. Have you not learned anything from this game? Do you not see that Reign of Terror? Liam Smith. To go back and watch that on tape, Ingram.
He's made Liam Smith look like Julian Jackson now, to be fair. I mean, it just is.
Oh dear.
Okay, let me ask you. Would you pay to see Liam Smith fight Gennady Golovkin after that?
No. I think Golovkin's too much for Liam Smith, because Golovkin to me can still punch, and it's a bad style matchup because Golovkin's got a ramrod jab, and he's got good enough feet as well, where he's not going to do what Chris Eubank Jr. is going to do in that fight. First of all, he's going to get Smith on the back foot anyway. But even if Golovkin does go to the back foot, Golovkin's very good at throwing a jab and spacing, and Golovkin's one of the best boxers I've ever seen at creating distance and getting his spacing right. Even when Golovkin is finishing a fighter against the ropes, you never see Golovkin for the most part, hang his shit out to dry or overcommit or falling short. He's always very good at keeping space, even when he's got a fighter backed up, and finishing a fighter. He's always very good at measuring distance behind the jab and keeping space so he doesn't fall in. So he's got the fighter just on the end of the shots, just as he's punching through. And he's the same with the jab on that back foot. I don't think he's going to throw the jab. I think he throws a stiffer jab than Chris, a more hurtful jab than Chris. He did the 12 against Canelo Alvarez. He did the 12 against Canelo. Did he look great? No, but he had his best rounds in the last couple of rounds. He's another one, by the way, who knew he was finished going into that ring. It's no coincidence that he had his best rounds, like the last 3-4 rounds, his best rounds. He knew he was shot going into the fucking ring, and he gave it all up in them last couple of rounds. But listen, I'd feel a lot more comfortable about picking Golovkin over Liam Smith. I just think, like I said before, Golovkin's just got serious fundamentals, not just a puncher. He's got okay, does he hang his shit out to dry? Absolutely. Do you know what I mean? Is he defensively great? No. But he's got a good jab, he's got a good sense of distance. I think he's got enough about him to do better against Liam Smith than fucking Chris Eubank ever would. And I think that's what we've seen tonight. And Ingram, you like to talk about trainers. When Chris Eubank had Roy Jones Jr., I think people, were banging on about Roy Jones is going to change this and Roy Jones is making all these adjustments. And I've been saying for ages, I've been saying, since Chris Eubank versus Marcus Morrison, what adjustments are being made? Did you see it? Be honest with you. Did you see any real adjustments from Chris Eubank Jr. tonight? He was a bit more active with the jab, and you can see him try and get on his bike a bit, but his feet were dreadful. Yeah. But did you see any real adjustments?
Two guys tonight. Andy Lee and Roy Jones. Two guys I respect immensely, not just as for what they've done in the ring, but as boxing analysts. But both guys tonight, you kind of have to bring into question what they've been doing with their fighters. With Andy Lee with Joseph Parker, and now Roy Jones Jr. with Chris Eubank Jr. I don't know. Again, trying to make the weight with Conor Benn, I go back to that, and whether that was the finishing touches on Chris Eubank Jr.'s career. He already was struggling to make middleweight. I was wonder I would like to know first how he got down to make that weight for the Conor Benn fight, and then I'd like to know how he put the weight back on to fight this fight against Liam Smith, because to me he looked weight trained. So I don't know.
What are we doing next with him? Where do you go next if you're a matchmaker, Ingram? Where do you go?
I get him a Jake Paul fight.
Get him a what fight?
A Jake Paul fight.
Yeah, and he's taking that overhand right from Jake Paul, yeah? Jake Paul's a fucking cruiser. He's taking that overhand right from Jake Paul. Jake Paul's flattening boxers in the fucking gym with that overhand right, you know. I ain't trust Chris Eubank Jr. over, bro. Jake Paul's a cruiser, but he's a big cruiser, mate.
By the way, did you manage to see the sparring clip between Riakporhe and Chris Eubank Jr. by any chance?
No, I didn't. Please inform me.
Check it out on YouTube. He's teeing off a Riakporhe with uppercuts. Somebody's saying, "Oi, Chris, stop it! Chris, stop it!"
What? Chris was lighting up Riakporhe and sparring?
Yeah.
Nah. Really? Nah. Riakporhe must have been giving him a chance. Oh, Tony's here. Tony, if you want to pop on, come and pop on, Tony. You're welcome to pop on and have your say. Ingram, I know you're disappointed, Ingram, but for me, like I said before,
yeah,
I do think
I'm
we'll see in the
disappointed, but it's what it is.
Let's go through some more comments, Ingram. Jack Plant, we'll go through all your comments, guys. Tony, if you want to come on, let me know and I'll send a link. In fact, Tony, oh shit, that's Michael Benson's link. Tony, I'll send you a link right now if you want to pop on and have your say. Jack Plant says Eubank has been weight drained since he dropped back down. He should have stayed at 168. Groves is a huge super middle and couldn't hurt him. Something ain't right about what happened tonight. Let me move on to the next comment, Ingram, and then we'll go for that one. Eubank was eating the right hand and left hooks from Groves. Sparring with cruisers. How has Beefy smacked him about?
Good question.
Richard's cracking me up. I'm not going to read that out. Games You Love says, criminal what Eddie was doing. A roided up Ben versus a weight drained Eubank. From this fight, Ingram, has this fight basically convinced you that even though Chris Eubank Jr. got beaten by Liam Beefy Smith tonight, do you think in a way he might have saved his family's legacy? Do you think Varda have saved his family's legacy? Because it seems by looking at tonight's performance, yeah, that Chris Eubank Jr. was about 2 Varda tests away from getting filled in by Nigel Benn. And Nigel finally settled in the fucking score after fucking 30 years of arguing about which is the better family. So every cloud's got a silver lining, Ingram?
Possibly, quite possibly. It was a thought there's something you said, and I was just going to latch onto it. Keep talking. I'll come back to it in a minute.
Okay, no problem. Crazy D3 says, now the chin is done, it's better for Eubank Jr. to finish. It goes back to what I said about fundamentals. Now that he appears that his chin's been broken and he can't come on with the eye and chin shit anymore, what's going to happen? Ingram, when he gets back in the ring again, which he will get in the ring again, yeah, fighters are going to hunt him, you know. Ain't going to be like before now, Ingram. Oh, he's got an iron chin, let's try and outbox him. Fighters are going to go for Eubank now, you know. They've seen him get wiped out by El Bifo in 4 rounds. They're going to come with heavy artillery.
I'm going to put that knockout down to him being weight trained. That's what I'm going to say. I'll put it down.
So you think at 168 he'll be alright? At 168 you think he's different?
Well, you know the science behind being weight trained, right? Your durability is dodgy. I don't know. I don't think Eubank should not be fighting the middleweight anymore.
Right, let me ask you about this. Oh, hold on. IM says, what injury do you think Eubank sustained? The eye looked very damaged. Jesus Christ. I hope it's not the dreaded orbital bone injury. But I don't know. Nah, surely not.
Bad, didn't it?
Again, how many people are getting their orbital bones broken all of a sudden in boxing? Is that a relatively new phenomenon? Or has that always been happening? Oh my gosh, look who's here! Ingram! The boss man himself is here, you know. You know about Tony's reviews, Ingram? The boss man, Tony. Right, I'll let you talk to Tony. The boss is an ex-amateur boxer, innit? Look, he's built like a tank, this prick. Let me bring him on. Hey, Tony the man. What are we saying, Tony? Can you hear me? Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I was confused. I didn't know I was on camera. I thought I turned off the camera, but I had the mic muted instead. So I was looking at myself like, why am I on camera? And now I know. But anyway, man. I feel like Tony Bellew. I'm gutted right now. I'm so gutted. I don't even understand what the fuck I just saw. Like, I don't understand.
Okay, man. Listen, we're going to let you talk, Tony, because it's me and Ingram in a minute, but I'll mute myself and just give us your initial thoughts
on what you thought tonight, Tony, then me and Ingram will bounce off you. Do you think he was weight drained? What do you think? What do you think about maybe... Do you think I'm right about saying when Chris Eubank Jr.'s chin went, he had no fundamentals to keep him in the fight, to keep him in the fight a little bit longer? How he didn't seem to know how to survive, got wiped out very quickly, Tony. Just give us any thoughts that come to your head.
I don't know. I really do not know, because in my mind, I don't know what's going on. What I do know is, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but it's just weird to me how his brother, Callum, in I think 2021 is when he returned after losing to Canelo, has now had 2 knockout wins in 175, devastating. And then Liam Smith in the same year, in the month prior to, one fought in September, one fought in October, one fought in November, something like that. September, October, November, somewhere. I forget the months. But they fought like a month apart. And then now Liam is this knockout machine. Something's not computing here. I have seen Eubank in there with people who hit way harder than what Liam does. Way harder. Like, he's been in there with George Groves, took everything he had. He was in there with Williams, took everything he had. I've never seen him truly hurt. And then all of a sudden, Liam Williams, on the first shot he lands cleanly, sparks him. Because truth be told, the referee could have waved the fight off after the first knockdown. It was over. He had no legs. He didn't know where he was. And he just went right back down immediately. But he was getting Eubank was heavily outboxing him, catching him left and right coming in. The first 3 rounds, easily Eubank won. And then again, the first punch I saw Liam land on him, he turned his lights off. Like, I don't understand what I just saw. I don't see how a guy who always has a great chin gets knocked out by a lesser puncher. I don't. My brain cannot compute what I just saw.
Tony,
I don't know.
Tony, isn't there a simple explanation? What do you think? Isn't it just a simple explanation that Eubank was cooked before he got in the ring? Maybe what happened with Conor Benn having to make the weight? Because, Tony, what Eubank did, and maybe it probably has no effect really, but you know Eubank, right? He had to make 157. Now the fight was called off. That fucking idiot Eubank still made the fucking weight. The day of the fight, he showed a video of himself in the hotel room, and he weighed in on fight day at 159 pounds. So this absolute idiot, even when the fight was called off on fight week, the Muppet still drained himself, and looks like he still tried to make the fucking weight just to prove a point. So Tony, is it just a simple case of he was fried, that Eddie Hearn and Conor Benn basically fried Chris Eubank Jr. before he ever got in the ring? And plus, Chris Eubank Jr. is an idiot because rather than just getting back on the beef burgers and at McDonald's when the fight was called off, the idiot then spent another day draining himself to try and make the £159 rehydration clause just to prove a point, Tony. Just give us your thoughts on that, Tony.
I don't know, because the thing about it is yes, he made the weight. Yes, I saw the picture on Twitter. However, this wasn't that fight. He had time to reacclimate to his normal weight. Now, 160, he was up around 168, but he fought Morrison. He was light for that fight. He was light for the Liam fight. He was light for the fight that was in between the Morrison and Williams fight. So, I don't know, because, he's been 164 to 160 for the last 3 fights before this fight. So I don't know if he was weight drained. I really don't. What I saw was a guy who normally has a really good chin get knocked out by a much smaller man on the first punch. Could he have been weight drained? It's a possibility. But I think there's more to it going on with Liam than there is with Chris. There's something my brain cannot comprehend, I have watched boxing since I was 6 or 7 years old. I've fought 32 amateur fights. I've been around world champions, seen sparring behind the scenes, everything. And my brain cannot compute what I just saw. I'm telling you, I do not understand what I just saw. I do not understand a guy who's been cracked by way harder punchers who are way bigger, way stronger, way heavier, way taller, way longer with more torque on his shots, never hurt Chris, then a 154-pound man knocks him out with the first clean shot. It's not like Chris was getting beat up. It's not like he was getting hit left and right. It was the first shot in the 4th round that really punched the lights out. Everything that happened after didn't matter. It was just, he was on his way out anyways. He was done. So I can't compute what just happened. Maybe he was weight trained, maybe he wasn't. I don't know. I'm confused. Like, to give you an example, right? No, because that's Usyk's way better. I was going to say it'd be like Usyk hitting Tyson Fury one time and knocking him out, even though Deontay Wilder couldn't do it. That's what the equivalent to this would be. But Usyk has more punching power than Liam Smith, and is a lot better technically. So I don't know. I really don't know.
I think I muted myself there actually instead of talking. A good spot, Arturo. Right, Tony, let me put your question to Ingram. So Ingram, you there? I want to ask you, Ingram, right?
Yeah.
So Tony's getting a little bit of heat in the comment section for saying that, which is fair enough. But I want to ask something, right? Can you blame Tony for thinking that, given what we've just seen recently happen in British boxing? Yeah, RE, VADA testing. I personally think it's weight drain, but at the same time, if you're a Eubank fan tonight, can I ask you a question, guys? Guys in the chat, if you're a Eubank fan in the chat, do you think it was the weight drain, or do you think there's anything else going on? I don't know, but I'm not going to disrespect Tony because, like I said, the guy's been to the ring and had a lot of fights, and he knows what he's talking about. But I have to say, I will say one thing: the ending, Ingram, was absolutely shocking. And like Tony says, it was the first punch that did wipe him out. He was wiped out, and the referee, to be honest, he's right, should have waved it off. Eubank was done. He was done. When he got up, yeah, and the referee was counting, like, you know when your stream froze? You might as well have just clicked X on the stream. Yeah. Because there was no way he was coming back. And I just think, Ingram, look, I know people in the chat are having a go at Tony, and that's fair enough. But what I would say is, look at the state of British boxing, Ingram, because with what's gone on, especially as an American looking at the outside and looking at what's going on in the sport, can you blame them for not believing in some of these miracle fights that are happening?
Listen, everything that the gentleman said tonight, I like inside my spirit, I'm like, yeah, I feel what you're saying here, bro. I feel exactly what you're saying. There's something that Chris Eubank Sr. said. He said, my son will never become a world champion. What is it that Chris Eubank Sr. knew? Did he know about Eubank's training? He didn't want to be anywhere part of the Conor Benn fight. He wasn't anywhere around the Liam Smith fight. It's very strange.
Tony, let's unmute yourself a sec, Tony. I want to ask you, Tony, how do you feel about Eubank? What is your feelings? Did you ever think Eubank was world class? I've never thought Eubank was world class, but can you just tell us, like, what do you think Eubank's ceiling was, right? So let's just go away from tonight's fight, yeah? A prime Chris Eubank Jr., Tony. Just run me through what skills you thought he had and what you thought his ceiling was and what you thought he could achieve. Do you still think he can be a world champion, or do you think that's past now? Just run me through some of that, Tony.
Well, after tonight, no, he'll never be a world champion. If you get knocked out by Liam Smith, who I don't even rate, he's B at best. He's a B-level fighter at best. I've seen him in there. He's just not that good. And Chris exposed that, and it's stupid to say because it only went 3.5 rounds because he got knocked out in the 4th round. But Liam couldn't get out of the way of any punches. He was getting hit left and right, winging it there, couldn't cut off the ring. He's not good. He's not a good fighter. Like, he's just not good. As far as Chris goes, I mean, I look at Chris Eubank like this. He had 2 step-up fights that he came up short in. He fought George Groves and he fought Billy Joe Saunders. Now, George Groves was an elite, and you could argue that Billy Joe Saunders was an elite too, who got stopped by Canelo. So did Liam Smith. But Liam gave Canelo 0 issues, 0. Whereas Billy Joe Saunders, before he got his orbital wire broke, at least gave Canelo issues. He was having problems finding the target. The movement was good. Billy Joe Saunders made a very good account of himself. So as far as Chris Eubank's ceiling goes, I thought prior to this, he was at least an A-level fighter, being that he came up short against elites. But I definitely would rate him as a top 10 fighter wherever he competes on a global level. But when you get knocked out by a guy that's 154 pounds on the first solid shot, there's nowhere for you to go at 160 or 168. There's nowhere for him to go. If it is his chin that is now, for whatever reason, given up, who does he fight? Who does he beat? Nobody. Like, if that would have been an old-ass Triple G in there, he would have taken Chris' head off. Because Triple G hits way harder than Liam Smith, or at least he's supposed to. But I don't know. Like I said, I rated him very good. I liked him. I liked him a lot. I like his personality. I like his wit. I like how good he talks in the press conferences. I like the way he fights. I think Roy Jones is a bad matchup for him. And he definitely...
Tony, just quickly, before we go back to Ingram, tell me about Roy Jones. Why do you not like the Roy Jones? I'm interested to hear your thoughts on that. Why you don't think Roy Jones was good for Chris Eubank, please?
Well, I've been around Roy Jones in real life. I've been to his gym in Pensacola. And the thing about Roy is, Roy, in my opinion, is the greatest pound-for-pound fighter of any era. I think if you could blow him up, shrink him down, he would beat anybody, prime for prime. There's nobody that would beat Roy, most naturally gifted guy that's probably ever boxed. However, that is his biggest downfall. That's why he started to lose as he got older, because Roy did everything that you're not supposed to do. Technically, he was not good. Everything he did was technically bad, and he never really learned about technical skill of boxing. So as he aged, and the first thing you lose is speed, he started getting punched, which means he never developed the defense because he always relied on his reflex and his agility. To me, seeing Roy train guys, he tries to train them like him to make them more reactive, not so much defensively sound, but more reactive. Like when you see their muscles twitch, move, get out the way. Well, that's nice if you have the speed or the reaction time to do that. However, Chris doesn't. He's not Roy Jones. Very little people can fight like Roy Jones. So you have to work on your defense. You got to be able to keep your hands up, your guard. Know when to have a high guard, a low guard. Know when to put your shoulder in front of your chin. Turn sideways, more angular. Know how to roll off the ropes. You got to know how to use your defense. And to be honest with you, I believe it was Adam Booth that Chris Eubank was with for one fight. And that's when, to me, Chris looked the best. When he left his dad, went to Adam Booth, and then all of a sudden he went to Roy Jones. And I really haven't seen him improve. It's like he plateaued with Roy, but there's never been no growth. I just don't see it.
That was very, very... I by the way, I'm going to bring Ingram in to get Ingram's thoughts on that. I 100% agree with you on Roy Jones, by the way. We share exactly the same opinion of Roy Jones. And I've always said, Tony, there's a reason why Roy Jones, I agree with you, one of the greatest natural athletes to ever box. Probably nobody could have ever beaten Roy Jones when he was, you know, Mr. Untouchable. But I feel there's a reason why guys like James Toney, guys like Bernard Hopkins were able to go, you know, past their prime and still be much more competitive than Roy Jones was. And I think that was down to the fundamentals. Let me just say, Ingram, I want to ask you about what Tony said about Roy Jones there. He says it seems like he's had a little bit of experience, so he's seen Roy Jones coach, who works with Roy Jones. And he said, you know, Roy isn't really one for... Roy's almost a guy... I hope I haven't misquoted you, Tony, but the impression I seem to get is Roy's a guy who almost tries to imprint his own boxing experience. You hear that a lot, Ingram. You even hear that in things like cricket, Ingram, which you work in, where you hear like sometimes great players don't make great trainers because they can't understand why players can't do what they can do. They try and coach everyone to coach how they coach. And it's a very interesting points they raised about Roy Jones not being the right fit. And he said he thought Adam Booth was the best fit. At what point did you think Eubank looked the best in his career, Ingram?
Best Eubank looked in his career.
Yeah, what
when he fought around the time he fought Vildrim and Abraham.
Yeah,
Vildrim.
Yeah, and he did a better job at Vildrim than Canelo did.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Around that time. Around that time, I'd say around that time, Eubank looked really good.
I think Ingram, Roy Jones is going to get the sack. Yeah.
Roy Jones, I thought did a good job with Isaac Chilembe. I don't remember Isaac Chilembe, the super middleweight and light heavyweight champion. Tony Bellew fought him. I think Bellew lost him the first time. I think Bellew may have beat him the second time. I could be wrong there. But Chilembe, I saw him go and fight Chudinov in Russia, and I could see how Roy had worked with Chilembe, and I could see improvements in Chilembe. See, now, I don't know, because Chilembe himself has got a good chin as well, but I think Chilembe has got boxing fundamentals, whereas Chris Eubank Jr. didn't have those boxing fundamentals, and that's the big difference. I think if you have boxing fundamentals and then you add what Roy has given you, then you're okay. But I think if you don't have those boxing fundamentals and then you've got Roy's bad habits added to that, then maybe, as we've seen with Chris tonight, it's you end up getting knocked out like the way your idol got knocked out, and that's exactly kind of like how Chris got knocked out tonight, back against the ropes.
Right. Okay. Right. Tony, unmute yourself. What we're going to do now, Tony, give us your final thoughts, and then me and Ingram are going to go through final comments. Tony, let's hear your final thoughts. If you're managing Eubank, yeah, Tony, if you're managing Eubank, you're in charge, you're the manager, yeah? You control him, you're the promoter. Unmute yourself and tell us, what do you do? Give us your step-by-step plan for what you do with Chris Eubank. Do you tell him to retire? Do you tell him to get a new coach and trainer? Do you move him up to 168? Do you do all of the three? And do you have any opponents in mind? What would you do, Tony, if you was in charge? Let us know.
Well, unfortunately, the type of loss that he took, you have to put him back in there with Liam Smith if he continues the fight. Because if he doesn't run the rematch back, being that there's a rematch clause, that'll haunt him for the rest of however long his career lasts. So you have to put him back in there with Liam Smith. Another unfortunate thing is you fought him at the weight you fought him at. So the rematch has to be at the same weight, because nobody's going to respect you if you move him up in weight to make him fight you at 168 and you beat him, because they're already going to say he's a small guy. Now you're trying to get even more of an advantage by bringing him up to another weight class above where he's at. So 2 up now. So first things first, you would have to fight him at the same weight again. Second thing is, I don't know, like maybe get him with somebody more defensively sound, like a Virgil Hunter, who can, because you think about Andre Ward, I think Chris would be more inclined to fight like an Andre Ward than a Roy Jones Jr. So maybe Virgil Hunter would be like, for his style, my number one pick to try to get him with. Whatever the rematch clause is, whatever the length of the contract is, say it's 6 months, 8 months before they have to do it, I would stretch it out to give them the most time with a brand new coach as possible. If weight drain, like you said, is a possibility, you would definitely have to get him with a nutritionist so you could keep his weight down and keep him healthy at the same time, to where he doesn't get weight drain, where he doesn't lose strength or speed, and especially his chin. But I mean, with all that being said, going back to that picture, I don't know how one punch from a guy at 154 who was never a puncher before 2021 does that with just one shot. The whole thing is weird to me. Again, I'm not making excuses. I'm not making conspiracies, but both the Smiths became knockout artists in 2021 at the end of the year, and they knocked everybody else out that they fought since, and they've looked unstoppable since, in the damn near same month, a few days apart. And I don't know. Like, I don't, something's going on. It's weird to me.
All right, Tony. I really appreciate your insight, man. We're going to run this back tomorrow and do a show. So if you're around, please pop on, Tony. I really appreciate you coming on, brother. I'm going to plug your channel in a sec as well.
Appreciate it.
Always, man. Always. The man himself, Tony. Look, man. Tony's the guy. And you know what? I thought we got some great insight there from Tony, man. The guy's obviously got a bit of experience there with Roy Jones Jr. Tony had 30 amateur fights. He's coached and trained. This guy really does know what he's talking about. So it is what it is. He's shocked. Ingram, look, I think the bottom line of it is, Ingram, let's go through his final comments, Ingram, and then call it a day. I think the word of the day, Ingram, is shocked. Like, I think, Ingram, very, very few things actually shock us in British boxing. When Conor Benn had 2 dodgy VADA results, I wasn't shocked when Conor Benn had those 2 results. I've been hearing things for years. I wasn't shocked about that. When Anthony Joshua got knocked out by Andy Ruiz, I wasn't that shocked. I was shocked, but I wasn't that shocked. This was like, wow, like, is this really happening type shot. Let's go. Guys, get in your final comments and me and Ingram will go through them. I'll read them out and Ingram will give you one-line replies to all of them.
Do you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of when Lennox Lewis got knocked out by Oliver McCall.
Jesus. But do you know what? Even then with Lewis, was that the first time Lewis got
knocked out? Yeah, he got knocked out in 2 rounds.
I was young. I do remember that. I was young, but I remember when Lewis lost for the first time. It was a shock.
Man, it was a shock. That was the way he got not stopped. Like, yeah.
Even so, still. Even so, it was just like heavy. I guess with heavyweight boxing, you just let me ask you something that we didn't touch on as well, and nobody's touching this. Guys in the chat, what do you guys think about this? Nobody's mentioned the fact that his brother passed away, and I'm not trying to make excuses or anything.
Sebastian.
Like, I think Liam Smith is a better boxer. That's what I was saying before this fight started. I said I think Eubank will win, but Liam Smith is a better boxer, right? But what I'm saying is, yeah, Eubank has been through a lot. Like, he lost his brother. Doesn't appear to me like him or his family have ever been the same since his brother's passed away. Guys, if you agree with what I'm saying, I'm not making excuses, but if you agree with me in the chat, just press 1. If you disagree, press 2.
Yeah.
Do you think Eubank's been the same since his brother? I don't think he's been the same since his brother passed away. I think his father hasn't been the same since his father passed away. There's all kinds of problems going on with his father. I've been sent all kinds of videos of Chris Eubank Jr. at these functions that he goes to, looking dreadful. You know, I'll say no more, but not making sense, looking pretty much out there. We've all seen and heard things about Eubank, so I'm not trying to make excuses. I believe at the end of the day, Liam Smith won this fight because Liam Smith is a better fundamental fighter. When Eubank hurt, he didn't have the fundamentals to survive in this fight, and Liam Smith's a better fighter. But I'm just saying, yeah, I do think sometimes England people overlook, yeah, what had happened with his brother passing away. You just got anything to say on that before we get on to some comments?
Yeah, grief affects us in different ways, and I don't know, man. I like the gentleman said earlier. I'm still stunned. Liam Smith's punching power and just, I know it just doesn't sit well with me. I mean, 2 ways. It doesn't sit well with me as a fan. And let's get something straight here. I do like Liam Smith, but I never expected that from Liam Smith. And hey, that's why the word upset is in the dictionary. That's why the word shook is in the dictionary, or shaken, or stunned, or bewildered, or flabbergasted, or I don't know.
Yeah.
Just
and Crazy D3 says, with all due respect, Sebastian's passing has nothing to do with Liam Smith's world-time right cross. No, we're not suggesting that, but we're just talking about dedication to the game as he's been trained.
Yeah.
That's all we're saying. I'm just being honest. Like, I'm just being honest. It's shocking, and we look for reasons why. Let's go through some final comments. Boxing great brains. I think Eubank is a 154 guy. He's probably weightlifting to get his weight up. I need to go on a long run to get over this. See, he's thinking the reverse. He thinks Eubank is actually a naturally smaller guy who's fucking pumping himself up to compete at the higher weights. I'm not too sure about that, but
I don't know about that.
Right.
I don't know about that.
Right, be careful what you say here. Crazy D3 says, send him to Mark Tibbs, but stay away from Ellie Brook. don't Google Ellie Brook. Don't Google Ellie Brook. I'm good friends. I'm not good friends, but I'm on talking terms with Mark Tibbs. But
didn't Anthony Taylor kiss her?
Who hasn't? Right, let's move on. No, but she's a. Do you know what? I've got time for Ellie. She comes across as a really nice girl. Right. Joe G is actually. Oh, see, this has now become the pro Joe Gallagher because we know Joe Gallagher taps in occasionally now. This is now the pro Joe G channel now. Ingram. Joe G is actually a good shout for Eubank, but can't see it. The thing about Liam Smith, Ingram, and I said this beforehand tonight, right? And what worried me for Eubank is that Liam Smith isn't flashy, but he's very, very economical. And I said that tonight. He doesn't waste a lot of footwork. He doesn't waste a lot of movement. He's got that guard, which actually was a little bit more slippery. I thought he'd be able to actually parry off some of Eubank's uppercuts. But in the 3rd round, to be honest, Eubank was knocking him around like a piñata. But for the most part, I think, Liam Smith is actually he's not a flashy fighter. But he does a lot of things quite well, doesn't he? He's got a nice tight guard. He's not a guy that's moving his head like Joe Frazier up and down, trying to weave and bob and that. He's a bit like, it's not like Arthur Abraham, but in a way he's a little bit like Arthur. He's got one nice tight guard that covers everything, covers his face, covers the side of his head. He tucks his elbows in wide, protects his body well. He doesn't waste a lot of movement. And Liam Smith is a very, very economical fighter, and that was the style at the end of the day that did beat Eubank tonight. That economical style.
Let me ask you something: the Eubank that fought Vildrim, that Eubank that night, would the same result have happened?
Guys in the chat, let me ask you. Answer Ingram's question for me. The Eubank that fought Yildirim, what do you think happens if that Eubank who fought Yildirim stepped in the ring? My gut says you would think that he couldn't take the power, would you? You wouldn't. This is Chris Eubank Jr. quickly, Ingram. Chris Eubank Jr. says, congratulations to Liam tonight. Nice little shot you caught me with there, my boy. Felt like I could have kept going, but referee's in charge, and I respect his decision. We'll get it on soon. Well, Chris Eubank Jr. is wrong on 2 accounts. Felt like I could have kept going. He was all over the place, Ingram. The referee saved him.
That's what Lennox Lewis said. Same thing Lennox Lewis said.
Ingram.
He stopped the fight early.
He was done. He was
gone. He was still trying to throw punches, even though he was gone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, even at the end of the fight. Did you see that, Ingram?
Yeah,
at the end of the fight, he was still throwing punches. And they're like, what the fuck? The fight's done. He didn't know where he was. Where he was, mate. And then he's saying, look, I respect his decision. We'll get it on again soon. Well, if they're getting it on again soon, it's going to be 160, isn't it?
He's concussed. He's writing that still concussed. That's concussion talk. Clearly.
Let me see here. Let me have a look. He stopped Smith, but that was at 168, never happening at that weight. That's, of course, correct. I forgot about that. Platinum Fight says that we're probably right, Platinum Fights. Platinum Fight says we're all overthinking this. Anyone can get caught. Remember Baddy Jack, and then you got KO'd. He has a great chin. Smith hit him right on the button. I do agree. He was not a 160. Dropping weight hurt him. That's fair enough. Ingram Ultra, even if Eubank moves up, is his chin permanently cracked?
I wonder if him losing that weight for the Conor Benn fight actually aged him. And what we saw there was he aged that night. That's the beginning of the end of Eubank's career. Maybe he's just old father time caught up with him.
Well, he is 33, to be fair, with a receding hairline. When Roy Jones, when Roy Jones fought John Ruiz, right? When Roy Jones went up to John Ruiz,
exactly, and he came back down to fight Tarver,
and he came back down to fight Antonio Tarver and got wiped out.
He got wiped out.
Was Roy Jones ever the same again?
Never.
Was his chin ever the same again? Ever? Even though he continued to fight for another 5 to 6, 7, 8 years. Was he ever the same?
No, but was Roy Jones's chin that good? Nobody actually was able to nail him.
True. I think Tony made an excellent point there about Roy Jones not having fundamentals. You know, he was a great fighter, but he did lack.
Look how Roy got knocked over by Danny Green. The way he got knocked over by Tarver. The way he got knocked over by Lebedev. Even the Macronelli fight. Enzo Macronelli. Remember that fight? Oh dear.
Oh yeah, Enzo. Oh, I talked to Enzo about that. Yeah, one time he said he never made it out of Russia because he wasn't supposed to win. We talked about that one time very, very quickly of Enzo on Twitter.
Wow.
Vanguards of Manhood. Junior living a celeb life to mask his internal pain. The kid should leave while he can talk. That was a whooping. Eubank Senior never even wanted him to get into boxing in the first place. He never wanted him to get into boxing, you know. Do you remember that? Remember when he was a Lutheroo? Years ago.
Yeah.
I've still coming around visiting and stuff.
I've got still got the VHS of it at home with the Eubanks.
Yes, it. Never wanted him to England.
I lived around.
That's interesting, isn't it? Like,
yeah, he didn't.
No, Eubank Senior. I'll let you talk. So Eubank Senior never thought he actually had it, did he? And then he changed his mind later on. But
because Eubank Senior
never thought he had it.
Eubank Senior wanted to see him get the shit beaten out of him, and he saw him get the shit beaten out of him by a heavyweight. He said, "Right, after you got the shit beaten out of you, he's right. Yeah, you're ready to box now." What happened? True story.
Jack Plant. Senior's go on. I'm sorry. Go on.
Yeah, Eubank was a neighbour almost. So yeah, back in the day when I was living in Sussex. Yeah.
Last questions. Somebody's asking about next week's showdown, Ingram.
Oh dear.
Odds on Yard icing Beterbiev now.
Oh
Basically,
my God.
He's saying Ingram, we've already had the upset, Ingram. We've already had the biggest upset in British boxing this year, Ingram. So Yard's getting buried tomorrow. He's getting buried next week.
Yard's getting buried through the ropes. I'm telling you, through the ropes. He's gonna shoulder roll and find his shoulder in Block C afterwards.
Beterbiev's fuming, you know. He's in his interviews with Dev. Dev's my mate. Beterbiev is fucking fuming.
He's a nasty piece of work, and I tell you,
he can't understand why anybody thinks Yard will beat him. Like he's coming, he's fuming.
Listen to
he's
tape
fucking
of
fuming.
how. Remember when Tunde Teran said that he thought that Yard was more talented than Andre Ward? He's got a better skill set than Andre Ward.
I didn't hear that. But carry
on. Yeah, he did. He said it. There's many interviews he said it. I don't know how you jump from Arthur from what's his name? You move from Kovalev to fighting King Arthur, and then from King Arthur to some guy who lifted off your feet from uppercut who fought before, had about 42 losses on his record. And then now Yard's gonna go and fight. Yeah, the guy he fought, last guy I fought, I think the guy he fought, that guy, his opponent fought somebody had about 42 losses on his record.
Let me ask you, Ingram. I hope I'll be rooting for Yard, yeah? If Yard pulls
forward, he ain't pulling no trigger, I'm telling you. Just turn your head the other way. If he gets out of 2 rounds, he gets out. Because if you go back and look at that fight, that last fight he had, he's getting touched more, Yard. He's getting hit more now. And if he's getting hit by like Z-level opponents, what's going to happen when Beterbiev hits him? Oh, Lord. I hope they've got ambulance and they've got hospital nearby, because that, I don't know.
If Yard pulls this off, which I'm hoping he does, right?
He ain't pulling nothing off, mate. Bro, he ain't pulling nothing. And you know he ain't pulling nothing off. He ain't pulling.
Give me
bro,
if Yard wins next week, is that a bigger shock than what happened tonight?
Yeah, that. But you know, Beterbiev has been down. He's also got up on his messed people up as well. So, hey, it would be a huge upset. It'd be a huge upset, but don't worry. So you can guarantee the shoulder roll's coming.
He said, John Smith said, Tunde is going to tell him to empty the tank on the road.
Listen, I love Yard. I love that boy so much.
Yeah, I love Yard. We're both from Barbados. I love Yard too, but boy.
I would love Yard from my area, Forest Gate in London. But at the end of the day, I would rather Yard have fought Bivol than fought this wrecking machine. It's the beast from the east and there's the monster. He's the beast from the east, but this guy's a monster.
All right,
bro, I'm sorry. I can't. I don't know if I'm gonna kind of watch that fight or just kind of. I don't know. How many rounds do you think it goes?
Honestly, I think it'll go a few.
3.
I think it'll go 4-5. I think
4-5. What's Beterbiev doing?
4-5.
What's Beterbiev doing?
We'll see the best ever Anthony Yard. Maybe he'll be able to slip a few jabs early on. Yeah, 4-5.
Yard said that Beterbiev was slow.
Yeah.
That don't help.
Yeah. Well, it's that. His jab, though, is just devastating. It's his jab. His jab is fucking devastating by all accounts, you know? And that's, we saw Yard have problems with the jab.
And his
of course. Yeah, the right hand comes after. Yeah, exactly. But Yard's a bit... But we'll see Yard. Yard will go for speed and he'll try to, we'll see. Yeah. Well, Yard's going to try and counter. He's going to try and counter him. He's going to see. I don't think you're going to see much different from Yard to what you saw in the Lyndon Arthur fight. I think Yard will try and go not almost in the pocket, but he'll try and draw the jab of Beterbiev, slip and counter him, slip and work off him.
Is he
try
good
to
enough
beat him to the punch?
What, is he good enough to do that? Has he got the footwork for that? Is he even technically good enough to do that?
I think he's good enough to land on Beterbiev. Absolutely. I think Yard is actually more. I think Yard's better than Callum Johnson technically. Callum Johnson will kill me for saying that, but I actually think Yard technically, some of the things Yard can do in the ring,
he does that Mayweather pull counter, brings his head over the front foot, baits the jab, slips back, counters. Yard's quick for his size. He's quick for a big guy, and he's got power for a big guy.
Okay.
So I believe he goes in. He'll try to beat Beterbiev to the punch. That's what he'll try to do. But ultimately, if you're asking me, I think it's going to be over 4 or 5 rounds.
Who would you rather get hit by, Sergey Kovalev or this guy?
I don't know the power, but Kovalev, yeah, absolutely.
You rather Kovalev hit you?
No, yeah, then Beterbiev, yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Yard, the only way Yard, I think, wins this fight is if he stays in the center of the ring. If his back touches the ropes, good night.
Yeah, I can go with that. I think he'll try and use speed. Honestly, I do think we'll try and see Anthony Yard, and he's going to try and use speed. He's going to try and sit there. He's going to try and take as much centering as possible, and you'll see Beterbiev throwing the jab, and you'll see Yard will be trying to slip off them jabs and throw counter shots. He'll try and catch something. He'll try and walk Beterbiev onto something and see how it goes. But it's going to be them first couple of rounds, isn't it? We're going to see. Again, we'll see if Yard can even get into the fight. We don't even know if we'll be able to get into the fight against Beterbiev, because it depends. If he gets caught with one shot, it's over. And that's the thing, at any point in time, So we don't even know if Yard will get into the fight.
How good is Yard's chin?
Yeah, nobody's chin's good against Beterbiev anyway, so it doesn't even matter. Nobody's got a good chin against Beterbiev. Nobody. Other than Callum Johnson, who actually got up and then got stopped. But nobody's really shown, I mean, Gavodzic went rounds, etc., etc.
Marcus Brown, he went a few rounds, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He did, actually. He did go a few rounds of Marcus Brown as well. But
Marcus
we'll
Brown
see.
Technically very good.
We'll see. Let's leave it at this, Ingram. I'm going to leave it on this tweet. Look at this. Guys, we're going to leave the show on this. Look, this is my mate Dev Sani. So my keyboard's off. Let me just show you this tweet, Ingram. This tweet kind of... Again, we're not making excuses, but I'm just saying it. Look. Sorry. Here we go. It's Dev. What do you guys think about this tweet from Dev?
What's Dev saying?
He's saying this here. He's saying this would have been a stain on boxing. Look at the state of this fucker here. I think that's him on the day of the fight. Eubank, because the idiot, even though the fight was called off, still
is what I'm saying. That
he
right
still
there,
fucking killed himself to make some form of weight. The state of this guy. They were going to let that get in a ring, with somebody who had 2 fucking VADA test failures.
Look at him.
2 VADA test failures in 2
That
months.
does not put age on a man. Absolute state.
Ingram, thank you very much for joining us, my man. We're done.
Christ.
Ingram, you're breaking up, but Ingram, we're going to call it a day. We're done now. We're logging off. Maybe see you for Yard and Kovalev. All of a sudden, Ingram, you're breaking up and we can't hear a word you're saying. Ingram, we can't. Jenny, Ingram, we can't hear you. But I'm gonna take that, Ingram. I'm gonna beat you off because I'm gonna pretend that you said yes to Kovalev and Yard next week. So hopefully, Ingram, we will see you next week. All right. Take care of yourself. Sorry about that. I just couldn't hear Ingram at all. Did you guys hear that? Just towards the end, it got a bit thing. Guys, Ingram talking like Yard post-fight. Yard is getting the business, isn't he? Anthony Yard, he is getting that business. Guys, can we do it? Can we do 2 big shocks in a row for British boxing? Can Queensberry bring it home? Or has Frank Warren done the biggest mismatch of the year? That'll be the title of the video if we're still around next week. Is this the mismatch of the year? He was breaking up before. Sorry, Ingram, you were breaking up. We couldn't hear a word you were saying. But we're hoping you'll be back on next week for Yard versus Kovalev. Don't think it'll be too long. We certainly won't be up at 1:15 in the morning trying to figure out what happened there, because that fight will be over as soon as it fucking starts, most likely. But it is what it is. Listen, I'll be honest with you. I think Yard versus Beterbiev. I have to be honest with you and tell you the truth. It is on paper. It's the biggest mismatch of the year for a high-profile fight. Press 1 if you agree with me. Press 2 if you disagree with me. Yard versus Beterbiev for a top-line fight in British boxing. You will struggle to find a bigger mismatch anywhere. Yard should not be in the ring with Beterbiev. Yard is a legend. He will fight anybody. I hope Anthony Yard wins, and I really hope that Tunde Ajayi does it. But unfortunately, I do think, that we're going to see legalized some very, very serious ABH in the ring. And then we'll leave you tonight with a picture of Chris Eubank Jr. Again, not making excuses. I've been a massive critic of Chris Eubank. Anybody who's listened to this channel for any kind of space of time knows that I have been a massive, massive critic of Chris Eubank Jr. Huge critic. I've never bought into the Chris Eubank Jr. I believe Korobov would have beaten him. I believe Billy Joe Saunders is a level above him. I believe George Grove schooled him. So I've never been on that Eubank hype train, particularly about his fundamentals. But I have to be honest with you, it was very, very sad to see him go out the way he went out tonight. And he says he's gonna take the rematch. You've heard him tonight on Twitter. He says he will take the rematch. So it looks like you will be seeing a rematch. I'm expecting the same outcome. But listen, I really hope it's wrong and he turns it around. But 33 years old, he's had a very, very bad things happen to him in his personal life. God bless Chris Eubank Jr. I hope he pulls through and everything. But he is coming to the end of it. As all fighters do in boxing, he needs to start thinking about a plan B, because he is coming to the end of the road. Right, guys, 6 hours stream after I got battered in sparring and have tonsillitis. So dedication to the cause. And we maxed out tonight at somewhere over 300 people, I think. So those numbers did turn up at the end. So shout out to that person who came in the chat saying this channel's is what it is, mate. We've been doing 200 consistently for the last couple of hours, and we topped 300 plus tonight. Would have been nice to get Joe Gallagher on, but do you know what? I will ask him if he wants to come on, actually. I will ask him. Maybe we'll see if we can get him on in the next couple of days, and we'll see what can happen, because he's got a real bit of inside information on that fight. This tonight has been one of the most shocking post-fights I've ever done. I'm still shocked. And take care of yourselves and take care of each other.